What job quest are we doing today, Tara? I want to do the rogue ones because I'm gonna unlock ninja, and we'll see if those are worth continuing to save for stream. And I want to do the summoners, as well as we might deal with some capstones. We might deal with some capstone quests. Like I have Red Mage capstone. I'll end up having summoner capstone. And did I miss any? I think Gunbreaker capstone we have as well. We might do a couple of those. It might be kind of a chill start until we dive into Four Lords. Only reason I recertified was to kick bots from NN. Don't forget to grab. I forgot to turn in my Wondrous Tales. No, she's gonna be mad at me. Oh, this is the second time I forgot to turn it in. Dude, I was doing so much these past few days with family and friends. Fuck, she's gonna be mad. I'm the worst storyteller. The books last like 2 weeks. I also didn't even fill it out. I think I have like 4 stamps. You might fall in love with Ninja when you start doing Naruto hand signs. I think it was Jolly in Discord was like, I can't wait for Tara to go live and be like, guys, I like Ninja. Help, I like Ninja, guys. And I feel like that's gonna happen. Right now it's only level 30. Or no, it's 36. So we can get a taste of Ninja. We'll have a couple Ninja. Maybe we'll start with that. I just want to have a Burger King crown and be a McDonald's clown. Oh, Lord. A cup of ninja quests. But first we got to get through the rogue ones. Also, for those of you who have done the rogue quests and remember them, why are they so involved? I swear to God, the longest cutscenes in the world for rogue quests. They're so long. My brain started frying out. Like, I don't fully know what's happening. All I know is pirates and the code. You can't be going against the code. And that's all I've caught on so far, but they're so long. They're so fucking long. Rogue got added later on. What X-Pack was Rogue added in? Rogue was written by Ishikawa. Shadowbringers writer? Oh no, okay. Okay, listen. I need to give them more time of day. Now that I'm doing them on stream, I'll definitely be able to focus better on them. I think we have the level 21 next. But yeah, I was definitely struggling. I was definitely struggling to pay attention. Vel said they've been enjoying the Dark Knight quests.
You're my superstar.
The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Oh, that took me a minute. Hello? Fuck you, sir. Sir? Sir? Fuck you. Get out of here with that shit. Thank you for the 25 months, Golsov. You're a monster. You're a monster. But thank you for 25 months. Ban Golsov. You're a fucking asshole. You're fucked in the head, actually. All right, let's go do some ninja stuff. Let's go do some rogue ninja shenanigans. Focus on stream? Sounds fake. Yeah, no, it sounds absolutely fake. Damn it, Golsov, that scene makes me cry every fucking time. And so the emotional damage begins. Dude, it's just you guys' adventure plates. People who cosplay and have it in their adventure plates, honestly, emotional terrorism. Doing some Endwalker Extreme 2 for Mount. I'm in pain. You're doing great, Sweaty. You're doing great. What is it for Endwalker again? Birds for Heavensward, ponies for A Realm Reborn, dogs for Stormblood. I don't remember. Oh, it's cats. Oh, cats. Lynx for Endwalker. Got you. I want cats. I want cats. Does that mean I have to do MSQ? I cringe. I cringed. Tara still didn't notice the single most important element of that scene that makes the tragedy go up a notch, and we shan't tell him. I'll rewatch it, Blur. I'll be editing it down, right? I'll probably cry while editing. I'll probably cry while editing, don't worry. I feel bad for editor Tara. He's gotten a break for the holidays, but tomorrow I'm gonna be right back into it and hurting myself. The extreme trials for Endwalker are fun though, at least. Oh, I for sure want to do them. Hi, Cat Pokemon. Didn't notice until it was pointed out to be fair. Is it that easy to miss? Oh! Hello? Hello, hello. Look at this blue outfit. Are you feeling blue? Is this one of the metallic blue dyes? Oh my god. It's so nice. What is that dye? I need it. I require it. Can I just say A12S was easier than I expected? That's Alexander 12. I don't doubt that. I don't remember that being too hard of a fight. It can be 4-manned, unsynced. Does it need 4 at that point? Don't worry, Tara, I'm sure Endwalker will be the comic relief patch. No sorrow at all. Tim, somebody in my YouTube comments was watching, I think, the early... Oh, you're a monster. Oh, you're a monster? You are fucked in the head, sir. You are actually fucked in the head. Let me hug you. Actually a messed up human being. How could you do this? Friendly knight. You're an asshole. You're an asshole. I'm gonna open the adventure plate. I hate you. I hate you. I'm leaving. I think I'm tearing up. I'm leaving. You guys are horrible. I don't even remember what I was talking about. You showed me my friendly knight husband, and I'm sad, dude. Oh man. Power Ranger on one side, emotional trauma on the other. Oh man. Jolly talking about savage rating. Someone comes in with savage trauma. Oof, dude. Oof. Not the angel wings. I'm leaving. You're a terrorist. Emotional terrorist. Get me out of here. I need to go to Limza. Oh, man. Let's go do some rogue shenanigans, guys. No trauma will be there, even if it was written by Ishikawa. It'll be fine. Of course they have an adventure play, Jolly. Of course they do. What was I even talking about? Can somebody catch me up on what I was ranting about before that happened? Also, guys, so I'm on Modwin right now, right? I know you're gonna say, wow, the Limza is so dead, but it has grown. Last time I was here, there was like a whole horde of people here, and it was great. Modwin's growing up so fast, you guys. Modwin's growing up so fast. It makes me so happy. Also, what in the hell is this? What are you? Jesus Christ. All right, to the rogue quests. Oh, I was talking about Editor Terror crying. Yeah, he's fucked. He's fucked, because the next thing I have to edit is the Innocence fight, and then 5.0. So I'm just dead. I'm absolutely just dead. It's over for me. And then 5.3, I don't know how I'll make it through 5.3, like editing wise. I'm gonna, a whole tissue box for sure. We'll see a big boom in people once the patch actually drops too. Yeah, I believe that's true. This is wonderful. Oh my God. They're in my DMs now, hurting me emotionally. You hurt me, sir. You wound me. You wound me, sir. But that is a fantastic cosplay. Well done, honestly. Live letter came out. People are gonna trickle back, yeah. And Vel made it over to Modwin. Refreshed their road to 80, by the way. Vel's road to 80 ran out, and then Vel was like, oh, I can transfer, because it locks you into the server when you make a new character for 90 days, I think. She's like, oh, I can transfer now. Boom, instant, fresh road to 80. So Vel's cheating the system. Get her. Get her. Somebody report her. Attach tissues to your face until you finish editing. Just like glue them here. Just like glue them to my cheeks. Let them soak up the tears like a sponge. That's actually a good strat. Watching that thing, hope you had a nice curry. I did too. Speaking of which, how was everybody's holiday stuff? How was family things? Did you guys get what you wanted? Did you get to see the people you wanted to see? Was everything good? Mine was fantastic. I got to see my mom like for an extended period of time for the first time in like a year and a bit, maybe a bit less, but it was so nice. It actually felt like Crimbus this year to me. Chill, boring, your mom spoiled you. Aww. My mom did too, honestly. Be back in an hour. See you then, too. Bear had COVID for Crimbus. Tell Santa to stick to coal. Like, fuck. Oh, Bear, I'm sorry to hear that. Oof. I was your god, you should bow before me. It's hard to feel sympathy for Vothri, though he did not choose. Yeah, Blur, honestly. And that's not the part that's gonna be hard to edit. It's the other part. The other part. After. The aftermath. We'll say that. Ran so many stone vigils before I remembered you could unsync it. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. I wish that I could unsync what gives me the warg outfit so I could finish it, but alas. Sweet Sorrows, level 25. Sorry, we're on level 25 rogue stuff. Chat saying words, cannot look, cannot look. Oh my god, Avalon, did 5.3 live up to the hype? Unbelievably so. I think I said it during like the wind down after we finished 5.3, we were just kind of chatting. I have no clue how 6.0 can be better, like how Endwalker can be better. And you guys are like, for some it's not better, but for others it is. So it's gonna depend how I take from it, obviously, and what the story is, but I feel like we peaked. But then again, I felt like we peaked in 5.0, and I thought it couldn't get better than 5.0, but it did. And I don't get how it did it, but it did. Ho there, sir. We've a rough job ahead of us, and that's a fact. Matters are tangled enough, what with Milala more snapping at our heels, but we still managed to grabble that first trinket without too much fuss. Biting back them other two treasures, though, that'll be a different story. Once the stray gets here, I'll explain what, or more to the point, who we're up against. Basically, there's a yellow jacket that's like blackmailing, kind of abusing the Thieves Guild right now. Like I said, I was drifting in and out of paying attention to the story. So that's the gist of it. We are pirates. We are honoring the code, and the code says you may not steal from other limousines, and somebody's are stealing from other limousines, and that's the gist of it so far. No, it's the other sad part, like that narrows anything down, Bear. So I had a friend who had me tabbed when we were doing 5.3, and dude was like, I had no idea what was happening, but every single time I looked over and you were crying. And I was like, yeah, correct. That was 5.3, all right. Basically an 8-hour stream of crying. Wait, the what gives you the what? Rue, I lost context, I moved on, I'm sorry. Would you like the friendly knight to join you on his adventure? Shall I return him to the Shadow Realm? You should return him to the Shadow Realm, Jolly. It'll hurt me. That's the thing when it comes to Endwalker. It's more than expansion. It's a culmination. That's right. Endwalker is supposed to be basically a wrap-up of the story as is, right? And they're starting a new story after that. 5.3 is going to be hard to edit. It will. There's a reason you had several people stay up until like 3 a.m. for your 5.3 stream. I know, Trance, I felt so bad. Okay, all right. We've 2 baubles left on the list, the Silver Sorrows and the Black Sarcophagus. Let's see where we're at. Oi, where's Perumu got to? Underfoot? He's still looking to whittle the tail behind that bleeding sarcophagus. We'll not be cloying that stickler until I realized why I was having trouble absorbing this story. It's all fucking pirate speak. We've at least an inkling as to what the bloody thing looks like. Treasures aside, I've been doing some digging of me own into these executioner allies of the Grinnen Curs. I'm afraid the name weren't no coincidence. Sir, you've heard of the bloody executioners, I hope? Seems them curs was feeding from the famble of one or the great. Oh my god, nation's greatest pirate powers. This ain't no ordinary crew of cutthroats, lad. Within Limsa Lominsa, the bloody executioners wield a power and influence second only to the Admiral herself. They was none too fond of Merlwib or her prohibition on piracy, and it was only the overwhelming threat posed by the Garlean Empire what eventually convinced them to play nice with the thalassocracy? I've never heard that word before. It obviously shares a word with thalassophobia? Thalassocracy. Like ocean bureaucracy? I don't fucking know. I smile and look back at the joy of how characters come through the storm. Blur, that was the beautiful thing about 5.3, right? It wasn't just like, I am sad because sad things are happening. It was, I am crying because happy and sad and crazy and overwhelming things are happening. Rule by the sea. Thank you, Blair. It has to do with the way Limsa is run. Also, one thing that happened early on in the Thieves Guild that they were telling me is basically they were kind of just like regular pirates, and then Merlwyb came along, and then they were like, you know what, we're gonna work with Merlwyb's laws. And I was like, yes, a people after my own heart. Merlwyb is literally the reason that I joined the Maelstrom. Rule by seafarers, more or less. Got you. If you're the emotional masochist we think you are, Endwalker will be your favorite. I am an emotional masochist. Literally, my motivation for playing Final Fantasy the first time was, Terra, play this game. It will make you cry. And I was like, cool, sign me up. Where do I free trial? But pirates ain't the one to play nice for long. Now that Hillfear ain't around to helm the ship, the solidarity of the bloody executioners has begun to show cracks. All the strongest captains and lieutenants have begun to form their own factions and are scrambling to claim the top chair for themselves. Of course, not one bloody cove can agree with another on which way the executioners ought to sail. Among these new factions, though, is a group what is pushing to break free of the Admiral's grip completely. Turns out these reformists, as they call themselves, was the ones as took the Grinning Curs under their wing. Which means they've got possession of the last two treasures we've yet to cloy. Rumors round town say that even for executioners...
Superstar.
Thanks to AtMcGillNet for my sub gift. Holy shit, it's been that long.
Holy shit, it's been that long indeed. Becky, how have you been here for 20 months, you beautiful being? Becky, I love you so much. Thank you, Mac, again for gifting Becky. I forgot how many months Mac even gifted you, but Becky, I love you so much. Thanks for hanging around. Hi, Tara, I love you. I love you more. In this case, it's just a democracy on the sea. Pirates traditionally are democracy personified. Even the captain is elected. Really? I actually didn't know that. Tara wanted to cry, but now that he is no longer wishes to cry. No, I still do, Jolly. I just definitely need to have a break. After, like, the day after 5.3...
I'm to shreds, you say.
To shreds, you say. After 5.3... Yeah.
Yeah.
Spez, stop T3 subbing to me. I love you. After 5.3, the day after, my eyes were sore, like, the whole day. They just felt so dry. I needed some drops, dude. My eyes hurt. Rumors around town say that, even for executioners, these coves are bloody and ruthless and not to be crossed. John got you a dishwasher for Crimbit? Wait, hold on, Becky. How did John hide it? Was it just like hidden in the closet, the dishwasher? How did that even work? How do you gift a dishwasher? One of the problems in Limsa now is that Merlwyb has suspended the normal democratic election of her own position, meaning she's held power beyond her term.
Superstar.
Merlwyb, honey, that's not how you do it. Hang on, that's point down for Merlwyb. That's 1 point down for Merlwyb. Nitro, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate you. Simi! Thank you for gifting us up to Sif. Guys, thank you for starting a scam train. Love you. Love you dearly. He wrapped it right as it was delivered, told you not to look at it. That's so cute. Oh, so that's what the new appliance mounted under our counter was for. Oh my god. We should sit this one out, Jack. Hey! Oh, Jolly, thank you for gifting Valora a sub. Guys, thanks for the support, you sweet beans. We should sit this one out, Jack. Piss on Mulala's contest. It ain't worth this kind of grief. We'd be inviting the wrath of a crew so large and dangerous that even the Admiral ain't keen on coming to blows with them, if they ever came after us. Large or small, it don't matter much. They broke the code when they hit that maelstrom tub. Aye, the Grinning Curs are paying for that crime, but we'd be poor sodden excuses for rogues if we let the real culprits carry on unpunished. I mean to see this job to the end, and that means biting back them treasures and handing out proper justice to them as deserve it. That startled you? Aw, Val. We'll post pic. You're an adult so excited for dishwasher. Literally, you know you're a proper adult when you're more excited for home appliances than, like, ridiculous gifts. Twitch is trying to convince me to put emote-only mode on. Twitch evil. They're like, hey, you can afford this now. Is it just me or is in-game music a bit wonky? Is it coming through distorted? I could relaunch the game because it sounds fine to me. You got an automaton for Christmas? That's fine for you? Okay, try a refresh, Tim. That's a sign of really being a grown-up. Yep. Getting excited for A, clothing, and B, home appliances, that's adult. I remember getting clothing when I was little and being like, I would have much preferred a Game Boy, and being upset about it, but no. Sounds fine to me. Sometimes yeah, I would try a refresh first and foremost. Listen, with all the infight going on at present, us stabbing a short blade into one faction's toe ain't like to bring the whole executioner crew down on our heads. Besides, them reformist buggers are so far split from the main mob that they've been avoiding the city altogether. Now it's time we got to work, sir. You're to track down our black market contact. I sent him looking into the Cur's new allies a while back, so he should have some answers for us by now. That veil was lifted by a southerly this morn? That'll put the old man at his haunt in Lower Lenosia. Here, take this sack of blunt and pay a visit to the Man of Sticks. Oh my god, pirate speak. Oh my god, pirate speak hurts my brain. It's like Eorzea speak. That's kobold territory if you didn't know. The old man bribes them with ore and hires the biggest and meanest sods as bodyguards. Just be ready for your approach to be challenged. Also, can I complain really quickly? What is the point? Jack speak is beautiful and authentic, true. What is the point of hide? Like to use trick attack if I literally get revealed at the start of every boss fight? What is this purpose? I can use it on trash mobs, but like I use it before a boss pull and it's like boom, instantly revealed the minute the boss gets pulled. Oh, it's used later? Later on it's, oh, okay. I was mad at it. I was like, what the hell is this? Trick kind of useless till you learn Suiton. Oh, it resets your ninjutsus. Oh, okay. So right now it's more of like a placeholder. What is this? What is this? Oh shit! Oh! Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you. We got Moogles. Woo. Oh my god, yes. Or what was the other option? Tsukuyomi. Oh, don't make me pick. Don't make me pick between them. We'll go based on mood. We'll go based on mood. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, kind gentlemen. I don't know how you could see me. I don't know how you could see me. I was invisible. I am the wind. You cannot see me. Hi, fam. You have to talk like a pirate as long as you're a rogue. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. People who work on the shadows, why do they talk so damn much? Because Ishikawa. Because Ishikawa, that's why. Just put your brain in Jack Sparrow. You need to be more drunk, I think. So you can buff yourself, then use hide to get your charges back. Or dump ninjutsus on mobs, hide in between pulls to get charges back. Got you. Okay, okay, okay. So right now, very useless. Later on, very useful. Imagine. What is the fastest way? Probably here. Probably Costa, and then go south. It's in like a dead zone. Mentally scolded Yugiri last night. What kind of shinobi screams before attacking? -15 to stealth. What's funny is they told me if you're playing as a ninja in the MSQ, Yugiri actually scolds you for not being stealthy if you are in ninja outfit. She's like, that's so fucking obvious, you dumbass. Why would you wear that? If you're in like artifact ninja gear. Yugiri is so cute she gets a pass, true. You won't ever use it mid-fight, more for dungeon stuff. Got you, okay. Yeah, I was very mad at it when I was trying to use it in dungeons, and then like every single boss fight. I thought I was doing something wrong. I thought I was like getting hit by something when I was getting revealed. And then I realized it's like, no, the minute you pull the boss fight, you just get revealed. Hi Sith, welcome in. Your main's ninja outfit is very subtle. I don't know what kind of glam I want for ninja. There's PvP armor that has little bat wings on it, and I think it's so cute. You could be like a little Batman ninja, but I don't know. We'll see when we get there. Bum 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 bum. Can you come here? Thank you. Name 2 things that you want to see in 7.0. For me, die channels on gear and proper tab targeting. Oh my god, even with cone tab targeting, it's a nightmare. Give me a good, working, intuitive tab targeting. Holy Jesus. If I had one major complaint, it would be that. Replaying through Heavensward, I actually leveled Dragoon to get the special dialogue. Worth it. Oh, Avalon. So close to making an ult on US servers. Tim, do it. You have road to 80. Do it. You have road to 80. You'll level so goddamn fast, especially if you're on Dynamis. You'll level so fast. The tab targeting is a pain. Ooh. Hi, Zagi, by the way. Speaking of Crimbus gifts and emotional trauma, friend got you a game that you forgot you put on your wish list, and for a little indie game, it's basically hand-drawn. It's intense. What's the name of it? I feel like I've been recommended to play it. Little hand-drawn emotional. Oh no, I haven't heard of that one. Although I think it's been brought up at least once in my chat. Wilder Myth. You get road to 80 on all worlds. On Dynamis, I'm 90% sure. Seraph, maybe no. Seraph maybe no at this point because I think it's like the most, like everyone flooded to Seraph for whatever reason. Welcome to the House of Styx, young rogue. You must excuse my hireling's enthusiasm for greeting visitors. Now have you any cumbersome baggage of which I might relieve you before we begin our conversation in earnest? Yes, I have this. Seraph is where you moved to? Yeah. Oh, still on Seraph as well. It says that, the buff says that you will keep the buff until either your server is no longer preferred or 90 days have elapsed, I think. And I feel if any of the servers on Dynamis are going to lose their preferred status, it would be Seraph, but I don't think it will. I think it has like a high tolerance for how many players can hop on it, so I don't think you should worry about that if you're interested in being on Seraph. Oh. Got overwhelmed by quests after finishing A Realm Reborn first credits. Oh no, is Lua? Yeah, they flood you. They flood you with options. 90 days or loss of preferred status, yeah. Moved there a month ago, still has 80, right on. Seraph is aiming to be the RP server for Dynamis, so I've heard. Hell yeah. Can we have a Dynamis Quicksands? A Seraph Quicksands? A heavy burden for one of your tender years to bear, but its weight has balanced the scales. The sum is paid, the deal is made. Let us speak of these reformists. This faction that so wronged the code now seeks to peddle one of its stolen treasures, the earrings better known as the Silver Sorrows. The deal, it is said, is set to take place at Costa del Sol. The buyer, a moneyed merchant from the Golden Sands of Ul'dah. The earrings will be out in the open, vulnerable. I would target the moment of transaction were I so inclined, as gentleman up there by the cabin appears to be, for he purchased the selfsame information. Uh-oh. Though he attempts to disguise his identity, the stench of a soldier yet lingers. I know not where one such as he came to learn of my existence, but I suspect he works for a certain yellow-coated captain. Brave she is, but foolish. Stumble blindly into the underworld, and your groping hands will not save you from the holes at your feet. Sudden shall be her fall. Yeah, no, she's also insane. The yellow jacket, I can't remember her name. I think it's Malala. Actually fully insane. She pulled a gun on us earlier, making fun of our daggers. Best part of A Realm Reborn is the end. Literally. You end A Realm Reborn. There's an attempted murder. There's actual murder. What else? What else happens? You get framed. You flee to Ishgard. Like, so much goes wrong at the end of A Realm Reborn. Lies and delusions. This is not 5.4. This is 2.4 content. Nivelung, welcome in. We are getting up our little ninja. We're getting up our little baby ninja. And we have a lot of quests to catch on because Road to 80 levels you too fast. And we have a lot of ninja quests to catch up on. Also, hi Sid. Hi Sid. Hello, handsome elves and gentlemen. It's good to see you. Milala, thank you, Valer. Also, I want to fully absorb Ishikawa's first journey into story writing to see how far they've come as a writer. I also really want to do the dark quests. What's the best strategy for the dark quests? Should I level a little bit and then we do a dark quest or two and then level a bit more and then do a dark quest or two, or like, because you lose out on abilities if you don't do them. Ninja's cool. If you like American football, my main is red mage, but I don't know. Why did I cave on ninja again? I think because all the gear that drops is always for like ninja. And so I was getting mad. I was getting mad at the game telling me to play ninja, and I was like, fine, game, I'll play ninja. 4-8, don't make fun of my English. Welcome back, sir. What information did the old man have on them reformists? Looking to unload them earrings, are they? And to an Ul'dan, no less. Can't say I'm surprised to hear the buyers from out of town. Wait, did Ichikawa write the ninja and the rogue quests, or just the rogue quests? I need confirmation. Only the daftest of sods would go about funding them as means to pull down the Admiral. Eh? One of Malala's lackeys arrived at the House of Fourier. How did they know to... them curs we captured must have cackled during the Shrew's interrogations. We'll have to assume the Yellow Jackets know what we know, and that means we'd best... Oh, somebody's betraying us! You fucking know it. We get our asses to Costa del Sol, right bleeding now. She has an informant. I'll handle this one, Jack. You and Sir can wait here for Perimu. She's got an informant for sure. Somebody's backstabbing us, going against the code, as it were. Oi, Vikeb. What in the hell's is she playing at? After her, lad. She knows this ain't a solo job. Okay. After her! What fancy fucking ninja glam is this? You got Paladin to 80? Let's go, Jolly. It's good to use Trick Attack and Mug, then unleash every button you can, and wait 2 minutes of 123 until you can do it again. Of 1, 2, 3, not 123, of Spinning Edge, Gust / Aeolian Edge. So that means you can go kind of brain dead for a little while, right? I need that in my life. I need that. Oh, I hear Bing Bong over there. The rabbit. Did I tell you guys, did I self-report that I also had a dream once I picked up Rogue? I had a dream about playing Ninja, and I dreamt that I unlocked hand signs and immediately got a rabbit on my head and like fucked up immediately. So I was already like, I was already imagining myself a failure of a ninja before I even unlocked it. Of all the job mentors you've had, you adore the Dark One the best. People do say it's one of the best ones. We don't usually get a breakdown of who specifically wrote what unless they highlight them, and they did for Ishikawa and Natsuko. Got you. Beginning of A Realm Reborn. I'm a hero! I will do all the quests and kill the cackling anime bad guy. End of A Realm Reborn. I've been framed for murder. My friends are all dead. Watch the potato get mashed. On the run from a corrupt government, and my son has depression. That's perfect, Avalon. That is perfect. Most people wouldn't mind putting on their heads, Tim. I mean, true. In my Dragon Song Ultimate, cleared the ninja rabbits at 1% in Rage phase 7. Wait, what? Can somebody translate to a baby gamer like me? Ninja's the epitome of burst jobs. It's fun to see big numbers flying while you have your 20 seconds trick attack, and then you have 100 seconds of ergo. Mega burst, 100 seconds of ads. That is so funny, Nibelung. That is such a long walk for that joke, but you got there. You stuck the landing. I'll stop talking bad about Ninja Burst Phase. It's very fun. Don't let me joke. No, you're not. You made it more entertaining. Oh no. At the very end of the fight, while the boss casts an enrage, which means we all die. You're saying the ninja panics, drops the ball, and rabbit heads themselves. You're saying that's what happens. Oh no. I'm never taking ninja into endgame content if that's the case, because that would be me. Oh, you still cleared though. Oh, thank God. Whew. I would never forgive myself if I was a ninja and I rabbited in the 1% and we wiped. I told you to wait at the guild. I don't need... Well, might be as I could use an extra cove in the shadows after all. Jacques has his mind on... Is it Jacques or Jack? I think it's Jacques. Why would they put an E on the end? Jackie. Jackie has his mind set on punishing the executioners. But me? I just want to skulk in, cloy them silver bits, and skulk out. I reckoned that if I could manage that with no one the wiser, then they wouldn't know who to come after. Finish the job without drawing the daggers, you know? It ain't exactly true to the code, but the shield of the underworld honor won't stop them bloody killers from cutting me mates' throats and setting the sisters a glimmer. The guild's the only place what offered to take in a pirate stray like me, and I'll not see it burn to the ground? Aww. The deal's about to start. Say the wid when you're Benny to head in. Aww. Wait, so she's risking herself to go in alone because she doesn't want people to find out that it was the Thieves Guild because it's like her only home. Oh, that's so cute, dude. Vocab, you just won my heart, just like that. It's pronounced the same as Jack, okay. Jackie it is. They put an E on the end, I'm not ignoring it. I once streamed I was tanking a dungeon pretty badly. I didn't even unlock a tank job at that point. Holy shit, Moon. The tankxiety got you in your dreams before you even tanked. I guess I'm just too gay to understand all the sports stuff. Sith. Go sports ball. The rich merchant is coming. Let's get him. Gigaruju's taken his guards and dancing dells and pranced off down the beach someplace, giving over the use of the entire resort to his friend. Seems she didn't want an audience for her bargain with the reformists, which as it happens, works out well for us. We'll wait until they're busy haggling over prices, then snatch the sorrows and hop the twig before they realize what's ought's amiss. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. I don't think I've ever dreamed of playing the game, but I did once fall asleep during a run of Hawk Manor while healing. Woke up after a couple minutes and everyone was fine. Apparently Sleepy, you still press cure 1? Avalon, that is so cute. That is so cute. Sleepy went on autopilot, probably just mashing 1. Oh. I'm Brazilian. I'd like to make fun of the sport Americans call football, despite not having a ball or kicking it most of the time. I don't know what they were thinking, Nibelung. I don't know what they were thinking. There, the players arrived, the reformists. Coin counter and the Uldun buyer are setting up on the southeast platform. The earrings ought to be nearby. Hang about. Who are all these other culls? The place was meant to be empty. Doctor! Hi, Jogto. Welcome in, gamers. Hello. Hello, you guys. How was your stream? How's Endwalker? I so wish I could watch. I so wish I could watch. Even poking your head in feels so dangerous because you might see something you're not meant to. Jogto, hi. Thank you for raid. Welcome in, you raiders. Thank you for the shout out. If you're not already following Jogto, shame on you. Follow Jogto. They're sweet bean. They're sweet, kind bean. Hi, Terry Lynn. Welcome in, you guys. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Welcome in, you guys. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. Okay, I play a lot of variety of 14 content. I've given up my variety title at this point, basically. But welcome in. Yeah, I usually stream 4 days a week. Lately, because of the holidays, it's been like 3 days a week. But we'll get back to it. Back to our 4-day shenanigans once we're all settled. It's so good to have you. How was your stream? Can't recommend watching Endwalker streams. It's all spoilers all the time, and that is my biggest fear. It's incredible. It's incredible. Do not poke your head in. I'm too far ahead. What level are you in now of the MSQ? I want to get there. I'll get there one day. I will get there one day. Thanks for the follows, by the way, you guys. Welcome in. It was lovely. Thank you. Can't wait to see you doing some story too. Level 84 here. Oh my god. I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I'm stressed for you because people said it's all emotional. How easily do you cry, out of curiosity? Because you saw me playing 5.3. You saw me playing 5.3, and basically the whole time was just me crying. So I'm curious. Very easily? Oh no! We cry at the same points. We are two of soul. We kindred spirit, if you will. I am not late. You arrived exactly when you were meant to, Tilly. Don't you worry. Endwalker dials it to 11 around 83. Oh god. You and I are exactly the same type of crier. My heart, a kindred spirit you are. Like, I get to close your other tab. Hi, Ariel. Thank you for lurking. He beat the big bad. Let's go. It's over. Game over. He defeated the big bad evil guy. I did not cry easily, but Endwalker got me more than once. That actually, Spade, I've heard that from some of my more, like, stalwart isn't the proper word. Motionless isn't the proper word. Stoic? No, it's not the proper word. People who are stone-faced, that don't cry at anything. And they were like, dude, there was like at least 2 points in Endwalker where I was bawling. And I'm like, if you were bawling, I'm on the floor, all right? Stoic is the right word? I think that's right. I'm not stoic, I'm not stone faced, I'm a big sad baby. I say I have a glass face. It works very well for stream, mind, because the minute I'm feeling anything, you see it on my face. Also, thanks for the follows, you guys, again. Appreciate you all. I saw this Jocto guy for the first time crying. He's like a small babby. Oh, my heart. Jocto needs hugs. Jocto requires all the hugs. Terra has a sand face. It's not even fully formed into glass yet. You're very stoic, but Endwalker had you bawling. 5.3 had me bawling. Oh my god. Ugh, I love this game so much. Endwalker is emotionally exhausting. What I'm hearing is save some Hildy. Save some Hildebrand. The original plan today was to do a little bit of Hildebrand, but I think we're just gonna do our ninja quests and then we're gonna do Four Lords. Because people told me Four Lords isn't emotional. If I get emotional during Four Lords, I'm mad at all of you, okay? Collectively. It is all your fault. There's a reason why I call it Trauma Walker. I love that. I never said it wasn't emotional. I'm collectively blaming you guys together, all right? By the time with Endwalker, that sand face will be transformed into a glass face, burnt through tears. I watched Noble from WoW do Endwalker. He barely cracked. Bastard laughed at tragedies. Some people are just cold and cruel and heartless. Some people, genuinely, some people just process things differently. We had this discussion around early Shadowbringers when a certain thing happened, and some people chose to get angry and blame another character for what was happening, and I didn't. And it's just some people process trauma through like anger, some people process it through comedy and they laugh, right? I'm also a nervous laugher, so I mean, this me, but I don't think I've nervously laughed at any emotional or sad thing in this game yet. Happy is an emotion, exactly, Ike. You trusted chat to tell you the truth. That's so cute. Oh my god, they've gaslit me so many times now in this game. Just doing some glam farming on your Run Boy ult before you start Endwalker on it. I need to do some glam farming too. I need to get to Pagelthan for, I want the like really tribal looking chess piece, but somebody said they had to run it 50 times to get it, and now I have anxiety. Cried 4 times in the entirety of A Realm Reborn to Shadowbringers. Still sacrifice before Azizla. Ghost after final steps. Oh my god, that part nibble. Nonimo dismissing Roban services in 4.1 and Seto for 3. And Walker matched this mark by itself. Wow, dude. Jesus, I'm done for. Hi, Blaine. He's not comfortable with crying on stream. I got comfortable with crying on stream very early, so it's very different for me. I'm like, I just cry. If I'm sad, I just cry. Emotion doesn't hit everyone the same. Ain't no right or wrong, exactly. And so I kind of dislike when people be like, oh, if you didn't cry at this part, you're heartless. It's like, no, everyone feels things differently. Honestly, I'm all for Endwalker hype, but in my opinion, Shadowbringers, and particularly 5.0 and 5.3, is the best gaming experiences I've had. Tim, so you've heard me echo it a couple times now. After 5.0, I was like, it doesn't get better than this. It does not get better than this. This was peak. And then 5.3 happened, and I was like, how did it get better? This is now the peak. They cannot top that. The level is here, and they're on it. There's no wiggle room to get better than this. But time will tell. Time will tell. We still have Endwalker. Also, Brexit Dark with the fresh organic tier 1 sub. Welcome in. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. You're on your phone. Oh my god, Blaine. I'm so sorry. Your PC's out of commission. I'm praying for your future PC health. I'm gonna get kicked from my quest. Okay, I'll catch up on chat in 1 second. I see some nasty looking blokes, blah, 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 blah. Mammoths. It will kick me out, won't it? Because it's like in an instance right now. I've gone and got ahead of myself. I should have realized the job would never be that easy. We'll have to mill a few of them bodyguards first, I reckon. You don't want to fight through a forest of blades should you get caught. It's Jack for sure. Sneaking about up on that narrow walkways. Of course it's Jack. Jack, I thought I'd... Stow your excuses, love. I know full well what you're about. You start going soft on us, though, and it'll be like losing one of me arms. I can't take on the bloody executioners all by myself. It's only 'cause I've got rogues like you, an underfoot, and sir, here that the guild can take the jobs it does. When our coves walk with shadows, it's the bleeding pirates what do the trembling. Remember that, Vikeb. We ain't some 2 guild robbers what piss their britches when when their daddles are caught in the honeypot. What does that even mean, sir? We're the knives and the darkmans, and no bastard wants to go blade to blade with the likes of us. see you've not changed your mind then. You'll need all the stabbers you can get, and I promise mine'll be there when you need them. Bene. Now let's carve a path to that platform and bite back them earrings. Vikeb, you hide yourself down by the docks in case the marks escape during the fighting. Daddies are fingers? Why? Why? Sir, you and me will split up and mill the gods as we go. It's them puppets as concern me most. I suggest you crash them little buggers before they can spring any rump fun. Creep in as close as you dare, then give them a good solid clout from behind. It ain't the most original strategy, but it don't make it any less lethal. Once you're done with the first group, slip back into the shadows and move on to the next. Not to it, eh? I'll head over to the back while you start from the front. Nice. Let's wrap this up before the jackets blunder in and scare off our marks. I like how we need literal translator for everything that Jack is saying here. Also, Terry, your reaction to Fandango was funny. Oh my god, I was so pissed off. Oh, I was so pissed off, Jolly. Paglothan isn't a hard dungeon at least, and I'm sure I could do it on syncs, like solo, pretty easy. Or I could do it with the bots as well. It's Thief's Cant. I can't handle Thief's Cant. Greetings, Sarah and chat. Hope you all had great holidays. See, we're making our way through the road quest now. Yes, we are, Yamina. Yes, we are. I'm supposed to kill these, right? I'm gonna kill them. I don't know if they wanted me to or not, but I'm gonna kill him. I believe that's what his fancy talk was saying. This is still an instance. And we got 20 minutes. Jack speaks in Thieves' Cant, and I can't handle it. Pun fully intended. Oh, there was no reason to stealth there. Hiya! Better running Paglothan unsynced with a party for speedruns? That would be better. That would be better. But then I risk losing a piece. I'd have to go in with a group that everybody wants a different piece of Paglothan. Unsynced solo, maybe not. At least take bots for speed's sake. Got you. Can you take bots unsynced? Is that a thing? No, you can't. Damn. You can run up to the chest it drops from and then restart the dungeon. Oh. I see you. Okay. Come on, Jack, let's go. Willing to hop on anytime to help out because I got what I need from it already. Nice, you. Jack, you're so slow, my guy. I can help whenever. I don't need any drops. Yo. Hey, yo. I can requisition some humans to farm with. Jack, hurry the hell up, my man. Does it not give guaranteed peace at the end like every other dungeon? When I was farming, what do you call it? Help me. The Grand Cosmos. When I was farming the Grand Cosmos for a chess piece, with bots, I was not getting a guaranteed drop. Requisition humans? Exactly. Also, guys, start collecting mappies, because I want to do community mappy runs. We did a couple of the Heavensward maps just so I could get a feel for them, and they're fun. Although we never got further than like the third room. My god, maps are so fun. Yeah, I just did the Heavensward ones, and they're fun. And I want to do the higher ones. Terry's gonna hold us hostage for drops. You're damn right. Did someone say map runs? Hell fucking yeah, dude. Start collecting mappies. We'll do community runs. Rogues? No one mentioned aught about rogues. What in the hells do you think you're doing? I'm conducting a business transaction on behalf of the bloody executioners. Do you understand what that means? Do you know what they'll do to you? I'm all affrighted. Odd, then, that you're the one who's shaken. It don't matter much to me who you work for. Your bosses broke the code, and we're here to collect. Those would be the Silver Sorrows, then. I'm sure you paid a caravan a coin for them shiny baubles, but I doubt they're worth your life. Let's have them then. Wait, damn you! You should know that this personage is an extremely influential member at the East Aldenard Trading Company. Surely you've heard of it. If the threat of reprisal will not stay your hand, then consider the political ramifications of interfering with a foreign dignitary. The Admiral will not desire you to damage Limsa's relations with Ul'dah. Party finder groups for maps fill in no time? I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, dude. Only leveling dungeons give you a guaranteed drop. Got you. Maps are fun from what I've seen. What little I've seen. One day I'll get a group together to do some. Community runs. Community runs, Yamina. Kind of dumb that it doesn't extend to at least MSQ ones as well, or just all of them. Agreed. Agreed, Izagi. If I help on my main, I don't need anything. If I help on my bun, probably gonna go for aiming top, unless I stop being lazy and farm the top now. Yes, exactly. I'm very highly placed in Ul'dan society. I have powerful friends who would not be pleased were you to mistreat me in any fashion. And you must understand, the Silver Sorrows are a historical treasure, a gift once bestowed upon Sultana Natasha Sultana Nanasha Ul Nasha by her champion. The earrings were later stolen by from the royal vault, and we'd lost hope of ever recovering them. That I might so easily purchase them thus is a miracle. The return of these trinkets will be, that is to say, the Sorrows will be returned to Ul'dah. Can you not look the other way for the sake of my nation's pride? You must think me some dill-witted thug. If this deal was being made on behalf of your country, then why are you sneaking about and consorting with pirates? An excellent point. One might doubt your quality of character were you to continue with these feeble fabrications. Oh my god, it's this bitch. Forgot Lalas were the villains in Ninja Quests. Lalas are the villains in so many quests. So many. You need only entrust those earrings to me, should you truly wish to see them return to Ul'dah, that is. After all, 'twas to fulfill that very purpose that the Thalaccracy bid on the Sorrows in the first place. Bit late there, aren't you, Captain? I think you'll agree this round belongs to us. On the contrary, my dear scoundrel, I made the winning move the moment I knew we were dealing with a merchant of Ul'dah. I come bearing an official order of seizure, authorized by the Admiral herself. You will not be harmed, but I must insist that you cooperate with this reclamation of unlawfully obtained goods. Though Costa del Sol is private property, it nevertheless lies within state-governed territory. Come along quietly, and we need not inconvenience Master Gegaruju any further. These suspects will be taken into Yellow Jacket custody, and do not concern yourself with the Silver Sorrows. They'll be quite safe with me. I don't like her. I don't like her. Some dungeons are glam dungeons and give a guaranteed drop for your current job in the last chest, like Shisui of the Crimson Sea. Really? Why couldn't the Grand Cosmos be like that? I think I ran the Grand Cosmos. Like, how do I search Warg? Warg Pelt of, no, not the Warg Pelt, the Warg Jacket. Do I have of Scouting? Oh, I do have the Scouting one for Ninja. Oh. But I was more excited for the Warg Jacket of Aiming. Is there not a jacket of aiming? Casting. Ring of aiming? Wait, did I farm it that whole time and there's no jacket? Shoes of aiming. Guys, is there no Warg jacket of aiming? Somebody let me down easy, or is it called something else? Oh my god, did I waste all my time in there? Where the fuck is it? Oh no. There is? What is it called? It might not be called Warg Jacket. It might be called something else. Because I ran it like a good jacket. Might be wrong. Someone let me down easy. It's such a good tool. I need that in my life. I'm stealing it by all means. The top from Cosmos, there is. It's jacket? Okay, let's /I search Warg jacket. Oh, it's just searching for work. Fuck, dude. I don't know if there's like a limit of how many it can give as results. Beer Beast, restarting my router. Internet refuses to internet properly. Yeah, I mean, I'm praying for you. Praying for your internets. Work jacket of aiming. Do I need to do something? I barely use the search. Do I need to do something if there's spaces? Work jacket of aiming. No, it's just searching for warg. I don't understand how iSearch works. Warg pelt is the helmet. Do I need to use like underscores? Probably put it in quotes. / iSearch warg jacket of aiming. No matches found containing warg jacket of aiming. Okay, / iSearch warg jacket. I'm confusion. I don't think it's called jacket, or it comes from somewhere else. Because item search is only bringing up. Oh, because I only have these. Is it only showing me what I have? Motherfuck. Thank you, Trance. It only shows if you have it. Got you. Motherfuck. Q-Pop, time for Cat Jam. That's the near raids, right? Are we doing near raids this week or next week? What did we decide? Next week? Let's do near raids next week. Boom, 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 boom. I think next week. Because this week we wanted to do 4 lords. I think I'm down to do Eden. Maybe. Like the last Eden. I'm scared. Oh my god. I love some humans on the internet. The hells take that canary-colored harpy. We might as well have handed the things to her on a velvet cushion. I'll go find Underfoot and help him with his digging. There's still the last treasure out there, and you can be sure the reformists won't be given up without a fight. Twitch got a whole new crop of weird. Vel, it's because it's the holidays. It's because of the holidays and all the kids are out of school right now. That's genuinely what it is. I guarantee you once like the winter break is over, it'll be back to normal and we'll have our chill humans again. Aye, you do that. Bene luck to you, love. Finally, Terra's doing something related to Nier. No, I want to do it. I want to do it for glam and just for the experience. The Nier raids are going to be like my trial run to see if I enjoy Nier's aesthetic and music and I guess story writing because it's supposed to be somewhat similar. Ah, there you are. You left before events had truly been decided, and I thought you deserved to know the score. The Ul'dan merchants has acquiesced to our request and surrendered the Silver Sorrows into our keeping. We've also apprehended the reformist's accountant and will be holding him for further questioning. Oh, Bonin and associate of the bloody executioners. You yellow jackets don't flinch from your duty, I'll give you that. And what's this I hear about you buying information, Captain? I thought you'd sooner die than associate with the elements of the underworld. I will do what I must to stay ahead in this challenge, and that Marketeer's knowledge was vital to the case. 'Tis true I might find his practices distasteful, but he is no pirate. It is in the fading era of piracy which I mean to consign to the history books, and that chapter will never be fully closed until every pirate-spawned relic, including you and your guild, becomes a thing of the past. Valiant and forthright, these are the words by which the Yellow Jackets live. It is a matter in which we protect Limsa Lominsa. I swore an oath on these graves of my sisters. No more shall the innocent suffer at the hands of these savage buccaneers, these unrepentant killers. And a grand oath it is. Me, I've got me fambles full just keeping the code intact. But the code is a kind of oath too, when you get down to it. And, since I've sworn to uphold it, I've no intention of stepping aside and letting you trample all over me coves. Me or me coves. Valora, former child. New stuff is so good. The music, though, is just real... What is that emote? Nice. In fact, you'd be better off giving in now afore matters get proper serious. Just say you're sorry, admit defeat, and we'll leave it at that, eh? Your audacity knows no bounds. I'm done wasting words. I shall reclaim the last treasure, and then I will look on victorious as your guild is dismantled brick by brick. That's the spirit, Captain. Just don't forget to keep an eye on them earrings. The city's crawling with rogues, you know. You could keep the sorrows in a bloody lockbox in the Coral Tower, but look away for a moment, and Wannabe Coves will bite them beauties right back. Is me. I'm the Cove. Come on, sir. It's back for the sisters for us. Ooh. I love that Vel has entered Shadowbringers like, oops, all level 80. Vel, how many 80s do you have now? Thank you, Trance. You're beautiful. Yes, this is what I need. Work Jacket of Aiming. I don't know how many times I've run the Grand Cosmos. It's too many now. But I really need this for my dancer. It's either this or the Pagelthan chest for my dancer. Because my dancer currently looks like this. I need to change up the gloves and the pants, but it's pretty cute. It's pretty cute for little work dancer. I don't know. It's pretty cute. I just need to change up the rest. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Maybe I go farm more Grand Cosmos later. It is pretty cute, right, chat? Also, hi, chat. Cute Lala, why thank you, why thank you. Little cutie pie. I'm still very tempted into Bun Boy. I'm still very tempted. Where's my rogue? There he is. I'm still very tempted, but for now we Lala. Chocobo Keep? I didn't talk to you? Let me come talk to you real quick. Okay, but why is the Neo-ish Guardian stuff so nice? Is it crafted or is it from a dungeon? Because I know you guys gave me a few pieces of Neo-ish Guardian. Is this Neo-ish Guardian as well? It is. It's so good. I like the stupid belts and shit that it has. So powerful. The Lala Master Race. Oh, it's crafted. That's another thing. Before I lose my road to 80, I need to get my crafters up. Maybe not every single one of them, but a bunch of them. Back to Limsa, right? Yeah, back to Limsa. Being a sexy bun boy, I understand the temptation. So as a bun boy main then, Joctal, I gotta ask, do you miss hats? Do you miss hats? That is the one thing that will hurt me, is the lack of hats. Rogues Guild. Fisherman. Now me considering making a possible male alt. Bun boy. Bun boy alt, Vel. 14 BGMs are quite relaxing. I like it. Oh my god, the one in Amarat is like, I love it. I love it so much. What the? They're so sneaky. I was wondering why the name was floating there and I couldn't see the character. They're stealth. Get near glams and you cannot worry about hats most of the time. Okay. Just got done playing some VR. What were you playing? I really want Beat Saber. I really want VR just for Beat Saber. Hats, a small price to pay for bunny ears. Make do with things like forehead tiaras. There's like cool masks and stuff as well that you can get. Or sunglasses, or regular glasses. Well, after all that hard work, the shrew made off with the spoils. And as far as her damn contest goes, I suppose that makes us even. It'll be the last treasure, this black sarcophagus, that decides the victor. Whatever the reformists are doing to keep it bob, you can bet your grandmum's teeth there'll be some blade work needed before this job is done. Get yourself ready for a proper scrap, sir. All of these are downgrades. Literally everything is downgrades. So I take this. Even the weapons. Market for Death. It's like a play on like Marked for Death, but it's Market. Do you get it? Do you get? It's okay. It's okay if you don't get it. It's all right. I was wondering when you'd show up, sir. But bugger me if you. Is this person's guild sound effect 6? Boom, 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 boom. That's such a good guild name, dude. I was wondering when you'd show up, sir. But bugger me if you don't look ready to mill an entire crew of swords by yourself. Danger bongos! I love it. Masks, glasses, tiaras, crowns, the bunny headgear. Yep. You make do with what you can. Playing a game called Wander. It's a time travel puzzle game. Oh, sign me up. Oh, sign me up. I don't miss the hats at all. The ears are so cute. Okay, okay. I don't mind sacrificing hats for adorable bouncy ears and cute little bunny nose. Some people don't like the bunny nose on the Viera. I actually really like it. I think it's cute. And Benny that you are. Cause we finally uncovered some hard facts about the last treasure. Won't be long now before we cloy the win in peace and put this daft challenge to bed. Alright, I've gathered the other coves for a meeting, so let's get down to it. That's the Gildurian, is the what? At long bloody last, the black sarcophagus has given up its secrets. Underfoot, you've some news for us? Aye, Jack. I think half our troubles in whittling the truth of it lay in calling this nasty thing a treasure. Terra missing the gold chain. Sweetling, are you making a... Every single time I wear a turtleneck, somebody makes the Rock joke. That one movie where the Rock is in a turtleneck. Is that what you're going for right now? Hi, Sweetling, by the way. Your bunnies used to have really heavy slouch, like humpback. Oh, the poor Hrothgars. They had the Hrothgar treatment before they had a posture check. Also, I can say going through Endwalker again with a bunny, they do have some emotions. Okay, that's reassuring. Given that I'm like 50-50. I also need a fanny pack. God damn it, Sweetling. Boo! Get new material! The black sarcophagus ain't no dimmer bauble. Dimber? Dimber? What are you speaking? It's the Mark Magitech mine, a bleeding prototype explosive.
Clapping hands.
Katie! Heart clapping hands. Katie, thank you for the 3 months of tier 1. You beautiful soul. A bleeding prototype explosive that was bitten from an Imperial transport vessel. And even though it ain't that big, maybe the size of a small cargo box, they say the blast would have enough kick to incinerate a bloody behemoth. Seems the Garleans meant to start production at their factory in Lenosia, then distribute the mines through Castrum Marinum. Lucky some plucky privateer cloyed the prototype en route then, eh? An experimental weapon. That explains why the Thalassocracy was so bleeding eager to bid at that auction, and so reluctant to share the details with us. Out of habit, I keep going to check the party finder for Dynamis. The Dynamis party finder is not the place. Go to Ether. At least now we found the what, but there's still the question of where. The Kurz delivered their bitten goods to the reformists, that much is certain. What happened to the sarcophagus after that, though? We ain't so sure. There've been no reports of huge explosions or the like, so either the executioners still have the mine, or they've peddled it to some other buyer. The reformist faction came together out of their shared hatred for the Admiral and her ways. I'm guessing they didn't cloy that bomb just to sell it. What is it, Lonnie? A letter for you, Jack. It says it's urgent. Dog time, food time. I'm gonna enjoy the show. Thanks for streaming in advance. Lurk mode activated. Joktal! Thank you so much again for the raid. I appreciate you so much. You have anyone on the platform to choose, and you chose me, and it warms my heart. Also, twice have I missed a beginner-friendly anyone welcome uwu group. Oh no! I want to do ukab and uwus. One day I'll get there. A letter? Who's it from? The old man. I found it while I was sorting through our daily deliveries. Let's see now. Come to Thalaos. I have urgent news. I've never known the old man to summon a customer. No one's seen him at his usual haunts for a while, so do you reckon this is some rum morsel he's dug up just for us? Gonna play some Arknights. I'll be watching, of course. Jad, I appreciate you. Enjoy Arknights. Aye, it could be. Sir, you and me are headed to Thalaos. Underfoot, Vakeb, you're to take another stab at pinning down the location of the sarcophagus. Wait, is there no warp in here? Oh, because it... Right. We'll just fly over. I'm exceptionally lazy. You get some new material. It's been turtlenecks and 14 for how long now? Lie. Sweetling, did you not see my bio? Did you not see my about me? I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. After we rated out on Friday, was it? I think it was Ray in the other chat because we were talking about Final Fantasy XIV, and Ray brought up a really good point. Ray said that the magic of Final Fantasy XIV is the ability to turn variety streamers into Final Fantasy streamers. And I was like, God damn if that ain't the truth. Having unlocked flying in some areas after credits was so nice. It makes doing hunting log, like fate farming, like any sort of side quests, job quests, so much easier, Islua, once you have flying. It's so good. Where's this up here? People ride. Speaking of hunting log. I can't be asked though. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm here for a quest. Oh, it's below me? Spent a while just skimming water on your mounts. I love the water skimming effect. Is there a cave here? Hello? Ah, here we go. Arknights actually released an anime. They've announced season 2. I think it's a phone game, and yet they're dude, releasing an anime for games is sneaky as fuck. It's like when Cyberpunk released their anime, and suddenly, like, I didn't really have a ton of interest in playing the Cyberpunk game because of its like not so great release. And then after watching the Cyberpunk anime, I was kind of like, maybe I will make time for Cyberpunk in the future. It's sneaky. And Nier also got an anime date. Exactly. You're wasting your time, darling. We opened that Scrag's wrinkled throat bells ago. You cross the bloody executioners and you get what's coming to you. Did you like our message? Wasn't sure you'd fall for it, but a little mystery goes a long way, eh? Aw, now don't be like that, darling. Me and me mates didn't have much choice. When the boss says, go play with the rogues, then we gotta go play with the rogues. After all, we never asked you to come ruin our game now, did we? And don't give me no long-winded speech about your precious code. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. The reformist's vision stretches far beyond what them tired old rules is good for. Once Cap'n Icy beer? Icy beer? Icy beer? It's icy beer to me now. Takes command of the executioners. He'll give us back the teeth we lost when we submitted to the Admiral's leash. We'll be the terrors of the sea once more, free to prove and plunder in new age of pirate glory. And I'll bathe in the blood to see that age come to pass. I'll kick down your shit stinking code and have all your sneaky little heads chop on my chopping block. Like hells you will. The only sentence what's being passed today is yours. Holy shit. Well, hello there, darling. Aren't you a fine looking lad? I've heard all this prattle before. Free to pillage and plunder, is it? Aye, it all sounds grand, but you don't think of the price. That shit stinking code is the only thing that what keeps you bloody coves from milling one another. Without it, without Limsa Lominsa to call home, you'd be adrift in an ocean of corns. But if you're so keen to keep company with the dead, I'll be sodden happy to oblige. You was prettier with your gob shut, but I can see I'm out of me depth here. That's just stows her weapon. Okay, we'll just let you leave, no problem. As much as I'd like to lop off your noggins, I'll have to be satisfied with dragging it to you out into the wilds. Kept you well out of the way, haven't I? Out with it then. Isn't it obvious? You stubborn scrags is looking to swipe our new toy, and my job was to stall you. The captain has the... Oh my god. The captain has the mine with him right now. Okay, captain has the mine with him right now. He's set to show the rest of the executioners what he's got the stones to sit in the leader's chair. I'm gonna have a stroke reading pirate speak. Thieves can't. I'm gonna have a stroke. Help me. Help me. Somebody. Tara, there's a game on Game Pass I think you might like. It's called Ghost Song. Give me a brief synopsis, sweetling. Doctor Pharmaceutical Company? Oh no. That sounds cool, Jet. Whenever mobile games actually have an involved story, it takes me so, like, I'm taken aback by it. Like, hello, you're a mobile game. What are you doing with your story? Exactly, Jolly. Hi, Strobe. Last time I was here from a raid, you were big crying. Hopefully doing better today. I'm doing so much better, Strobe. Welcome in, welcome in. That was, oh God, that was when Kuiper raided, right, Strobe? Right in the middle of Redacted. Right in the middle of Redacted. Holy shit. My heart, dude. Tara, there's an easy fix for reading the accent. Alcohol. I don't think I have any alcohol now. Well, I have wine. But I drank a lot the other night. End of Shadowbringers, yeah. Or 5.3. Pain. This Orathapi reminds me of white chlorination syndrome from Nier, and that's really neat. Cool. Overlaps. Okay. You have to wander the moon to figure out who you are? Huh. Ghost Song. I'll keep that in mind, sweetling. 80s sci-fi vibe? Cool, cool, cool. Ghost Song. I'll keep it in mind. What better way to do than executing the bitch what snapped the chains on our crew? Targeting the Admiral herself? You're planning to blow up the command room, ain't you? Aye. You have me permission to panic. Course, if you'd steer clear of the city, I'd be glad to keep you company, right? Here, sweet meat. Ew. I'm gonna start calling you guys sweet meat, alright? So now we just vibing? We're not gonna kill them? Think you could stop Captain Icybeer? If you sprout yourself some wings, then you might still make it. We've got this mad Mort at our mercy, but she seems to be enjoying herself. I'd better drag her back to the guild and see what other information she'll spill. I'll need you back at Limsa as well, but you've business at the foremast first. You should find Captain Milala at her post there. Forget about the sodden challenge and tell her everything we know. Unless me judgment's well off kilter, she'll know what needs to be done. What is wrong with you? This bloody executioner, dude. Off her damn rocker she is. Sweet meat is just old-timey speak for candy? Because all food was referred to as meat? Veggies were green meats, which today sounds bad. Ew, yeah it does. Yeah, it does. I actually didn't know that. Thank you for the history lesson. That's cool as hell. That's kind of like how corned beef. So like, I think corn, correct me if I'm wrong on this one. I think corn was the old word for anything that was small and granular. So like salt, I believe, was also called corn. So corned beef is just salted beef, is what it is. Because I always wonder, I'm like, why the hell is it called corned? It has nothing to do with corn. And it's because old speak used the word so like broadly. How confusing would that be? Everything being called corn. Not familiar with the corn lore. Damn. Well, take what I've told you as gospel. Don't do any research yourself. I really need to look at your VODs. Have been away watching the WoW race to World First because your boyfriend was casting it. That's so cool, Katie. That's so cool. He did so many good stuff in the meantime. Yes, I did. We did 5.3 literally last Friday. We did an 8-hour stream of it. Oh my God, it was so much fun. Oh, it's a big hunk with knobs, you would. English is a stupid language. It really is. We love an educational moment. I know. I like log into any like dumb facts you guys tell me and like log them away in my brain because I love random facts. So Terra, VOD watching week incoming. Hell yeah, Katie. Bring tissues, all right? Your boy was sobbing. Oh, so you're one of Jack's rogues. Come to steal the sorrows, have you? Well, you shan't have them. As you can see, they're safely clasped upon my very own... Huh? You're not here for the earrings? We're here to save Limsa. The Admiral, you say? And you're sure these fiends are in possession of the sarcophagus? I must deploy more sentries at once. Do not think this voids our challenge. rogue. And you can relay as much as your impudent guildmaster. I suppose you can thank him for the warning as well. So the challenge is still on, but she's like, thanks for the info though. Googled it. It's called corned beef because the size of the salt crystals used. Because that makes sense. And I think it's because Old English called anything small and granular corn, right? Do we have confirmation on that? I think I'm right. But I wouldn't hate to have confirmation. Mince pies, aka mincemeat pies, are made out of fruit. I hate that. I hate that. But it's because, as they said, everything used to be called meat. Hi, Control Delete. How you doing? Took a history class in high school. Can confirm. Thank you. Appreciate you. Would you like some sugar corn? Would you like some corn in your tea, dear? And they're talking about fucking sugar. I hate it. I hate it. English still sucks, but oh boy, was it worse. So the jackets are on the move. Bene, I've been listening to that adult pirate cackle since I got her back. Is she here? Where is she? I don't see her. Since I got her back to the sisters, she's given us not what we didn't already know. And we know more than enough. I say we rally the rogues and go after the mine before it blows up in our muns. Ooh, some boot upgrades. Very cool. Cloyan victory. So everything is corny. At least it used to be, yes. I'm cuddling with my daughter's bearded dragon. Oh, so cute. Beardies are adorable. I love beardies so much. A friend of mine has one, and I get pictures from them occasionally. It's so cute. It's so fucking cute. Jolly, thank you for gifting some to Rando, by the way. Appreciate you. If the leader of the reformists, this Captain Icybeer, is planning on milling the Admiral with a bang, well, my guess is he'll be aiming to demolish the entire command room. You know the mizzenmast, eh? A tower with what holds the drowning wench and bulwark hull. The Admiral's bridge and her command room are right at the top of it. Then you've got your district, what surrounds the mizzenmast. That's the busy, beating heart of the city. Even with the threat of an attack, you can't just steal it up in the blink of an eye and call the whole thing Bob. Try to explain the danger to the culls what live and work there, and you'd have a frightened, stampeding mob on your fambles. I don't understand your pretty words, Jack. This is too much for my brain. 6 mount drops, didn't roll above a 50, then the party disbands. Disparage. Time to do it all over again. Oh, Golsif, my heart, dude. And you know what sucks the most about that, Golsif? Is that you're going to be in a fresh group that are all going to be rolling on it all over again. My heart, dude. My heart goes out. I like your funny words, Stabby man. Exactly, Debbie. But I didn't call it a bob, Jack. Can you English? I miss the bearded dragons I used to have years ago. They loved cuddling with one of the kitties I had then. Beardies are so cute, dude. If I was gonna get any lizard, it would probably be a beardie, like 100%. Nay, lad, our only option is to have eyes snilching every approach to the tower. I'll put the wit out to as many coves as I can and spread them through the streets. Your job will be to cover the aft castle. Just wait and see, sir. We'll get this Icybeer and his little bomb too. God fucking damn it. You would. Also, Thieves Guild is best guild because we just have shirtless, knife twirling catboy. So, Thieves Guild best guild. Just saying. Just putting that out there really briefly. He's definitely a character. He's definitely a character that exists. Oh, did you, Jat? Maybe I watched it and forgot. I literally have holes in my brain. You have to forgive me. Exclamation mark memory. I've mastered the ability of standing so incredibly still that I become invisible to the eye. No, I saw you move, endgame. I saw you move just then. No, you didn't. To the aft castle! Where's my crystal? You did not. As a cat boy, I feel like we're all like that one. The only good cat boy is a shirtless cat boy. No, I like all cat boys. Bonus points of shirtless though, of course. Of course. I'm a man of taste, all right? I want that knife twirl emote so bad. Dude, they could have even given it to us as like B stance or like V pose. Give us a little knife twirl. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, what is our V pose? Is it different for Rogue than Ninja? Kind of bland, at least on Lala's. What about B stance? Ooh, hang on, we got little twirlies. Hang on, our B stance is way cooler. Okay, listen. Okay, hold up, listen. Our B stance is way cooler than our V pose. Look at that shit. Way cooler. Way cooler. That was a Doton animation? Oh my fucking god, reused animations. Oops. I went the wrong way. Super cool, yes. Sharp potato. Also, if you haven't been in Upper Limsa and you haven't seen this, I only saw this literally the other day. Because I go to the Aft Castle to go to the Maelstrom, and I never looked up here. And one day I was running around waiting for a queue to pop, and I was like, oh, it's so cute up here. Definitely G-Pose Central, if you're feeling it. By the way, this class gets super complicated. I thought the only complication was just in remembering your hand signs. Bang, bang, bang. Nina's great if you find yourself thinking, I need to press just so many more buttons. I thought that was Monk. Actually, I thought Samurai was the busiest melee. It's a really easy class, to be honest. It's only busy during the burst rotation, right? I've mainly maybe only seen like 1 or 2 Joe Cat videos, Tim. Because I used to watch all of Joe Cat's Monster Hunter videos, because I'm a Monster Hunter boy. And I forgot that the dude started playing Final Fantasy. Once after you memorize the mudras, yeah, that's the skill gap. Holiday decorations in town centers in all 3 main cities are always great. I didn't see the other ones, only the Limsa ones. Monster Hunter! I love it so much, dude. Ugh, Fog picked a grand knight. Who is, okay, my Monster Hunter fans, who is best monster and why is it Zinogre? Zinogre literally, where's my Zinogre model? I have a Zinogre model somewhere. Zinogre literally best monster. I'm not looking for other answers. It is Zinogre. The Fog picked a grand knight to roll in thick. This will make things interesting. There's like 4 videos called A Crap Guide to 14 and they're amazing. Streamers even react to them on stream. We can do that in the future. I'm down. I'm down. Zinogre guitar riff kicks in, damn right. I've only read the Monster Hunter manga. I can't answer that. Okay. Wait, so you haven't played the game but you read the manga? That's interesting. Valhazak was a really cool elder. Valhazak was so cool. But Zinogre best boy. Our presence on the streets is far too thin. Where are the reinforcements I ordered? My apologies, Captain. There just aren't any more soldiers to spare. The bulk of our forces has already been assigned to guard not only the Admiral, but a number of other high-ranking personnel as well. Unacceptable! What could Commodore Raynor be thinking? There are dangerous criminals stalking the city as we speak. Call in squads from the outposts if you must, but I want to see our security tightened and the populace properly protected. But, Captain, we can't be certain the pirates' plan hasn't changed. If we consider the possibility that they've switched to a target outside the walls, it would be folly to weaken those defenses. You've made your point, Sergeant. Return to your post. Odo Garen was such a fast fan favorite. I will admit to that. So many of my favorites, so many of my friends who were new to the game and didn't have a favorite in World took to Odogaron, as I'll call him maliciously, really quick. I can't talk. I need more coffee. Really quickly, they took to Odogaron. Lightning Squirrel was also fun, but Lightning Squirrel is just small Zinogre. Lightning Squirrel wishes that they were Zinogre. I didn't realize there was a game when I picked up the manga series. I've since tried playing one of the games, couldn't get into it, stuck to reading the manga. So Monster Hunter is incredibly fun, but going into Monster Hunter, you have to understand you're signing up for an action game, first and foremost, and a grind, second. There is story. It's never mind-blowing story. It's usually pretty whatever, but it's there for the raw combat and getting better through learning the monster's patterns and your own combos and things like that. Dodogama! How could I forget about Dodogama? Okay, listen, Dodogama, such a good little monster. Welcome back, Toon. Rathalos was your favorite for a long time. Literally king of the skies. I can't blame you for that one, Tim. They really quackly took to him. He fit the bill. Birds of a feather. Jokdal, how could you? Jokdal, how could you? Who's the round boy? Yeah, that's Dodogama. Round monster in Monster Hunter isn't bringing much. Dodogama, yeah. Dodogama shouldn't ever attack unless you hit him first. Best rock munching boy. He's so cute. Monster Hunter is a good game franchise from what I've heard about. It's just not for me. Totally. I have a friend, we were actually talking about this literally last night about Monster Hunter in general and how much I love it. And I went, knowing what kind of gamer he is, he's like much more into like strategy games and like slower RPGs. I was like, I love the game to death and I would always recommend it, but I don't think it's your kind of game. And it's not for some people. Oh, Palumu. Palumu's cute, but I do prefer Dodogama if we're comparing cuteness. Wish I'd said enough time to, when I started Monster Hunter World, didn't know that shit would take months. Yup. Yup, Vidota, yup. He's the bat that inhales air. The pink and white one, right, Tim? Paolumu can go fuck itself. Definitely a round boy, but not the specific round boy I had in mind, however. Excellent round. 10 out of 10. Hashtag Staller Hunter. Once all is lost, it is far too late to question what one should have done. What's the name of the one from Rise that was in the trial? Rathalos? You mean that had the crossover? Rathalos? Hi, Manslayer! Welcome in, you guys! Welcome in! How you doing? If I have any active mods, can I have shoutouts, please and thank you?
You're
Sable!
my superstar.
Sable! Thank you for the tier 1! What the heck, Sable? I appreciate you. Thank you for the shoutouts, Val. Love you. Mwah. Mad Slayer, what were you doing? Fork Knife! How was Fork Knife? Did you get a victory royale? Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. We're talking Monster Hunter right now. Sorry, we're on a Monster Hunter tangent while playing Final Fantasy Ninja Quests. Rogue Quest, technically speaking. Hi, Mad Slayer. If it's you guys' first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. I'm just embracing at this point. Yeah, I usually stream 4 days a week, and I love you so much. Hi, we're very, very safe, very inclusive community, very, very queer safe, very, very everyone safe. And if anyone's not cool, we kill them. No, I'm kidding. We just kick them out. They're not welcome here. But hi, you're of course welcome here. Hi. Not even one, but you had a lot of fun. That's literally all that matters. Love you. Mwah. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello? Isn't there a law against heckin' cuties being on this platform? Bree, hello? Isn't there a law about complimenting streamers? That's that you should do it more. Bree, love you. Welcome in. Okay, I love Mizutsune's design. Okay, Mizutsune though. I love Zenogre, but Mizutsune has a fucking fire design. Okay, I'll see my uncool self out the door. Ariel, we love you here. Don't you say that about yourself. Terra's already embraced the rogue way of killing. It's murder's on my brain. Murder's on my brain. I'm sorry. I'm getting stabby. I'm getting out my stabbers. It's not my fault. Anyways, where were we? Right, they're trying to bomb the city. You seem troubled, sir. Perhaps I can be of assist. Uh-oh. Run! Ooh! Oh, she fucking dead. I know I said I hated her, but I still don't want her to die. Loved Mizutsune as soon as I saw it. It's such a good design, Mizutsune. I've been dying to meet you, lass. Aye, keen to set eyes on the bold yellow belly what cost our crew a fortune in Uldan coin. You're an executioner, one of Icybear's men. You've strayed too far into the world you don't understand, lass. Your eyes is fixed on the light of justice, leaving you blind in the chasm opening at your feet. Hello? Okay, I hated her, but like, hello? At least they'll say you died with your boots on. Bro? Easy. You can't say easy. The yellow belly won't be bothering us no more, Captain. As for the mine, the lads will have it primed in front of the wench by the time you get there. I hated her, but I didn't want her to die. Is that just not the anthem of this game, though? Good. Not long now before we drag that bitch admiral, her pretty tower, and all her simpering curs down to the bottom of the sea. Then I'll raise our flag on the ruins of the mizzenmast and lead our brethren in a return to the old ways of blood and plunder. Oh my gosh, she fucking dead. Skill issue. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, she fucking dead. Miss Keisha. Miss Keisha. Save her. Should not have had that last bottle. But bottles? The wife is gonna kill me. Healer diff, obviously. Rip the homie. When this game uses the word bitch, I'm always a little shook. Me too, Jokdol. I'm like, this is a swear word. I say as I drop 4 F-bombs like 5 seconds prior. Oh my god, he's gonna trip over and break his ankle. Tim, no! You guys are horrible. Eh? What's that then? Oh, she's still breathing. Miss Keisha! Oh, she Madge. Not after the command room. They mean to bring down the entire tower. If the mizzenmast falls, the bridges will follow. Half the city will. Please, you must help me. The danger far greater than we. Bloody hell, is she alive? Oh no, 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 I did she nothing. Did she nothing. You're a real piece of shit. Please, you must send word. Someone must be told. Ishikawa! Why would you write this? Oh, okay, never mind, it's fine. Whew, whew, it's fine. Jack found her, Jack found her. It's fine. How did you? Your valiant and forthright weapon. You could hear the single pistol shot from mums away. Weren't hard to guess what had happened. If she ever leaves 14, I am following her career, not gonna lie. Same. Same. I poked the yellow jackets on my way over. A healer will be along shortly. Ben, that means we've only one last thing to do. We never been allies, but I beg of you. You must stop them. Save the city. Ishikawa loves, oh my god, you know what I'm realizing? In their trend, they love writing characters that are absolute garbage. Sorry, let me rephrase. That you don't want to like, but then come around. Like this person. In their last death, their priority has always been the city. So like, even though compelling antagonist, there, that's the word I'm looking for. So even though they were being a piece of shit to us, their intentions were good. Do you know what I mean? Their intentions were always good. I love the idea of the warrior light just speaking in game terms to fuck with people. Like warrior light defeats GG, easy, get good, kid. Oh no. Ishikawa won't be part of 16, but Soken and Yoshi P are. I'm happy with that. Me too, Jokdol. Me too. Oh, it uses she, hers. Thank you, Toon. I wasn't sure. As a garbage person, I prefer the phrase compelling antagonist. I really like that. It perfectly summarizes it. The fact you called them absolute garbage means the writers did their job. Ryu? True. Just because they're bad guy does not mean they are bad guy. people who you might not agree with, but who have believable sources of motivation. Exactly. And I think that is really one of their strengths in their writing. Ah, lass, you know you don't need to ask. Taking down mad coves and biting back what was bitten is our job. And she's gonna have a change of heart after this. Unless she fucking dies, I guess. I'm a bad guy, but that's, I mean, exactly Hand of Crystal. Ishikawa's the best. I'm so impressed, dude. You all set then? Ready, Jack. Always. We're like clapping him at take this L. Oh my god, no. Speaking of bad guys, do you still want to fix Xenos, Terra? It's funny, Tim. It's funny. You guys know me. The more I see of Xenos, the more I'm like, I can't fix this. I can't fix this. But there's still a part of me like, I can fix it. He's a 10, but he's literally a fucking psychopath. Then let's go cloy that sarcophagus and fit Icy Beer for a new coffin. Can't fix because he ain't broken. Oh, he mega broken. There's just not enough fucking flex tape in the world to save that, I don't think. Oh, man. Especially that last scene. I'm like, is this fixable? Is this really fixable? He's a 10 body, 1 brain. Yeah. Twisted fucking psychopath. Exactly. Oh, am I supposed to be making for the mizzen mast? Am I supposed to be making? Yeah, I'm supposed to be making somewhere. Or I don't know. Maybe I am supposed to be fighting with them? I don't know what's happening. Oh, Jesus, I'm taking a lot of damage. Stop. Stop, really? There's a 14 manga where Xenos is the school's king bee. I buy it. I see it. Oh, not that way. Hello? We're going that way? Okay. 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 Oh my god, Jolly. No. I would uninstall. Oh, I'm screwing up my combo, dude. All I have is 1, 2, 3, and I'm screwing it up. I would uninstall. If that was the way it was written, absolute uninstall. My toxic trait is wanting to fix Xenos. So true. So true. My toxic trait is thinking that I can fix people like Xenos. Fuck, man. Oh. By the way, you'll need to pay attention once you get there because you have less time than the duty indicates. This 13-minute, this 13-minute timer. Find and destroy the detonators. I'm glad you told me to pay attention. This is not a detonator? Ah! I don't know where to go. Sir, mill all them detonators. We'll keep these coves busy. Ah, here's one. Got it. I got it. You need to run around and find it. Toon, thank you. There's a very high chance I would have been reading chat and not even realized my objective updated. Also, do ninjas just straight up run faster than everybody else because of that trait that they have? Fleet of foot increases movement speed? Do we just straight up win every single foot race? Like no contest? They do, yes, yes. Why? That's so cool. It's a pain in the dungeons for tanks. I was often getting into rooms before tanks and then getting a little too close and accidentally pulling. So I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Thankfully my friend was tanking, so it was okay. But yeah, I definitely did not mean to. I'm just too fast for my own good. Their base movement is faster. Because Naruto run? Because I'm a rogue, I don't even Naruto run yet. Look at this. How unexciting. Detonator? Hello? Those are both dead ends, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We gonna die! Where you went up, you can go down. Thank you. Over here. There's 2 on one side. Love you guys. Oh my god, I wouldn't have never seen that in a million years. Never in a million years. Thank you, my beautiful backseaters. I would have failed this. I would have failed this for sure. Yeah, the ninja Mario group had to stow their weapons or they would wipe us in Dragon Song Ultimate from moving too fast. So wait, we only move faster while our weapons are out? Because this is very important. I will keep my weapons stowed if I know that. That's the bomb taken care of. Now get these bastards. Now these bastards get our full attention. Damn you rogues and your sweaving code. I'll have your bloody heads for this. Pretty sure? No, you have natural. Oh! Home gang. Ow. Hey, what the hell? Bro, let me go. Dude, stop. Let me go. Dude, stop. Leash play? Tank OP, truly. You can even jump a little farther as a result, making one jump at the Gold Saucer minigame of jumps that no other job can make? Ninja's OP? Ninja's absolutely OP? I feel like they would actually screw up a lot of the jumping puzzles because of their movement speed. But maybe it's not that dramatic. Maybe it's not that deep. Oh, they also take less damage while jumping. I did see that trait. Even makes me think if you can pello in jumping puzzles. You can pello in jumping puzzles. What is wrong with my tongue today? I can't talk. Jumping puzzles. You can also jump to dodge ground AoEs you might not get out of because you go a little further. Ninja's OP. Ninja's OP. Status report. The mine has been disabled. The engineers should have it safely removed. Our soldiers sustained some injuries in the battle with reformists, but none were fatal. Also, the Admiral sends her sincerest gratitude. So there was literally a threat on her fucking life and she won't come down from her office to be like, oh, thank you. Thank you very kindly. Now she's like, send my regards. Melwib. Look, there she is. That's Captain Milala, the hero of Limsa Lominsa. Hi, Oppo. Oppo you? Oppo Pew. I can't pronounce it. Hi, welcome in. She's super busy. Okay, listen. I told people speaking was a scam. No one listened. It is a scam. Your ground position updates when you start the jump to where you will land, so the AoE might not hit you. I didn't know that. So that means if you're trying to avoid an AoE and you jump, the minute you jump, your position is technically already updated to where you'll land. Just go by 1, 2, 3. That's way easier. Thank you. When you jump, you snapshot your position until you land. So if you're in the air, you can be hit if you was in the AoE when you jumped. So it's the reverse. It's the reverse. You get okay, it's the reverse. You get snapshotted until you hit the ground. Got it. Okay. Good to know. Good. Actually, very good to know. Are you recovered from your wound, Captain? We heard how you very nearly lost your life stopping that horde of pirates from blowing up the mizzenmast. Which is why Dragoons had their jumps animation reduced. Gotcha. 3 cheers for the Yellow Jackets. Our city'd be lost without you. But wait, that's not how it... Sergeant, what are the rogues? Did they survive the battle? I don't rightly know, Captain. All we found in the sarcophagus were reformists, either dead or strung from the rafters. Alive, then. 'Twould seem we are deeply in their debt. Captain? Might I have the silver sorrows from you now? We've been ordered to hand them over to the Commodore, along with the black sarcophagus. Why, of course, they're right... The earrings! I could have sworn I was still... While you were on your deathbed, we nicked them. He wouldn't have. He stole them from me while I lay dying? That cad. I knew he was not to be trusted. Keep an eye on them. Indeed, I should have known. Dude, I love that. Ah, she's dying. I guess she doesn't need the earrings. We'll just take them. Are you sure about this, Jack? We should have cloyed the sarcophagus as well. I think she's earned it, don't you? If it bothers you that much, think of it as a trade. If you ask me, they look a bit daft. Well, I didn't ask you. So, the jackets ended up... He's actually fucking wearing them. So the jackets ended up with the mine, and we got the diamond and the earrings, which means victory belongs to the Rogues Guild. Do you think Milala will leave it at that then? I get the feeling we ain't done with her yet. I'd say we're done with her challenge, but you never know when our paths will cross again. We'll just have to see what Limsa's underbelly spits up next. Aye, the city ain't ever quiet for long. Oh, if only the NPCs knew what Limsa was really like. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you, sir. If I ever need a trusty pair of stabbers by me side, I'll know who to ask. I just got the 5-minute warning. I need to finish this cutscene. I'm off as well. Bloody starving I am. Don't forget to yaffle a bite when you can, eh, sir? We'd best head back to the sisters, too, before the shrew decides she'd rather hear us cry cockles. Let me out of the cutscene. Let me out. Let me out, please. I have 5 minutes. I'm panicking. Bene work, sir. Be seeing you soon. He's a witch! He's a witch! How, like, where did he go? How did he just... Okay, you know what? Alright, fine. So it actually means you sometimes take no damage until after you land, which is a useful gimmick in some fights, delaying the damage you take. I guess you could receive a heal in that meantime, right? I should yaffle a bite myself. Yeah, you should. You should, Rando. Pro rogue skills. He's a witch. Also, I don't know if these are on right now. I haven't heard anyone press buttons. I think I may have left them off after yesterday's stream. So, you guys can have those buttons back if they were off. I don't remember. I'm curious what class you are. Right now I'm rogue. My main is... There they are. My main is red mage. My main is a red mage. Hi, Bear.
Hi, Day.
Everyone presses the buttons. I should do a stretch. Make sure my posture is good.
Bitch.
I love you too, Toon. Red Mage, I found Red Mage in the middle of, was it Heavensward? I think. And just fell madly in love. I really, really like the class. Really, really like it. Whew. Oh, you recently started the game, did ya? Oh, I should warn you, some of my streams are not going to be safe for you. I'm very, very far in the game. We're just doing some old content. Whew. There's a mechanic in A4S that nominally requires 6 people with a debuff to complete. Maybe normally 6 people with a debuff to complete. It can be cheesed with sacrifices, but sprinting in and jumping through 2 bombs with perfect timing. Oh, which a ninja can pull off. Ho there, sir. It'll be nice to finally have a bit of rest, eh? The job never ends, but even a dimber-damber like myself needs to breathe every now and again. And your venturing mates must be wondering where you've got to. That was a proper long assignment, but I'm glad you decided to see it through. You've proven to be a stalwart protector of the code, even if this ain't truly your world. When you walk back into the Lightman's, you'll have to find your own code to uphold. And when you do, you'll have the skills you learned in the shadows to help you defend it. Wow, that's more than enough prattle out of me. Your travels might take you far and wide, sir, but know you're always welcome here at the Sisters. Boots! Nominally is like, strictly speaking. Thank you. I got you guys teach me so much, and I genuinely love it. I feel like I get a little bit smarter every time I stream. What do they think for the follow, by the way? Black Mage main, oh, you must love suffering. And no job has been as satisfying for me than mastering a fight where I can move inches at a time and dodge every attack while maintaining your uptime. Red Mage was interesting. You had serious trouble if you had to deviate from the standard rotation. You mean like if a mechanic came into play and it, oh my god, like dual casting Jolt? Like dual casting Jolt, for example? Few things hurt more than dual casting Jolt. 10! Soul of the Ninja! Peasants by day, ninjas by night. I'm excited. Let's go, dude. Ah, sir, keeping your stabbers sharpened, I hope, because I've got a job to be done. But I reckon the dimmer-damber what put the executioners on the chopping block is just the one to be doing the doing? I don't know what that said. Honestly, Black Mage isn't that bad because the teleport is love. Black Mage is the class that to master, you have to realize that your hitbox is actually a hit pixel. See, I'm smooth brain and don't get bothered. That's like Vel. Like Vel's a pretty good gamer. And she really likes a challenge. So she started with Black Mage. And I told her, I'm like, honestly, if you learn Black Mage, if you're like going through learning Black Mage, you're probably gonna have a hard time really enjoying other classes because the satisfaction of a Black Mage, like mastering a rotation and a fight with Black Mage is gonna be just so much higher than like, no offense, but like a summoner. My men have cited some shifty types round Wine Portalate. Not code-breaking curs so far as I know, and that's the rub. We don't know half as much about them as I'd like. Summoner is just fun, but it's very... I don't know if I told you guys this on stream. I have to be completely honest. The reason why I ditched Summoner for Red Mage is because Summoner's rotation... Yes, I know I was only like level 60 or whatever. Summoner's rotation was just so... I didn't love it. It wasn't for me. I didn't love it. It felt like rotating through elements and then pressing that elemental ability. And that's basically it. Sometimes you death flare. Just say it, boring. I don't want to, it's so mean. But yeah, it was boring for me. It was boring for me, Summoner. I'm so sorry, Summoner mains. I know you guys love it. It was fun and flashy, but for me it was boring. I'm so sorry. I don't think it's boring, but fair enough. And that's how I know that there's a class for everybody. Because other people look at Red Mage and go, ooh, it's so clunky. Ooh, like the balancing act of elements, it's weird. Sometimes you go in for melee. And that's how I know there's a class for everybody out there. It gets fun at 90. To be fair, my Summoner is not 90. Paladin is boring. I think a lot of people would agree with you on that. Summoner used to be way more involved in much less mobility. That's what I will applaud Summoner for, is it's so mobile as a caster. You're moving like basically the whole time. Summoner went from being a complicated class back in Stormblood and Shadowbringers into a super simple class in Endwalker. Different classes work for different Warriors of Light, which is good. That means we see all jobs in the world, not just the same for Yamina. That is literally it. So despite it being boring for me, I know it's engaging and fun for other people. That's literally all that matters. You're allowed to say bad things about mechanics if you add "for me" at the end. It points out subjective opinion, which it completely is. I actually started out as a monk. It's one of your favorite jobs, but when they reworked Summoner, you leveled an alt on it, found that you truly enjoyed it. So what was the sequence of events for me again? Oh, it was Red Mage. Red Mage stole me away from Summoner. If I did not find Red Mage, I would be a Summoner main still to this day. I can guarantee you that. But Red Mage is just, for me, it's chef's kiss. Your subjective opinion is objectively wrong. Joking, I know. There's a lot of wiggle room in Summoner. You can do a lot of support stuff. It's not a very, and that is what's quite nice about it. It's not like a rigid rotation for Summoner. What I don't like is bad, Giga Chat. They claim to be simple peasants, refugees from some far-flung realm, but I don't know many peasants that skulk about in the Darkmans as much as they've been doing. Started on pre 5.4 monk before lots of changes, ended up being dancer bard. You like to be busy and zoomy, and that is dancer in a nutshell. I like dancer because it's just like playing, how do I word this? Whack-a-mole. It's like playing whack-a-mole because your bars light up like a Christmas tree and you're like, wah! How do I press them all in time? So long as you're not breaking the code, they can do as they please. But being who we are, it falls to us to look into the matter and make sure that it's all bobs. As my gut tells me this may be a 2-rogue job, I've sent Underfoot on ahead. So pull on your best beater cases, head to Wineport, and meet him there. To the Dolmens! It's gonna be the Dolmens, right? Like 100%. 100% Dolmen teachers. Current summoner rotation is very consistent. A friend described what it used to be and it sounded like a hot mess at best. Oh no, oh no. Summoner's mobility and lack of rigid rotation is what I like about it. Also, summon big scary monsters. In my opinion's defense, or like, to add some weight to my opinion, I never got to the huge summons. Because I never did content where I got to use the huge summons. And I imagine I probably would have enjoyed it a bit more had I gotten to that point. But I never did. So, know that my view is skewed. Of like, I've only ever played like level 60, 70 summoner. Love being an Omni-class Warrior of Light because I enjoy all the jobs in their own right. That said, always going to be a white mage main at heart. That's me too. Like, I'm even really enjoying this low-level rogue gameplay. Really love my monk, really love my dancer, really love my gunbreaker. There's just so many good fucking classes in the game. Sir, when Jack said he'd be sending one of the guild's canniest coves along after me, I had a feeling it might be you. Now, I'd love to tell you old Underfoot's already whittled the whole scrap on our friends, but truth is, I've turned up more questions than answers. They claim to hail from the South Sea Isles, but me little birds at Milvan's gate swear to the last man that that's some piss-poor mummery. There's no record of any such ships sailing into port. Looks like it falls to you and me to take a closer snilch, eh? I hope you brought your sharpest stabbers. There's no telling who we're... Did you hear that, lad? Either old Underfoot's gone daft, or some mort just screamed out for dear life. Something tells me our little task is about to take a turn for the interesting. Let's say we go see what's what. The huge summons are 90. Got you. Once Phoenix adds to your rotation, it's super fun. And yeah, I never got to experience that. I had just got good at Old Summoner when they changed it. No, that hurts. That hurts so bad. You just mastered the class and they're like, here you go, brand new class basically. When you get to 90 content and I'm there with you, you will see my summons. I had to shrink them. Titan's ass, too thick for my view, okay? Titan's ass, way too thick. I put all summoner pets on small. I'm sorry, summoner mains. That booty's too powerful. I get killed. I started as a monk, ended up doing the meme dragon kick rotation unironically, then switched to machinist and Heavensward, mained dancer as soon as you could unlock it. Revisited monk recently, maxed it and play it properly. I really like monk. I was warned that monk is kind of like, I think people have described it as like the ADHD class because you get to press so many buttons, but I really like it. It's fun. I drop my rotation all the time, but I just have fun with monk, genuinely. Someone once raged at me when you were on summoner, like shrink your pet. No, that's the player's job. That's client side. That's not the summoner's job. That's your job to shrink someone's pet. Wait, 6.3 is the rework? For who? Who's getting a rework in 6.3? Did I miss something in conversation? Paladin is? Ooh, maybe I level Paladin in 6.3. I do want to get all my base classes to 80 for the Amaro. My sentimental heart has to get an Amaro. It has to. I love our Amaros. I remember on Endwalker launch, several of us died in the final trial because we hadn't seen the new big summons, tried to dodge Titan as a mechanic. Oh no. That's so funny. Too distracting, says the flash bomb red mage. You know what, Toon? That is a fair point. That is a fair point. I have no counterpoint to that. Paladin was pretty fun when I tried it out in Eden. It should be even more fun. I saw a YouTube short where it's like Paladin has the most ridiculous opener, and it's like a 46 button opener if you want to be absolutely omega optimal. Honestly, the first job I maxed out while I was on the free trial was Gatherer. At 1, its level was double of my then Conjurer main job. Hey, you know what you like. You know what you like. Our Crafter Gatherer mains, we need them. We need them, dude. Botanist, not Gatherer. Well, I got what you meant. Monk used to have a lot more positionals before the 6.0 rework. Now we just have 2, right? A side and a rear. So far, Ninja only has the rear positionals, which is nice. Paladin Opener is also their rotation. You have 1 GCD to space something silly. Oh no. Rear end flank, yeah. Think it gets a flank at 52? Okay. Damn it. I would have liked to just sit on the bum. Oh well. Have mercy, I'm but a simple milkmaid with not a single gill to my name. Queer maid? I didn't even see the title. I didn't even see their title. Hello, queer maid, we love you. Our queer icon? Killing all these innocent people? Love you, bestie. Rest easy, lass. My friend and I don't mean you no harm. Though I must say, you've got me curious. What in the name of the 12 happened here? Music suddenly shifts. I just come to town to purchase some supplies. No sooner had I walked through the gates than I was suddenly accosted by 3 burly drunkards who demanded that I hand over all my possessions. To my good fortune, it seems the men had partaken a bit too heavily. When they saw the meager contents of my coin purse, they began to squabble among themselves. A fistfight ensued, and before I knew it, the 3 men were lying on the ground as you see them now. Sounds like Naimia smiled upon you today, lass. Though might I suggest you be a bit more careful on your next visit? All manner of scurvy sorts frequent these parts. You'll find not all of them are blundering lackwits like your friends here. Thank you for your concern, good sir, and rest assured that I will take your words to heart. Good day to the both of you. How very queer. How very queer this maid. She's not even the reason why, but she's a previous lass eye. Yeah. Summoner Opener, immediately pull aggro off the tank briefly. You Death Flare, you hit your Festers because your Ether Flow is up, so you want to dump your Festers. You whoopsies, you have aggro for a second. Well, sir, how did the girl's wid strike you? Mummery, I say. I says mummery. Summoner opens with Bahamut, so yeah, very attention grabbing. You too? I was thinking the very same. Squabbling amongst themselves. Just look, there's barely a scratch on any of these louts. So true, Fester. Yeah. Precious, I cannot type today, I swear. You're doing your best. You're doing your best. Jolly. I'd wager there's more to the rum doxy than she's letting on. Come, let's go on the drag and see what she might be hiding. Dancer Step feels like it can do that too if tank isn't paying attention. It does so much damage, Bear. It does so much damage. I actually, since we're out of cutscene, I actually have to run for a quick little bio break. I recommend everyone who can hear my voice, get up, move your body a tiny bit, maybe get some water, maybe a snacky. Did I miss what? Oh, she's a precious lass. I looked at the chat at the very wrong second. What did I miss? I'm sad. I missed something cute. I have to pee so badly though. Tell me when I get back. Everybody get up, go get water. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay. Channel potat power. Oh my fucking Christ almighty Jesus penis. Fuck. I'm starting the timer. All right. Guys, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. All right, here we go. I sure hope the timer's on. I blinked. I'm dead. Imagine instantly blinking. Imagine. Oh, please. Please, I need this. Please, you don't understand. It literally licked the tip. It literally licked the tip and then said no. Pepper, I got no more nut for you. You used it. You took all of it. Wow, that's really inappropriate. Excuse me, Piggy. Wait. No, not wait. I don't need the blood vials. Unless, wait. Ouch! coming. The pinchy one. The elder one. Lobstera. He has arrived with his big, meaty claw. It's 28%. Times 2 chance of dodging lizard attacks. 28% dodge. 28% in a dream. Do we gamble? Anyone feel like I'm not gonna gamble. I'm just sending in. Dodge, Valora. You have to dodge. You have to dodge. Oh my god! Holy shit! Whoa! Whoa! Handsome chin? Do you think I have a handsome chin? Is it like, ooh, ah. Wait, double chin. I have 2 of them. Double the handsome. Thank you for shout out. That's profanity out there. I'm going to eat. Ow.
Fix the game and doing it live.
How? I eat the totals. Hi guys! Observe. Yep. Hang on. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Did I win? You're like school in July. No class. Who got him? Just put it through one of the holes in your head. All right. Yeah. Oh, it got stuck.
Now I'll stand on one leg. Me too. You keep shooting, sir, and this time you kill the beast. He emerged.
If the game is boring, you can look at my pretty face. No, no, I'm kidding. Can we get in the linen room? That's godlike. That's godlike.
Jesus, stay back!
Are you fucking joking me? Oh! Oh, we are here. No! I saw butterflies. Guys, we can make a move. Guys, we can make a move. Is it too early? Do we make a move? Would you feel sufficiently like swayed by this point if you were in here and this lady was singing about Sandani? Would you be like, oh yes, kiss me, Arthur, kiss me?
Didn't love me enough, I guess. Or I wouldn't change.
Huh. Well, she was a fool then, Arthur.
Well, she put a lot of good years in on an outlaw. She definitely was a fool.
In these books,
Frey, how
it
you
seems
doing?
so simple, but in reality, I can't make head nor tail of it.
Did she just lose clothing? Wait. Oh, goodbye. Later, nerd. You fool. For whom weeps the storm? Something, tears on our skin, I think. What a good song. Hi guys, I'm back. Hello. Did you miss me? Peasants up. Peasants boy day. Ninjas boy night. Nature, thank you for hydrate. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Oh! Done committed a murder, did ya? And a right mess we've got here. You reckon these coves got on the wrong side of our lass? One thing's for sure. They're no more peasants than you and I. One look at these stabbers tells me as much. I have failed. I beg of you. Take this and return it to Master Oboro, to Lady Tsubame. Paladin, justice. Dark Knight, guys, I'm so fucking tired. Warrior, hey, want to see me? Dark Knight's relatable. Warrior, hey, want to see me jump into a huge pit of enemies and live? Gunbreaker. So I was shooting the enemy, and then the enemy was gone. I noticed I shot my own foot. Dark Knight most relatable. Me just noticing the oops all crying tag and cackling. When did I put that tag on? I think it was late Stormblood. I think late Stormblood I put that on because I was like, dude, this game, it's just gonna hurt me the whole way through. Super Bolide accidentally is so funny. Yeah. Nothing sucks more, because Gunbreaker's my only tank right now. Nothing sucks more than noticing that you're taking a shit ton of damage and you're going, okay, I'm just gonna Super Bolide because I have like a quarter health. And then you see your health go max full. Like they just used, what's the full heal? Benefiction or benefit? I don't remember what it's called. They use their full heal and then you Super Bolide and you're like, oh my fucking god. I'm so sorry. Benediction, yes. They use Benediction and your health goes full and then you Bolide and you're like, oh no. It's too late. That poor sod's dead. As for this stone, your guess is as good as mine. A lucky charm of sorts, mayhap. You've accidentally pressed it, you've had it happen to me. No, it's so much pain. It's so much pain, dude. I trolled Eorzea with it so much in trusts that he now stands in insta-death on purpose as revenge. He knows. He knows. He's done with your shit. As a white mage and gunbreaker, both of those hurt me. Any road, we'd best start moving our dew beaters before the last gets away. Her footprints lead in the direction of Upper Lenosia. Oof. I think we just picked up a ninja soul crystal off this person's fucking corpse. Did I read that right? I don't know where it is. Soiled sack. Nice. Small hempen bag entrusted you by a dying yeoman. Yo. Dark is fun. I like dark. I want to level dark because I want to do dark quests on stream. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, dum, dum, dum. God, To the Edge is so good. To the Edge is such a good fucking song. When should we watch the Soken thing? I've heard a lot about it. Him discussing writing the soundtrack, and particularly To the Edge. When should we watch that? Probably not this week. Right now? No, I'll cry. I will cry. I can't cry today, okay? Listen. Listen. I need to plan when I'm going to cry. I can maybe agree to it on Thursday. If that sounds agreeable to you guys. It might be doable. Can you not murder me? Help? There we go. Dark Knight's Living Dead being the bane of my existence, of my healer existence. How does Living Dead work exactly? You activate it, and then if you die, it activates a second half where you need to be full healed, right? Do I understand that correct? Friday, take it or leave it. You know what? Friday sounds good. Friday sounds good. Because then I got New Year's after, so I'll be happy and giddy. Because New Year's. Streamer, cry now. Dude. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Yamina. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. What does that mean? What does that mean? I can't do all the ninja quests. We're okay. We're okay. We can only do a few. Smiley face. Oh my fuck. What did I sign myself up for? She hides behind a tree, as if that could hide her from me. Ninjaka imasu. Hey, hey, let's go. Kikasu. Taisetsu na mono. He's a little bat friend? She didn't really think she could fool me with those silly rags, did she? Or did she? Perhaps she's not as clever as we believed. And a mysterious savior rushes to the damsel's defense? Such chivalry, such compassion, such folly. Little does he know that the girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. Who is this man? Oh. There's a lot happening right now, and I'm living for all of it. And right on cue, Oboro the Dim leaps onto the scene to save his dear little swallow in the most unsurprising surprise attack the realm has ever seen. Cease your ramblings, Karasu, before I rip that tongue from your bloody beak. Yow! Our hero is wounded, a stab to the heart. His childhood friends stand before him, blades drawn and hate in their eyes. Oh, the tragedy of it all. The audience sobs. Karasu. They are so extra and I love them. Karasu is Japanese for crow. I think I knew that, but forgot. My Japanese is so rusty. Most fabulous boy of them all. I literally adore them. And they've said, what, 5 words? I love how this quest has queer maid, in that she's not the gayest NPC. It's Karasu, yeah. Terra, this is the guys whose animations were prototype for Asahi. Karasu ran so that Asahi could walk, all right? Love him already. Total theater kid, I'm getting those vibes. And what's this? A couple of bit players who've forgotten to leave the stage. Did no one tell them their part in the play is long since over? Oh, we anime. Oh, and the faceless rogue shows surprising skill. Perhaps he has yet a role to play? I will say this much. Unlike a certain someone, at least you intrigue me. But other matters demand our hero's attention, and so the first act must draw to a close. Come, my pet. Wait, Karasu! Ever quick to retreat, that one. I love them so much, Zoe. The 2 gentlemen from Wineport, did you follow me here? I may have thought Perimu was female this whole time. Until that sentence right there. And now I'm thinking back, and I think I saw someone say he while talking about Perimu. Oopsies. 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 Bro, you could see his tit. Okay, listen. 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 I didn't realize. They have very cute eyes. Okay? You see, Ishikawa is also a theater kid, so Karasu, Emmett, Fandaniel act the way they do because... My god, I love... Okay, yeah. I'm following them until I die. Wherever they go. If they leave 14, I'm going with... Well, I won't leave 14, but I just mean I'm following whatever they do next. I really don't see Perimu caring either way, to be honest. Me neither. Any pronouns for sure. They, them. They, them energy. Perimu is a Lalafell and their gender is what they say it is. Damn right. White Mage, your death helps the flowers grow. Scholar, casts Broil. Want to see me do it again? Astrologian, I play Pot of Greed. Sage, I'm a healer, but true, Jolly. My god, Jolly, no! Once again, Terra misgendering all Lala and Dwarf characters. You listen here, you little shit. Potato gender expression is easy to make ambiguous if desired. Beg pardon, miss. My friend and I are here on behalf of the dutiful sisters, and you, sister, have some questions to answer. I've lived on the underbelly of society long enough to recognize when a man's more than he seems, so make this easy for us, lass. Just who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? And here's hoping for both your sakes that it doesn't involve breaking no code. So you are the rogues of whom Lady Yugiri spoke. Forgive me, we were remiss in not seeking you out sooner. Very well, you shall know all there is to know. My name is Oboro, and she is Tsubame. We hail from the village of Doma, several thousand moms across the sea. We are, but perhaps you have no word for what we are. In our own tongue, one might call us shinobi. Doma? The imperial province? The same, though it did not have to be so. Our countrymen fought with honor against the might of Garlemald, but we lacked in number. We made up for with martial prowess. It was a battle we could have won had we not been betrayed by one of our own. Our every secret, our every move known to our foe, and the tide of battle turned on the morrow. Thousands of our countrymen were slaughtered, and at day's end, Doma remained under the imperial yoke. The traitorous Kerr joined the imperial ranks as chief of their covert operations, or so they say. That is the man you just met, Karasu! What? Though I am loath to call him a man. Bro! To this day, No, why do Ishikawa? Stop making me like people that are pieces of shit. I can fix him. I can fix him. To this day, he whispers in the ears of the Garleans, making a mockery of those who once called him friend and brother, but no longer. We have come to Eorzea at our village elder's behest to see that Karasu pays for his crimes with his life. Ishikawa off the shit again, so true. Excuse me, I think you mean compelling antagonists. I do mean compelling antagonists. Come to mill a treacherous rook who blew the gab on his comrades. We sound like a right bene cove. Consider old Underfoot impressed. The Imperial Province Omega Low. This content was added 12 patches before Kugane was in game. Wow. I've only ever picked this quest up right at early A Realm Reborn. I didn't know they reference later events. Sneaky Boys is the name of Take It or Leave It. Ishikawa also likes making compellable, likable, genocidal, insane lunatics. They sure do. The interactions between Karasu and Orobo are fantastic. We've had one, and I love it. I love it to death already. Forgive me. This land and its tongue are still new to us. Nonetheless, we were able to lure Karasu here, but more than a few of our comrades gave their lives in the effort, and now this was their sacrifice for naught. Unlucky, dude. Whoop. It was a soul crystal, of course. What else was it going to be? Ah, you have my gratitude. When one of our kind falls, tradition dictates that we return their soul to the village, that it may rest with our ancestors. What? Our fallen brother's soul calls out to this man? Could it be a sign? Are we fated to fight as one? I would make you an offer. We will instruct you in our art, the art of ninjutsu. In return, you will share with us your knowledge of this land, that it might serve in our mission. But Oboro, he is not Dolmen. He is not of the village. Look around you, Tsubame. Our brothers and sisters are fallen or gravely wounded, and today's failure makes it all too clear. We cannot hope to stand against Karasu without knowing the lay of the land. Can't say I'm thrilled at the prospect of losing a dimba damba like yourself, but hells, in my younger days, I'd like being keen to try my fams at some of those techniques myself. And the more the waddles take in, the more these two strike me as Benar and Benar folks. If you're keen to lend them your daddles, I'll not be one to stand in your way. I hate the way they speak. It's so hard on my brain. If you would know more, come to the dock storehouse at Raincatcher Gully. We shall wait you there. Fucking pirate talk. It hurts my brain. It's equal level to Urianger speak. Uriangese, if you will. Who'd have figured, eh? Any road, the choice is yours, sir. In the meantime, I'm going to head back to Limsa and report to Jack before he comes and gives me a good clout in the knob. Oh no, not your knob. I think Benar and Bene is better to good. I think so. Like better and better. Urianger speak is Benar than this. The first kanji in ninja by itself is shinobi. Cool. Where are we going again? Wineport. Okay. Urianger, how dare thee? Joyous name day to thee. Joyous name day to thee. I can't remember the rest, but it was funny as fuck. Somebody gave me an Urianger's happy birthday. At the end of 2.3, you even have a meeting between Yugiri and Jackie. I mean, inconspicuous man. That's cool as fuck, dude. They set it up that long ago. That's so cool. You meet Yugiri in 2.2, I think. She fights in a cutscene before Leviathan, which is 2.3, and Rogue Ninja was added in the game at 2.4. Damn, dude. Remember, Terra, the first rule of being a ninja is do no harm. Unless you mean to do harm, then do lots of harm. Hi, Bear, by the way. Where is Endgame? Oh, there they are. I will do you harm, I will. I'll do you a couple harm. No, I won't. Love you. The art of spin jutsu. I can't wait. This language is confusing to us, and we're speaking with people who talk stupid pirate instead of words. Literally. And so we meet again. Am I to take your presence here that mean to mean that you have chosen to accept our offer? Yes. Give me ninja or give me death. Thank you. I speak not only for myself and Tsubame, but for our entire village when I say that you have our profound gratitude. What I would tell you next, I would tell you out of the earshot of strangers. Yakubu has been instructed to let only trusted villagers inside the doors behind me. When he speaks to you, Ayame, you are to answer Kaede, and need not know what the words mean, only that they will grant you entrance. Kaede, Ayame? I don't know. Ayame, Kaede. Enter. What was the other one? Oh, I should have looked what the other option was. I missed the Stormblood VODs to the Void of Time. Actually, Toon, they're on my hard drive. They're on my hard drive. I think I'm gonna start uploading them literally tomorrow. And they might come out in huge batches. Or they might come like day after day after day. I haven't decided how I want to upload them. Let me check the folder again. See how many VODs I have at the ready to be uploaded. But I've only lost... I noticed I lost one VOD to the Sands of Time. Or to the Voids of Time. And that is the 4.1? Stormblood is 4. Yeah, I lost 4.1. Which I don't remember if anything big happened in 4.1. Where's my storage? I currently have 14 VODs that are a mix of Heavensward and Stormblood. And then I have, holy shit, 12 Shadowbringers VODs to start uploading. So I've got a lot. I've got a lot to upload. 4.1 was Alfie and Arenvald. Yes. Oh, Arenvald, my husband. It's sad that I lost it, but I can't undo it. I was staying on top of the downloads and I think I like got lazy, thought I had a lot of them, and then I missed that one and I was like, fuck. Gone forever. Welcome, sir. You stand within the provisional base of operations my people have established in your land of Eorzea. It may not look like much, either without or within, but that is precisely the point. We find it an ideal vantage point from which to observe the comings and goings of Karasu and his men without attracting undue attention to ourselves. My fallen brother saw you as a worthy inheritor to his soul. To honor his memory, I entrust it to you, but soul alone will not make you a shinobi. No, this will require training of the body and mind. Our art, the art of ninjutsu, originated with our... It means return, I think, like to kaeru is as the root verb. I was just thinking about that with kaede. I could see that. The big thing that happened in 4.1 was Roban being dismissed from service. Oh. First time the game made me cry. Oh. I mean, I can't get it back. There's no way to retrieve it. That sucks. Kaido is also frog. I need to brush up on my Japanese, dude. I'm so rusty. That's how it usually happens. One single moment of inattention. Fuck, it sucks. It sucks, dude. It sucks. Our art, the art of ninjutsu, originated with our ancestors many years ago. Since then, it has been passed down with each generation, mother to daughter, father to son. We draw power from the world around us, the heaven, the earth, and the hearts of man. Channel this power into physical form. I'm told that this is similar to your concept of aether, was it? I must confess that Eorzean words and ways remain unfamiliar to me. How does one channel this power, you ask? Through the use of mudra, hand gestures that call forth each of the 3 forms of energy of which I spoke. The first mudra I will teach you will call power from the heavens. In Doma, we call this Ten. You're eager to learn, yes? Attune your soul to that of my fallen brother. Then approach me once more. It is then that you begin your training. 10! Make the ritual mudra hand gesture for heaven. For 6 seconds, maximum charge is 2. Triggers the cooldown of weapon skills, mudra, and ninjutsu upon execution. Okay. Cool. Kuroro. Rivets in Japanese too. Ninja unlock. Oh, my bars are gonna be a disaster. Would you like the play guide on your bar? Oh, can't wait. Thank you, Final Fantasy. So glad I get the play guide every single time. Oh, Ian! Oh, my heart. You just finished 5.3. Ian! Can we have hugs for Ian? They definitely need them. Trance, are you kidding me? Trance, are you kidding me? Is that a thing? In addition to their deadly weapon skills, ninjas have at their disposal special battle techniques known as ninjutsu, which are readied by first making a series of ritual hand gestures known as mudra. Ninjutsu combinations: Tenchi Jin, which is Heaven Earth Man. You will learn new mudra as you progress. Once you've obtained a new ninjutsu technique, you can confirm the proper mudra order required to execute it by selecting its icon. Cool, okay. Cool. It's a thing. Oh my god. Oh my, wait, where's my Soul of the Ninja? Come here, you. And then we gear set list. We delete you. Delete set. Wait, maybe I don't delete it yet. Maybe I make a new set first. And then what was it? Slash hotbar. Not chotbar. I don't know why I typed chotbar with a C. Hotbar, copy, Rog 1, Nin 1. Oh my fucking god. And then I do the same for the second ones. So, same thing. Rog 2, Nin 2. Holy shit, my mind is exploding. Rog 3, Nin 3. How many fucking hours do I have in this game? How many At least I know that when I level my other classes. Holy shit, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. And then we can just get rid of you. Boop. Delete rogue, yes. Oh no, why is it 14? It's okay. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It just goes 12 to 14. It's okay. Because you didn't listen to us? Oh, you can overwrite it without deleting. Fuck. You can also reassign the number? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Just check my playtime, 138 days, and I didn't know that. Don't feel bad. Okay, good. We learn something new every goddamn day. It's awesome. Thank you guys. Seriously. I keep my rogue bars separate from ninja because the ninjutsu actions reorganize priority buttons. Huh. Interesting. Cool. I use hotbar copy to align my PvP hotbars, crafter hotbars, etc. Also use it for collapsible hotbars. That's so cool. Damn, I wish I knew that sooner. You can renumber it. Okay. I'll leave it cursed because if it upsets me, I know it upsets you guys as well. There is an option to renumber directly. Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave it to hurt you guys as much as it hurts me. Where's my 10? Give me my 10. 10. You go here. I need better places for these ones, but we'll deal with that later. And ninjutsu will go on F because it'll be Ten Chi Jin, right? So QER and then F for ninjutsu. I think that will be easy for my brain to remember. QERF for all my ninjutsu shenanigans. Okay, so what can I do? Fuma Shuriken? Deliver a ranged ninjutsu attack with a potency of 450. Any one of Tenchi or Jin can do this. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's get into it. Hello, human friends. Hello, human mod. Hi, Lav. I love you. Forgot I can't link channels I don't know. Nibble, I'm so sorry you got bopped. There's a tutorial to make collapsing hotbars. Are you in the Discord? I don't want to pressure you into joining the Discord. DM me on Twitch if you don't want to join the Discord. DM me on Twitch because I actually want to do that because I have this mess. I have this mess and it's hidden beneath me so you guys don't have to see it. But I would rather have this in a collapsing thing, like my mounts and my jobs in particular. I would like to put in a collapsing bar. Oh, you can use pre-job zone classes as memory for hotbar collapses. Can join and help too. Would love that. More than happy to tutor you on hotbars. Let's go. Sydney Westbird, love you. Thank you. I'll probably dive into that after stream. You can also have hotbars now only for emoting or RPing, but using old class hotbar setups like Rogue instead of Ninja. That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. So you can have all your emotes and shit on one bar. On a bar for a class that you don't even really need anymore. That's so cool, dude. My first mudra. Yes, I can sense it. Though you are not of our blood, the soul of my people is strong in you. You are one of us, a shinobi. And yet your training has only just begun. Heed my words well, sir, for the shinobi, blade and mind are one. The weak mind gives rise to a weak blade. The false mind gives rise to a false blade. But the mind that is strong and true, the blade will know no equal. Such were the teachings of my master, and his master's master before him. The shinobi must keep presence of mind at all times, or his blade may as well be one of grass. The link having example GIFs that you can see what it looks like, then you can tweak it to be to your taste. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, I'm excited for that. If you take your job crystal off, then you have your RP hotbars. That's so sick. Every time I get a class, I pre-set up all abilities, both unlocked and locked, just to prepare. Honestly, Jolly, that is a very smart approach. If you have the time to sit there and like pre-plan your bars, then you're future-proof, and you don't have to be like, oh my god, where do I fit this ability? Use your Murata's hotbar for your RP requirement, for your RP needs. You can set them up as soon as you open multi. I attack my crafter gather bar 5+ for space. Gotcha. Hi, Lord Wiz. I've also completely different hotbar layout for your normal classes versus your crafters, and they're set to a hotkey so you can swap between them as needed. God, that's so cool. Y'all smart as hell. Like min-maxing your bars. Love it. That is the lesson of the mind. Now we shall begin with the lesson of the body. You will recall that the art of the ninjutsu involves using hand gestures called mudra to summon the energies of heaven, earth, and man, ten, chi, jin, in the Doman tongue. Myriad techniques can be unleashed depending on the mudra you combine, and in the order you do so. But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. A child must learn to walk before he can run. To begin, I would see you must master your first mudra, 10, the mudra of heaven. Summon the energy of heaven and project it forth. And from your hand will fly a flaming star, or Fuma Shuriken. Outside of the storehouse, you will find a mokujin, a wooden man, of the sort traditionally used in Doma for training. Do as I have told you and strike it with a Fuma Shuriken. I will observe your technique from a distance. Okay. Baby's first mudra! I'm excited. Baby's first Naruto hand sign. Where are the mokujin? Ah, right there. So I look at it, I bang, and then I wha. Very cool. Bang, wha. Ah, I can't do it again. I have nothing else to. Oh. Yeah. Oh. You only have 6 seconds to activate it, right? Oh. Very cool. I like it. Major alt, forgot you have to attune to all ether lights. Rest in peace, Tim. Rest in peace. By the way, if you're interested in lore, you know I am. Don't forget to check in with other folks inside now, other than a robo. Okay. Let me go look. You! Welcome, friend of Oboro. What is it you would ask of me? What do you do here? I am called Yome. I hail from Doma, far, far across the seas to the east, and I am a shinobi, like my father before me. My father lost his life in battle when the Garleans invaded our land, leaving me alone in this world. When Oboro told me of his mission, I asked to join him that I, too, might have my revenge against the traitorous demon who betrayed us. I am but a genin, the least experienced of our kind, and Oboro insists that I am still too young for battle, but I believe I am ready, but I do not question his judgment, and so I assist in ways I can while devoting myself to training. Tell me about Oboro. Oboro is a true shinobi, strong in body and mind. As a teacher, he is stern but gentle. I look up to him as the elder brother I never had, as did many in my village. He was the first to step forth and accept this mission. There were many of our kind, Jonin, with the strength and wisdom of the years, who chose to stay at home in the village rather than chase the traitor to this far-flung realm. Yet Oboro insists there was not a moment's hesitation in his heart. The elders eyed him skeptically. Perhaps they felt his experience and ability did not measure up to his ambition, but I know different. When Oboro returns home, his mission complete, the elders will know what I know. That's cute, dude. My people are the descendants of ancient clan that traces its origin back to an age of war and strife. My ancestors isolated themselves in a secluded village and devoted themselves to the martial arts, that they might defend themselves and their land from the chaos around them. At first, my ancestors lived solitary lives. In time, however, their martial abilities came to be recognized by mighty warlords who enlisted their services, so that it was my ancestors who came to serve from the shadows, performing assassinations, espionage, and other such disagreeable yet indispensable duties. Hire a samurai is all my brain is saying right now. Even though I know they're shinobi, that's all I can think. Welcome to your first instance of ad time on Ninja. Let's go. Now you can use hide to get your mudra charges back. Does it happen already at this level? I should reread hide and see if it's changed. Waited for Terra to find me so long. My alliance Q raid popped in Modwin. Oh my god, Jolly. I've missed the Road 2 buff. So I picked up Ninja, or I picked up Rogue rather, with Valora, and I was like, level a tank, I'll level a Rogue, and we'll just queue up together and see what happens. We went into our first leveling dungeon. I think I was level 16 and Valora was level 15. And I went from 16 to 24, I think, in one instance. And she went 15 to like 23 in one leveling instance. And I was like, God damn. The road to 80 is insanity. In the early days, my ancestors were known by many names: the Shadow, the Grass, the Silent Ones, those who see but are not seen. In time, as our existence became widely known and accepted by the greater populace, the people came to call us by a single name: Shinobi, the Hidden. Our art, the art of ninjutsu, has been honed through the centuries, passed down from master to student. The shinobi uses ritual hand gestures called mudra to channel the energies of the world around him, heaven, earth, and man, leads to a host of lethal attacks. There are many aspects of our art that we ourselves do not fully understand. For example, when a shinobi loses his concentration and misforms a mudra, it has been known to summon forth a curious rabbit-like creature from dimensions unknown. I can see it even now, the toothy grin staring at me, mocking me. Oh, that I would never lay eyes on one of those foul creatures again. I hope to never lay eyes on them. Never. Oh, I should summon my chocobo. Where are my greens? There. Oh, that's not it. Wait, where are my greens? Oh, they're there. Hi, Kiwi. Hi, Kiwi. I haven't seen you in forever. Fucking Bunny. There's a Bunny? Bottom right? What? What? Was it in the dialogue? Strimmer blind? Tune? Oh, okay, unrelated. Bear, absolutely. Thank you for the tell. You're gonna go watch that video again, Terra? Damn right I am. It's such a good video. Keep this information that you've just gained in mind for when you reach the conclusion to the A Realm Reborn part of this quest. Okay. The road to buff is great, especially paired with other things such as level distance. Yeah, I wish I had that ring. Minfilia's ear ring that gives you a buff to like level 50 or something like that. Oh, Tune. Okay, we got there. It took us a minute. But we got there. We're good. Strimmer actually blind. I'm so, you're good. Oh, the earring is also to 80. Motherfucker. Lies down on the ground. You did your best, Tune. There's one for each pre-order. You have the Heavensward one that gives a buff to 50. Got you. Summon Bunny. Use your mudra a lot of times. And then Jutsu will fail. Can I summon Bunny right now, even with my one Jutsu? Mudra, sorry. Yes, that will do, sir. Clearly, we do not misjudge your potential. Perhaps you've also felt your body becoming lighter. This is but another benefit of your training. You may find yourself able to dance through the air with your blades drawn, but be mindful, a true shinobi sees no movement is wasted. You demonstrated your skills well against the wooden man, but wood does not strike back. Your next opponent will not be so docile. Prepare yourself. Buddy! Buddy! Love it. Also, hi, Lulu. Oh, what you doing? What's this? Ooh. I have 3 varieties now. And the glamour prism to go with it. I have 3 varieties to choose from now, you guys. Now we have either Moogle. I don't know which ones. Moogle. Tsukuyomi. Or the brand new Inferno. Oops. The brand new Infernos. Let's see. Okay, but okay. They're like little axes. Okay, but the Ifrit ones are really cool though. Little tiny axes held upside down. I love it. Islua, I just drank and then you hydrated me, so I'm gonna hydrate again. Use your Fuma Shuriken to dispatch them from a safe distance. Okay. Bong. Bong. I don't have enough. Menfina's earrings also work if you're over level 80, but the contents seek you down below 81. Got you. Someone needs to link Observant daggers. Is that the same as what my monk fists are, with the ice and fire circling them? Hide to recover mudras. Restore 2 charges of all mudras. Cannot be executed while cannot be executed while in combat. Wait, that's so sick. I am ranged. I am ranged class. Give me mudras. Oh, I'm still in combat. Terry, do you have the draw sheath emotes from the gold saucer? I don't. Draw is great with Moogle daggers. Say less. I think I have the MGP to buy it. Now your final challenge. I shall become your opponent. Let us see how well you have learned. I'm gonna hit you with that mug. Actually forgot hide recovers mudra. I just went down and read it and yeah. Additional effect. Must be from a trait from Ninja? Nope. It just does it. Okay? It just simply does it. Cool. Love that. Oh. Lulu? Was that you? I see. Lady Yugiri spoke true. What Oboro means to say is that he's not seen anyone master the fundamentals of ninjutsu with such swiftness. Is that not so, Oboro? I'm capable of speaking for myself, Tsubame, but it is true, sir. So it is true. Sir has exceeded even my own expectations. His blade slices through the air as a fish glides through water. But that is enough training for the day. Now it is my turn to be the student, and you the teacher. I would learn of the ways of Eorzea. You will instruct me, yes? Of course. You have my gratitude, sir. First, I would better know the terrain of Lena. Huh? Is something amusing? Oh, the bow! No, you can't make fun of his bow! My bow? I see. Who would have thought a simple gesture of courtesy would be so complicated? Like this? Is it? Forgive him. Oboro has not been quite himself since coming to these shores. It would seem that neither the food nor the climate agrees with him. And let us not forget the stink of those infernal horse birds. All the more reason for us to complete our mission swiftly and return to the more hospitable environs. Anyhow, sir, that should suffice for the day. Practice well your ninjutsu and learn. Wait, so all we taught them was a bow, and he's happy about it. You don't want to know about Lanasia? Because we taught you a bow. What is wrong with Chocos? It would seem you have some practicing to do. Baby's first mudra. We did it. Dun, 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 dun. And I think this is the last one we can access right now. Yeah. Killer combinations. Sir, why I did not even hear your footsteps as you approached. You're becoming more and more the shinobi with each day. Oboro has been awaiting your return. Please enter. Okay. Baby steps, Terra. Baby steps, yeah. 30 minutes to egg. Going to Amarang to prepare the inevitable disappointment. Egg? Egg? What is egg, Nibble? Stayed in front of you the entire time? Whoa, I didn't hear you approach. He only realized that there's even more to be aware of than he thought. Gotta start with the basics. Fair enough. My class quests are still going. Listen, Vel, I have been talking a lot. But also, the rogue quests, the cutscenes are so long. Just keep that in mind if you ever level rogue. Ah, sir, it is clear from the manner in which you carry yourself that you have been most diligent in your training. Egg is a rare fish. Oh God. Oh, good luck. But you're not entirely one to, you are not the only one who has mastered the technique imparted to you. Behold, my Eorzean bow, perfect in balance and form. Now, it is time for your next lesson. Watch carefully my hands, sir. With this mudra, the shinobi can summon the energies of the earth, chi, in our tongue. Etch its form into your mind, and I shall show you how to employ it in battle. Bong. The actual name is Cinder Surprise. Oh my god. Terra 14 streams in a nutshell. You're still going? Listen, I've been talking a lot. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Once upon a time in Doma. Chi, or Earth, marks the second mudra that you've learned. With this, you're ready to begin the next phase of your training. It is through the combination of mudra that you will find new techniques. The first technique I would impart to you is Raiton, lightning release. When heaven joins with earth, lightning will flash and thunder will roll. In other words, the form the mudra 10 followed by chi, channel that energy forward and bolts of lightning will surge from your hands to strike your foe. As this is a more formidable technique than the Fuma Shuriken you have wielded thus far, I have taken care to reinforce the Mokujin outside the storehouse. Strike it with Raiton, and I shall observe. So, heaven and then earth. Easy to remember. Hand signs so easy, what the heck? Not you, you. Bang, bang. Oh! Bang. Bing. Cool. I didn't move the ability over, so my fingers didn't know what to do. What's the potency on it? 650 potency? Okay. Okay, we take a 650 potency. Thank you. And I get 2 of them that I can kind of rapid fire? Seems good. Seems good to me. Big fish enjoyers. Cinder Surprise is up in 21 minutes, Prage. That's cool. So who's burst here then? Is it summoners or ninjas? Because I thought summoners were like the burst class. Very well. Now recall what I said during our first lesson. The technique at your disposal are created not merely by which mudra you form, but also the order in which you combine them. When earth joins with heaven, the skies will rain fire and ash. In other words, form the mudra chi followed by 10 and channel those energies forward. The searing hell's fire will engulf your foes. But be forewarned, these techniques will require considerable exertion of your spirit. After performing one, you'll observe that some time is required before your mind settles that you are able to wield another. Now demonstrate Katon for me on the Mokujin. Oh, that's cool. $350 and all enemies near. Okay, so we have an AoE and we have a 650 single target. That's cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool. Hey Tom, welcome in. Ninja, I think. They're absolutely the most bursty, I believe. K. There's a lot of burst classes now. Ninjas have more burst power. K. So ninja, but probably not by a huge margin. The thing with ninja is that trick attack buffs the whole party damage, so even if ninja damage is average, it vastly increases party burst as a whole. Because trick attack does... Oh no, not trick attack, mug. Increases increases target's damage taken by 5%. Just period. Whereas trick attack increases the damage you deal. Trick is just you, mug is party. Cool! Katon, earth to heaven, as flame rises. Raton, heaven to earth, as lightning strikes. That's a really easy way to remember it. Flame goes up to the heavens. Lightning comes down from the heavens. Cool. Hi, Jacob. Welcome in. Mug is party-wide, yeah. Used to be trick attack before the rework. Now it moved to mug. Got it. Splendid. Your grasp on fundamental mudra combinations is firm, but knowing the how of the technique is only the beginning. You must also understand when to employ it. Chunin is our word for a shinobi who has fully attained full mastery of two mudra techniques. In our tradition, when a student is deemed by his master to show such potential, he is led to a waterfall outside the village to conduct intense training. I cannot take you to Doma, of course, but my maps tell me of a place in the upper Lenasia that should suffice. Fool Falls. The name is less than auspicious, but it will have to do. Meet me there and we shall proceed. Okay. I just have them in 1, 2, 3 order. They're unlocked, and I remember my patterns for them based on that. Mine's going to be QERF. QERF. F to release the final mudra, and then like QER, just in the order that I've learned them. Lenasia, Fool Falls. Is there really no crystal for this area? Oh, right, because that's the... Camp Overlook is probably closer. Hi, Bear! Bear, that chess piece is so cute. Is that the near chess piece? Bow, 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 bow. 1 nin, 2 nin, 3 nin. God damn it, Blair. Have you already finished Eden, Terra? No, I have a very strong feeling that Eden is going to be make me cry. So we're saving Eden. We're saving Eden either for the end of the week, like Friday, or for next week. Because I'm not ready to cry again. Not yet. Not after 5.3. 5.3 destroyed me. The drive-by boop. I saw the boop. Should I just kill the bumble beetles? Seeing the little mark over their head is actually driving me insane. I'm gonna kill the beetles. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Especially if it crits. Eden has some... Oh, I know I'll love it. I know I will love Eden. I'm just scared of it. You've had a lot of emotions recently. I sure have. We're probably going to splash in some Hildy throughout the week. Just to make sure we're giggling. Make sure we're okay. Eden will only stab your heart and twist the blade. Oh! Only? That's all, Nibble? That's all? Terra Ninja gets... Oh my god. A skill at 76 that does 1 point... Is that one of the mudras? Or jutsus? Goka Mekyaku. Oh, wait. Hyosho Ranryu. Wow. Deal ice damage with a potency of 1300. Holy fuck, dude. That's insanity. Hoshi Rhino. Bold of you assume that Hildy doesn't have some tier. It better not. Oh my god, I will be upset. I will be sad, you might even say. Until today, I knew this place only as letters on a map. Gazing upon it with my own eyes, it is even more powerful. Beautiful and powerful than I could have imagined. Yes, this will serve us well. My people do not worship your deities, 12. Our gods are all around us, in the trees, in the soil, in the crashing waters before you. Close your eyes and open your heart to the sound of the rushing falls, that you might purge your mind of all worldly thoughts and distractions. The techniques you have learned will serve you well in battle, but confuse the order of your mudra, and you can easily turn victory into defeat. It is imperative that you keep a single focus of mind, so that So it is that masters have brought their students to falls like this one for training since my ancestors' time. Who is more foolish, the fool of Fool Falls, or the fool who comes here without realizing he's being followed? Please be Karasu. Yes, it is. Karasu. Now here's a curious scene. The dim one is accompanied today not by his swallow, but by a chirping horsebird chick who fancies himself a shinobi. Hildy made you tear up? Oh fuck, dude. I'm dead. I'm just dead. It's fine. The dim one is pleased. This, after our hero postponed 2 assassinations to make this little journey. Could his friends not greet him with a smile and some crumpets? Or whatever it is that Eorzeans take with their tea. The dim one ponders. How did our hero know how to find him here? Yet the answer is plain as day. The dim one is a creature of habit and tradition. Where else would he bring his prized new pupil? Tradition! Our hero spits on tired tradition. No, for he is a shinobi of a different feather, ever changing, never predictable, but always, always in style. Those who cling too closely to tradition are bound to suffer the fate of their forebears. Where are the lessons of the past so soon forgotten? Ready yourself, sir. It appears that your training today will be of a more practical sort. But of course! All you had to do was ask nicely. It would be my pleasure to be your teacher for the day. Your first lesson, little chick. Raiton's lightning will strike a single foe, while Katon's flames will raise many. Wait, he's actually teaching me. Like, we already knew this, but he's actually teaching me. Wield them wisely. Or don't. It's only your life at stake. How generous is our hero, putting aside his killings and spyings to play mother hen to a horsebird chick. You will try to keep me entertained, won't you? Wait, they're fantastic? They're unironically fantastic? The lesson begins! You will try to make this fun for me, won't you? Oh, get your ass back here. Oh my god, the NPC is so much faster at hand signs than me. I'm like, ding, ding, really slow. Ding dong. If you're going to kill me, could you be a bit quicker about it? Honestly, rude. Alas, I fear your teacher has better places to be. But worry not. My pawns will continue the lesson. Karasu, come back and fight with honor. Oh, Jesus. There's more of them. Is that it? Oh, there's more. Oh, a couple more. I like Bing Bong. Guys, I like Bing Bong. Bing Bong is fun. Rude, we're not level 40. Is that when I get my movement ability? Keep focusing your Raitons to strike him down. Oh! No! I bunnied. I bunnied. Did he? Oh, it ate my... Okay, I need to be so careful with my inputs. If I try and do them during the GCD, it's gonna hurt me because I accidentally did the fire one there. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Karasu is such a cocky little shit. I love him. Yep. He's fantastic. Truly. Well, they grew up practicing the mudra all their life. What did you expect? Well, you were off studying the mudra. No, I'm kidding. You fought well, sir. I, however, should have known not to expect the traitor's attack. I was careless and put you in danger. It will not happen again. It appears that Karasu has taken an interest in you, and I fear this complicates matters some. Let us return to the docks. There's much I would tell you. Aye, sir. Aye. To the docks. I also studied the Mujo. Were we in the same class? I think so. Who was your teacher? Mine was Karasu. They were honestly a little unhinged, but very chill overall. I can't get over the fact that they actually taught us. Are they going to be one of them compelling? Wait, how do you pronounce it? Compelling antagonists, perhaps? Boop. I see you. I see you. Oh, I can't believe. Okay, so with the GCD, you have to be so careful because if you're smashing a Mudra before the GCD is up, it's gonna eat the one that you're smashing. I tried to QE mid GCD, and then it was like E, but no Q. So I have to be cautious. Yeah, I have to be more careful. I'll learn it in time. I'm sure there's like a rhythm to it. The sound design of Tenchi Jin is so satisfying. I like it. I like the bing bong. I would tell you a story of our past, a story of the traitor and why he must die at our hands. Growing up in the same village, I have known Karasu since we were both young children. When we came of age, we began our training together under Master Gekkai. From a young age, it was clear that Karasu possessed an innate talent for our art, and that few could rival. I spared no effort in my training, yet struggled to grasp techniques that he would master effortlessly. In his own way, he possesses a mind singularly devoid of wasteful thoughts, a mind seemingly unclouded by concepts such as right or wrong, a good or evil. Despite this deep down, I always thought of him as a brother. All that changed on that fateful day when Castle Doma fell to the Garleans. Someone had betrayed our homeland, sold our secrets to the enemy. Looking upon my friends as their bodies lay broken and bleeding, I saw a figure flee into the hills. I don't think it was Karasu. I think they made an assumption and Karasu didn't correct them. Looking upon my friends as their body lay broken and bleeding, I saw a figure flee into the hills. It was Karasu. I think this is a wrong assumption here. I want to play samurai alongside your ninja so I could be all, while you were blank, I was mastering the blade. Oh. Were I younger, more naive, I would have pursued Karasu as he fled in an attempt to reason with him, but it was clear that this man, this demon, was no longer one of us, if indeed he ever had been. Even Master Gekkai did not survive the slaughter. Did Karasu bear him some grudge, or was it merely a student's ugly pride? For our master's fate was the grisliest of all, his body mangled, his once proud face shattered beyond all recognition. I once held out hope that if I crossed blades with Karasu in battle, that I might understand something of what it was that made him do these horrible deeds. Yet each encounter only raises more questions. Smarge, the fucking Smarge emote is too much for me. One thing is clear, however, Karasu could have killed us back at Fool Falls, had he seen fit, and yet chose not to. It was as if he were testing us, testing you. Needless to say, this does not change our mission. For his crimes against Doma, Karasu must pay with his life, and yet, his thorough knowledge of us and our art has put Tsubame and I at a great disadvantage. But you, sir, your thoughts, your movements are still unfamiliar to him. Yes, your presence might just serve to break his focus and afford us an opening. Yet to accomplish this, you must become stronger still. Promise me that you will not let up on your training. Yes, sir, I will not. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. That's all we can do today. Shukuchi. Move quickly to the specified location. I need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I need it. Okay. Four Lords time? Are we Four Lords? And that's definitely gonna be in Kugane. Boom, boom, boom. That's 100. If it's not in Kugane, I'm gonna scream. Guys, gonna be like, actually, Terrence in Rogger's Reach. You go to Rogger's Reach for the Four Lords. It's gonna be in. It's in fucking Rogger's Reach, isn't it? It's in the Ruby Sea. Oh my god. Okay. Four Lords is it's a Ruby Sea. At least it's not Walkers. Time for the Four Lords. I shall take my leave for now. I've not done that yet. Take care. Yamina. We'll catch you next time. Oh, wrong Ruby Sea, huh? I think this is the wrong one. It's gonna be over here. Wait, is it gonna be over here? South? Is it a blue quest? Auspicious? There it is. Okay, so from Yangja, where's closer? Actually, I can just fly there. It's not that far. Has nobody told you yet, Terra? If it's in the Ruby Sea, it's always the wrong aetheryte. No matter which one you choose. It's the villagery for Siyatsu. Hard, okay. Eh? Oh, where am I? Yeah, we're on the right path. Okay. Ooh. So Four Lords is just trials, right? This is just a trial series? I should join these on blue. Could you? Is that doable? A dungeon in 3 trials. Oh, cool. 3 trials, 2 dungeons. Sick, dude. Let's go. Hi, Ferty. Welcome in. 2 solo duty instances. Oh, okay. Good, good, good. Sometimes I look at my husband and wonder what he sees in me because I'm the messiest fucking eater and it's embarrassing. Nah, you're doing good. You're doing good out there, Lav. You're doing good. Lav, I love you. Nah, Lav, it's cute. It is. It's endearing. You would know more of my venture? Excellent. I shall be glad to tell you all I know. Though perhaps it would be easier to let our anonymous client speak for his or herself. Here, their missive. Man, Soroban? Dude, it's been a minute, Turtle Bud. How are ya? It has the 4th best solo duty in the game. I'm hyped. For the Ruby Sea and all who call her home, we seek the aid of the warrior who laid low the Lord of Revel. But first, we bid him make haste to Hell's Lid and quell the Oni that dwell in its deepest depth. Should he succeed in this test, we shall speak of the true endeavor and consummate reward. A strange proposal, aye, though it must be noted that they knew both of your deeds and of our part in them. The Red have no love of trickery, so I doubt it is a trap of theirs, and should this client have honest intentions, then for the sake of the waters, it may behoove us to engage them further. As for their test, enclosed with the missive was a magicked dagger, along with instructions as to how it may be used to open a hidden passage to the depths of Hell's Lid. I should mention that this dagger is old and exceedingly valuable, that our client was willing to entrust it to us without a guarantee of our cooperation bespeaks considerable wealth, and more importantly, considerable reward. If you're willing to undertake their trial, I shall journey to Hell's Lid and prepare to open the path. But given the financial incentive, I think it for the best if I went and fetched Mistress Tataru. Wait for us there, then. Tataru's coming along? Let's go. Top 1 and 3 are an Endwalker. Second best is the revamped Cape Westwind. God damn it, Cape Westwind. I can't believe I got tricked. I got gaslit into thinking Cape Westwind is going to be something. They sent me a graph and everything of like the attacks and the strategies, and I believed it. Why would chat ever lie to me? Why would chat ever lie? They lied to me. Prage for me, chat, for Cinder Surprise. I'm praging for you and Nibble, I'm pretty sure. Nibble also fishing. That is the true experience, yeah. Can't wait to get to Cape Westwind on your New Game Plus. Because I did it before Endwalker came out, so it was the old Cape Westwind. Fun fact, I actively got myself killed during Cape Westwind runs so I could sell the lie harder. Jolly you something else. Is someone organizing a party for 4 lords? If not, we could do the party finder thing. We could just make a party finder thing and mad scramble to get in it. Glad you got to see the meme. I lived it. I lived the meme. Do, 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 do. Now it's actually pretty cool. Damn, too bad. I'll see it one day on New Game Plus, I'm certain. His last phase has you both in a dot puddle as he tries to wear you down. That's cool. Wait, that's so cool. That's so much cooler than what it is, or what it was. What the fuck? I didn't know it was possible to even die in Old Cape Westman. Hope you haven't been waiting long, sir. My apologies for the delay. I thought it best to explain everything to Mr. Sotaru on the way. Honestly, all he had to do was say he'd found a way to make up for Alphino's obscene expenditures, and no matter how reckless or dangerous the scheme, if it balances the ledger, I'm all for it. Isn't she so cute? There's a bunch of monsters living beneath us. What kind of place is this? Well, according to ancient legend, Hell's Lid is where the hero Tenzin defeated a host of Oni. Oni were foul, evil beings that tormented the people of the Ruby Sea, and this island was home to many, until Tenzin, together with the 4 lords, drove the Oni into the sea. For his heroic deeds, Tenzin was showered with riches. He then journeyed deep into the mountains, far from the realms of men, and lived in solitude with his companions, happily ever after. And now Sir is being asked to drive the Oni away again. You misunderstand. What I told you was a fairy tale. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever seen an Oni. If anything, many assume the tale refers to ancestors of the Kojin. So what you're saying is that you've got no idea what's waiting for us down below. In that case, I'll leave this to the experts. If you need me, I'll be hiding behind the rock over here. Bye, Tataru. How did you just realize that Lady Chai does the Lala emotes? My chat told me, Bear. Whenever we saw Chai, they're like, look closely, Tara. Most people went in there at 130 when it was balanced for 50 or whatever. Oh man. It got done dirty by item level inflation, yeah. Tenzin story time! People clap. By experts, I presume she means you and your adventuring companions. I do hope you were not counting on me to join you in the fight. Nar. She's a level 5 Arcanist, I don't blame her, but a level 90 cook. Hell's Lid, now accessible. Do. Hell's Lid, are you dungeon? Are you? You are dungeon. Having found themselves in somewhat dire financial straits, the Scions of the 7th Dawn are on the lookout for profitable ventures. Fortuitously, one appears to have presented itself, an anonymous missive from an individual seeking the aid of the warrior who laid low the Lord of Revel. Before they will divulge in the details, they would put your abilities to the proof. To wit, you're to venture into the hidden depths of Hell's Lid, a volcano island once home to a host of Oni, at least according to an ancient legend. Level 90 Omnicrafter, that's Tataru. She found her calling. Too bad she wasn't also forced to do MSQ in order to unlock all her crafting levels. There are 2 dungeons in the 4 Lord series, got it. Oh, Forbidden Jelly. Oh, okay, I need to run to the washroom really quickly. The only caveat to this dungeon is Vel has to come because Vel is also currently doing the quest. Vel gets to flex the mod sword today and come with. Break time, yeah. We'll take a little break. Everybody get up, get some water, and go pee if you need to. Washroom, Kappa? Bathroom. She was forced to, just so you know. Did it as craft. Honestly, considering she came along with us, she was kind of forced to. You're right. Who got you your Q glams? You know what, you're right. You're right. Fair point, Toon. Well articulated. We have Aiki, me, Yuvel, and Endgame, and Meadow. Gotcha. Tataru beat Garuda with Weaver class. She did. I believe it. Okay, bio break. See you in a minute, guys. Who is Quailang? No, we already fought Sif B. Calamite? Shut up. Shut up, Pupper. No. If it's Calamite, we're walled. If it's Calamite, we're done. Sif again. What do you mean? We just Sif. Only 20 minutes of digging? I mean, hang on. I wanna pet that. I wanna pet that. Let me pet that. There we go. He looks so happy. He's looking up at my hand. Wait. the fucking. Help me. A knockout. No, it was me that was the knockout. No. No pressure. I know we put a lot of pressure on phone the last time. When I Hey Geralt, what you doing? Oh, you know, just hanging out.
Are you sure about that?
No. He brings murder to this. No. I just don't want to get jump scared. It's gonna be loud and scare me, dude. Oh wait, they're not breaking through here? What? Okay, it's not the same.
Shit!
Hello, Lurker. How's your poop going? Are you having an enjoyable poop? Is it correct consistency? Buddy? Can you see his little tiny head poking up? Oh, I died. Hi. He's being such a cute boy right now. Hi. Hello. I have to move closer to my computer, sir. What came out of your mouth, sir? Jesus. Oh, it's so gross. No, there's faces in there. Hey, it's the thing from Amnesia. Ew. Who would? I'm wearing this. All right, this is my aesthetic now. Now there's nothing. Ground floor is safe. Like nothing bad can happen. Fucking son of a fucking.
To play Kokoro 5 ever.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go punch Spez.
Forever, which means we need to play for a long time.
Hello? Hello, I'm back? I feel like having a heartbeat monitor on stream is hilarious for some games. Namely horror games, Jocktail. I've actually thought about wearing it on for how do I words? How do I English? For Final Fantasy a couple times because of how stressful things are. Heartbeat monitor for Endwalker though? Maybe. Honestly, maybe. Because you guys would see so truly how I'm feeling at any given moment. How your heart went sad. I'm genuinely curious. I already have a glass face, but then if you see my heart as well, you'll know exactly what I'm going through. Imagine a heartbeat monitor when redacted happens. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it for Endwalker. Boop, 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 boop. You get party invite. We need tank and heal. Who among you will tank and or heal? I mean, I could maybe tank or heal. I have Gunbreaker as Sag. Ah! Bear fucking died. Bear, no. Hey, I see a tank and heal. Come here, you guys. Boo. Boo. Bear, no. Somebody save Bear. Oh, I guess I could have saved Bear. I'm a res mage. It's dangerous to be a blue mage these days. I love seeing the dead blue mages like in Limsa and shit. You guys rolled for spots? Look at you guys. They both rolled 900. You rolled 14. Fuck. Look at you guys rolling off. Oh yeah, I see it in chat now. Oh no. Oh, Valora's got their priorities. They got their blue mage, they got their kamikaze. Terra's dramatic acid flatline? I so would. I so would. You missed Terra. Do you already know who the four lords are? No. No, Izaki. Head empty, no thoughts. No thoughts, absolutely head empty. I'm sorry that I am the way that I am. It's East Asian myth, is it? Head empty. Bitch, my resting heart rate is 110 without meds. I think my resting was what, 87-ish? That's my but it's just a spoiler. I love that. It's perfect. Every single time that I theorize, all I want to see in chat is smiley faces. Because to me, it's neither confirming nor denying. That's not true for all streamers, keep in mind. I have definitely been in streams, like especially Final Fantasy streamers, who said they hate when people drop smiley faces when they're theorizing. So some people hate it, for me it's neutral. Some people take it as confirmation. You will get no smiley faces from me. Catherine, I'm just trying to make you happy, even if I have to force it. You guys ready? Let's do it. From monochrome melodies. Oh, it's gonna be in my head forever. I did nice theory smiley face. Another stream got lambasted. Lambasted? I was like, I'm new here. Don't murder me. Yeah. For me, I thought the standard in 14's community was smiley face when streamer was theorizing, but some streamers hate it, so you gotta respect them. I think it's bad to spam smiles when the question is whether or not topic is a spoiler, because like confirms it. Yeah, so for Bear, for example, they don't like. In my stream, it's fine, because to me, I don't take it as anything. For those streamers, frowny faces. I think for those streamers, better nothing. Better nothing to not ruin it, because people read subtext where there is none sometimes, and then it can ruin it for them. This is so cool, by the way. This is sick. Silence? How do? Yeah, I don't know. A spear through the chest better suits a spoiler too? No. This is so sick. Also lava crabs, very cute. Better does nothing and lurk, exactly as Lua, exactly. Also, particularly in my channel, in our Discord, we have a spoiler channel that I do not look in at all. I will not look at that until I'm completely done with MSQ. And if you really want to comment on something that I've said or theorized, boom, that's the place to do it. Spoiler channel is genius. Yeah, I just have the channel muted and they can go to town. Wow, this is so cool. I don't know if we're killing one first or what's happening, but this is so cool. Also, if I'm kind of bad at DPS right now, I got a new keyboard for Crimbus. Thank you, Spes, for gifting me a keyboard. And I'm not fully used to the button placements just yet. So I'm sometimes pressing the wrong keys. I'm learning. I am learning. This is so cool? What do you mean? The lava is literally parting as we go. Dude, this is sick. Why this lava lion kind of cheeked up though? Am I the only one seeing lava, like lava lion cheek? I don't like this viewpoint. I need help. You said the same thing. Absolutely cheeked up lion right here. I need help. Lava cake. Hello, Teostra. Teostra stream a fucking bop, and I will not apologize. Part the Red Sea. Oh. Oh. Oh? What in the goblin? Is a Oni. Otakemaru. God damn it, Catherine. Endgame said in party chat, I can't heal. I'm too distracted by the lion fatty. No one blames you for that. You're doing the best you can. Oh, as if. I'm collecting Vuln stacks. Don't come for me. I'm a collector of these shiny red things. Jocto, that's so funny. He's puking. Delicious Vuln stacks. I love them. It brings me joy to see that Valora also has 3. We're both sprouts collecting our stacks, okay? Don't come for us. Using Verholy as your finisher? Ew, what are you, a white mage? I actually try to line up my mana so that when I go into melee, I have to use Verholy because I love it. I love Verholy's animation so much. Those are kind of cool. Boots? Do they die? Oh, they don't die. You could do like a... Nah, I guess it's not gold enough to be Ornstein. Let's greet him anyways. Verholy better than Verflare. Thank you, Tim. Full agreement here. Full agreement. Collecting stacks is honest work. Hi, Froggo. Welcome in. And I don't know when Argon snuck in here, but Argon, I love you. I don't know when you got here. Might have been a while ago. Uptime stickers. Dude, there was a shirt that I saw, I think it was on Etsy, and it had like, I think it was like 16 Vuln stacks or something crazy. And it all it was the stack with the number, and then it was just I'm fine underneath, and I kind of wanted to buy it. Absolutely Verholy over Verflare. Giant light circle disc over bubbles any day. Mm-hmm. The thing that Scorch has over both of them is the sound effect. That is, oh God, I love Scorch. You saw that too? It's so good. I want it. Scorch is 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 sound design. Nothing else matters. It's just, oh, coom, like literally. Tara, I swear to God, you are my Ardbert. We are 2 of soul. We are 2 of soul, sir. In the near raids, Dark can easily get 16 Vuln stacks without a properly timed Walking Dead. Are you serious? I didn't even know they could go that high. I kind of like the brassy. These are kind of nice. I want to see the full set. I am thou, thou art I. I have a meme joke that's related to Shadowbringers. That scene. Where do you put that? Put that in. Put it in screenies, screenshots and videos, and spoiler it, please, with the context. Spoiler with context, because we do have sprouts in the community, so I try not to talk too much heavy spoilers regularly. Wait, you have the glowy butterfly weapon? I have 2 words for you on how I have the glowy butterfly weapon. Streamer, privilege. I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding. I was talking about how much I love the weapon, and then somebody literally drive-by gifted me the weapon. They drive by gifted. They opened a trade. I had never seen the character before. They put the weapon in, they accepted trade. And I was like, and I hesitated and I was like, I can't take this. And then chat was like, Terra, just fucking take it. I was like, okay, fine. I was like, I can't have this. Oh, that's what those lines were. Ouch. Oh, Jesus. Turns out the lines meant something. Ah, proximity. It was Rando. Rando, you sweet soul. You sweet little bean. That's going for like 500,000 on my data center? Yeah. It's not a cheap thing. Which is why I was so like, I can't take this. I can't take this. Some random just drive-by tried giving you 5k gil, but you felt so bad. You canceled, went back to trade, gave some potions. That was like one time I was playing No Man's Sky, and when you're in like this like group area, people can just put things in your inventory. I don't know why, but they can. They can just put items in your inventory, and they put things that sold for millions. And I was like, this is cheating. I can't have this. This is cheating. But apparently it's just a thing that players do, and it's like a very generous thing, so that you can get like a lot of money to start out with and like buy things that you need early on. But I was like, I can't take this. No Man's Sky has reverse pickpocketing. Literally. Quite literally. That's the perfect example. I was playing old school RuneScape, and some guy ran up, gave you a full set of obsidian armor and shield, and like 2 million gold! Holy fuck. Perks of being a girl, buying, wait, hang on, Becky. Are you sure they didn't run up and give it to you? Or did you agree to, were you responding to a buying GF ad by any chance? Were you selling yourself, Becky? This is a judgment-free zone, I promise you. Oh! 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 We wiped. Whoopsies! You can do it, Vel! Use bloodletting, or bloodwetting, what is it called? Oh, I don't have it on this class. You can do it! Bloodbath! Oh! Well, Vel almost did it. Did this random exchange occur in Balmung Quicksense? It was old school RuneScape, Choctaw. Can confirm they will rando gift girl characters without even speaking. It's bizarre, not gonna lie. It's kind of weird, champ. It's kind of weird, champ. I mean, you love to get it for free, but kind of weird, champ. Those are kind of cool pants. Again, not dyeable though. Hurts my soul. The hair, it's vibrant. Hi, Random. Random, I love you. You're vibrant. Terra's so weak, oh my god. Only died with like 1 or 2 infalt sagas. Collect at least 15 before you speak with me again. I am a Vuln collector. I will take you up on that. Healers are just? Blood Wedding is the warrior one. Got it. That's why I got confused. Bloodbath for melee characters, Blood Wedding for warriors. Ew, what in the? Ew. I like that they're glowy. I don't like their faces. I'm sorry, they probably never asked to be that way. Where were the eels? Where were the eels? Start stockpiling cobalt and ingots and furniture, because with new wards, there'll be a shortage of furniture. Oh my god. I need to decorate my house like now. I need to, oh god. Oh my god, I need to decorate the inside of my house now. Now that Vel's on the server, Vel is a tenant. Vel, we're decorating, okay? We're decorating very soon. Because oh my god, prices are gonna skyrocket. So many more people are gonna get houses and everything's gonna go up. Turtle! Hello, Turtle friend. Do I have a gatherer level to 80? I think it's 60 something right now. 66. I need to work on them. I've been slacking. I've been really slacking. Holidays ate up my time, dude. It's cringe. I just want to play Final Fantasy. Seeing friends. Final Fantasy. Ding, ding, ding. Storm of blood! Oh my god! I don't understand what just happened there. Come, blessed waters! Oh, there's arrows! There's fucking arrows! I think I get it now. Stormblood music is so underrated. I have been very vocal about how much I love the Stormblood battle theme. I think it was the start of really fire music in this game. Oh my god, Terrabellum. Overcome the gate. Get there. Storm of blood, born from blood. I am fucking dead. I was safe over there. I thought I wasn't. Whoopsies. Blue gets this spell? The shield thing? Wait, I got rescued into the AoE the previous time? Did I actually? You got rescued into damage? Ah! I didn't even see that in chat. You son of a... Turtle! Turtle! It's a key tank blue spell. So it's even better that I'm doing this because I want to start doing blue mage content sooner rather than later. Blue mage looks so fun. I love how you were so busy trying to see the waves, you didn't even realize I rescued you into it. Where are you? Come here, you. I'm gonna smack your kneecaps. You smack your, I smack you. I genuinely did not even notice. Hey, Rogue Ninja. That's a cool ass shield, by the way. Oh, Tortle! I didn't even realize that Tortle was still here. Time to put a straw in his nose, Catherine. No, Catherine, you can't. Oh my god. Okay, wait, is there anything over here? What is all this? Nothing. It's nothing. It was nothing. All right. Oh, we go. Woo. Chelonian Gate. Reduced damage by 20%. You can't move or cast spells, or the buff is cancelled. If you take damage equal to 30% of your max HP, it turns into a 100 potency water spell. That is so cool. God, I want to do blue content. I want to do blue content so bad. You don't even know. Tortle, help him. Perhaps we should turn him right side up? Yes, we should. Flip him. Huh? Why you? Did they just assemble all of the cutest minions into one quest? Oh ho ho, a marvelous performance, truly marvelous. But then you did best the Lord of Revel. Congratulations, this is the Ubu Trials. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god, Lab, thank you for gifting Catherine. That's so cute. By the kami, a talking turtle. I don't even know where to begin with that one. Toon, thank you for the stretch. Oh my god. This Soroban, that was something else. Why did my chest just crack? Oh god, are my bones okay? Why did my chest crack in the middle of that? I trust you will forgive me for my deception. 'Tis something of a far eastern tradition, the testing of strength and so forth. I'm giving it like the cutesiest little voice. I'm sorry. This is just what I'm doing it. A bit rote, perhaps, but anyway, welcome to the Racing Temple. I am Gembu, guardian of this sacred place and leader of our little collective. Gembu? The self-same Gembu of the Tale of Tenzin? One of the four lords? Do you like your skin? Pull it up. No, I like it. It's good on me. My skin is good on my body. Guido, Fat Cat, Bomboko, Kitsune Fox, Mameshiba, Witret, the cutest of them all. That is my favorite exchange. A talking turtle! I like that they have Genbu, Seiryu, Suzaku, and Byakko. Wait, Vel knows their lore? Fun fact, there's a joint in your sternum that cracks if you slouch too much. Did I just get reported? Did I just get... Choctol, don't report my posture, please. My posture's perfect, I promise you. This is my favorite lord. I don't care who the others are. Under normal circumstances, I would assume you named for the legendary being, but clearly this is anything but normal. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would meet a talking turtle. The side-eyeing is taking me out, dude. Oh, but every one of us here can speak your tongue. Is it truly so surprising? After all, we each have lived more than 1,000 lives. I knew turtles were long-lived, but I had no idea that was even possible. In this wondrous land of ours, it is said that a beast which lives 1,000 years attains a measure of divinity. This temple is a place where such auspices may gather. But take not my word for it. Speak with my comrades and learn of their tales. We will talk of their endeavor after. Fat Cat first! Fat Cat first! Or Red Panda. I don't know. I love all of them. We may as well do what he says. Besides, who knows what valuable secrets some 1,000-year-old animals may know. You first learned of Four Lords because of Yu Yu Hakusho. It's a very common Japanese reference. I'm just dumb. Just dumb. Everyone please judge Soroban for the complete lack of self-awareness. Yes, I condone it. I do. Haven't seen you around before. You new? Sure am. Just went through the change. Pretty rare for a rat to live long enough. Rat! Rat! I am an otter, good sir! Rude ass little bomboko. That was cute. Inugami is my name. Men speak it in hushed tones. Mistakenly believed me to be a vengeful spirit that murders indiscriminately. There was a time when I killed men by the hundreds, but that was in retribution for the countless creatures they themselves mercilessly slaughtered. It was most deliberate. Holy fuck. How much more of the old tales are true? Love that you appreciate the optional dialogue. I am here for every bit of lore that I can soak up, dude. Live for this shit. Mass murderer puppy, yeah. Hi G, welcome in. And Coco, welcome in as well. Some don't know there's actually 5 lords. Imagine. Speak! Give me lore. Give me lore. Give me lore. Oh, I can actually talk to them. I am new. If you ever need someone to call lightning down upon your foes and whatnot, I am your auspice. Of course, some fairy tales would have you believe I'm something altogether different. A monkey's face, a lion's legs, snake for a tail. Ridiculous. Am I right? Not as bad as that horse with a head and body of a rabbit, to be fair. But still. The red panda could eat terror. It literally could. Did you see it stand up? It was threatening me. Don't talk to me, sir. Talk to the cat or the weasel. What does the fox have to say? That's what. Nigel, thank you for hydrate, by the way. Yeah. Of course I killed men. Hundreds, but they deserved it. Okay, that's fine. I wonder when that dialogue was written. I feel like it came after that song. That song's old as hell. Nobody look it up. I don't want to feel old. Don't tell me what year that song came out. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. I'm not going to read it. Hey, that hurt. You didn't have to give it everything you had in that fight. I only just went through the change, so it's not like I was going to slow you down that much. Well, I suppose you didn't know it was all for show, and I was probably really intimidating. Oh, right. You were asking about the collective, weren't you? Let's see. Gembu's the oldest of us. Oldest in the Far East, too, I think. One of the 4 lords. So as you can imagine, he's much more powerful than the regular old auspices like me. You probably knew that already. 1890. Oh my god. Just kidding, yeah. Oh, I read it by accident. Izagi, you snuck that in there. Judging from the way you and that woman are gopping, I'm guessing you're not from around here. Don't know how it is in your homeland, but here, if an animal manages to survive 100 years, begins to get ideas, delusions of grandeur, some small power, sure, but nothing much to speak of. Survive 10 times that, you'll become a full-fledged auspice. Speech, magics, it's quite the change, believe me, which is why we call it the change. What? Never said it was something clever. Anyway, point is, don't let our appearances fool you. I could kill you 5 times before you hit the ground. But I won't, on account of me being civil. For now. I love the fat cat. I love the fat cat. It brings me so much joy. So a normal cat. Yeah, that's pretty, yeah, correct. Bro, that is just a normal cat. You will go no further. The reason should be plain. Beyond lies the prison of Koryu. Were you to damage the wards, he would break free, and all would fall to ruin. I don't have this minion. I would like to have this minion. Look how fearsome. Look how fearsome it is. I don't know how to spell. There we go. Very fearsome little kitten. Love the background music, so chill. It really is, Debbie. That's the lion dragon thing from Okinawa. Oh, there's 2 of them. Kuda Kitsune. Well, Kitsune means fox. I don't know what Kuda means. A friend of mine, Tamamo Gozen, once called this place home. Possessed of 9 tails, her power far eclipsed my own. But one day she left to live among man. What became of her, I wonder? I don't know the lore. Sorry, couldn't tell ya. Still cute though. Mog Station. Actually from the achievement guy. Oh, sick. I want it. I'm gonna get it. I have approximate knowledge of most things. How did you almost know my name? Now that you have a greater understanding, I'm still giving it the cutesy voice, greater understanding of who we are, I shall tell you of the rather thorny predicament we now face. The divinity of we auspices manifests in myriad ways. For example, I possess clairvoyance, and with my preternatural power, have I seen a vision of the ruby sea, of Yangsha, of Hingashi, subsumed by roaring flames. This is no distant future, I fear. If we are to avert it, we must needs enlist the assistance of an exemplary warrior, one such as he who faced the Lord of the Revel and lived. What should we do? What should we do? Fear not, little one, for I have a plan. But to understand it, you must first understand the duality which lies at the heart of the auspices. The Aramitama, the primal rage, and the Nigimitama, the boundless calm. These elemental forces comprise the soul of an auspice. It is only then they are in balance, and we are truly ourselves. Alas, over the great spans of time, or when caught in the midst of tumultuous events, this balance may be disrupted, and the soul may be divided. After you're done with this guy, head to where you handed in. Look at the bird on the left. Okay. An auspice overcome by the Aramitama is a wild, feral thing, all the more dangerous for their divinity. Calamity and catastrophe invariably follow, tremors and floods which destroy men's work. Auspices can bring about these natural disasters? How frightening. Perhaps, but you must remember that there are auspices who delight in aiding the peoples of the lands. Auspices who may have even wreaked havoc in the past. Recall you the tale of Tenzen and the Four Lords. That one Soraban told us before about a samurai and the auspices who drove the Oni from this island into the sea? Just so. Yet I fear his accounting of events is not quite accurate, for it was not Oni we and Tenzen cast out from this place, but an auspice. An auspice with the power to move heaven and earth. Koryu, wholly consumed by the Aramitama, he stoked the flames in this island's heart until it very nearly erupted into a fiery maelstrom. Tenzen led us in battle against our mad brother, and together we sealed him in this temple. But as the truth of the tale fades from memory, so too do our wards weaken. Should Koryu break free, he may well finish what he began and ensure my vision of flames comes to pass. I love learning about this kind of stuff. Also, fun fact, I learned about the Four Lords 5. Originally from Digimon. Dude, it comes up frequently, doesn't it? So it's shocking to me that I don't know it, considering how many times it's come up, like in other media. This is kind of like having a King Arthur based plot in an English game. That's a good example, Toon. That is a very, very, very good example. So, long story short, you want Sir to give this Koryu what for when he wakes up? I should think not. His accomplishments notwithstanding, it would be foolish for any mortal to face Koryu without proper assistance, to wit, that of the Four Lords. Regrettably, I am not the young auspice I once was, and to make matters worse, my three compeers have nearly succumbed to the Aramitama. Got me forfend! 3 of the 4 lords have gone mad? Their Ruby Sea is doomed. Nearly succumbed, nearly. Alas, in marshalling their strength to retain control, they are unable to commit their powers to the preservation of the wards holding Koryu in his prison. I could listen to the song for hours. It's so chill. Pokemon as well has a take on the Four Lords? Damn. Now, is that pronounced Kinryu or Ginryu, Toon? Or something else entirely? Kanji's a nightmare. And now that you have a full and complete understanding of the situation, we may at last discuss your part in all this. Forgore. Rip. I would have you and your comrades face mine in battle and quell their raging Aramitama. What say you? Hi, Linny, welcome in. I don't get to kill them? I don't want to kill them. Very well, if that's the only way. Oh ho ho, you're an intriguing one, aren't you? We are grateful for your assistance. Let us brook no further delay and introduce you to another of the Four Lords. I informed Byakko of your arrival when you first entered our domain. He should be returning any moment now. Come. To the left of where I turn it in, there's a bird. Vel said. Byakko looks disgruntled. I see the bird. What? I hate man fools. Come back. You little shit. Where do you think you're going? What a stalker! Come here, you little burb! And then I guess it repeats. That's so cute, dude! I'm coming to get you. I'm going to get you. I'm gonna cut them off. Oh, monkey! Monkey. Monkey, talk to me. Monkey, please. Monkey hate me. This poor 1,000-year-old bird just trying to chill. Getting stalked by a Lala. The four lords are in 14 or 11 as well, not 14. I hate the man fools. Don't be shy. He doesn't bite. Not without cause at the very least. Dog. Oh wait, cat. I don't know why I said dog. Old friend, the day of reckoning draws nigh. The wards will fail, and Koryu will break free. Before he does, you must quell the raging Aramitama in your soul. This warrior will help. Doubt not his strength, for he has danced with Susanoo himself. A bold, audacious claim, yet if Genbu believes it true, the more I look at you, the more of him I see. A similar presence, perchance, a light. Very well, I will bow to my brother's judgment. Why aren't you cute and small? I want you to be cute and small also. Dog, shut the hell up. Love Susanoo, best primal. I like how he's just happy and jolly and he's like, what a revelry. I just spilled water on myself. Hi, Zimmy. Wonderful. Then without further wonderful. Then without further ado, I shall bid my comrade relax and surrender to the Ari.
Sloppy.
Sloppy, yeah. What? Here? Now? Won't he go on a murderous rampage? Why, yes. That's rather the point. He'll be reduced to the feral beast. And then it will be, Sir, was it? Sir's turn to do battle, and my brother will help him quell the fury within. But if all it takes to quell the Arimatama is battle, then why did you not do the same for Koryu? Why seal him away? Because it was too late. As I said, Koryu was wholly consumed by the Arimatama, naught remained of the Niimitama. All that he was forever lost to us. The effort I expend to hold back the fury, I will instead use to safeguard the calm. It is then you must act, but know that if you fail, it will only hasten my fall. My soul is in your keeping, sir. Do you understand? I understand. Then let us quit this place. Genbu may not mind the chaos, but if I am to wager my everything, I prefer to do so in the land of my birth, to look on those familiar wilds with eyes that may soon belong to another. Dog. Susanoo, Kami of the Storm, brother to Amaterasu, great mother goddess and great grandma of the first emperor to the Yamato line. I like myths! Me too. When you return to the island, look for Furry? He will guide you back here. Given the circumstances, perhaps it's best that we stay here. Would that be acceptable? Oh, Soroban, was it? Be at ease. I have a task for you and your excitable urchin. Follow me. Did that tiny talking turtle just insult me? Yeah. Speak with Byako in Yangsha. Pig! Where you going, buddy? What kind of grand adventure are you off on? Who are you going to meet? Why are you in such a hurry? Tell me of your troubles, little piggy. Tell me all the things. Oh, you going to the monkey? You gonna go see your friend? Is that why you're so happy? They wouldn't let me pass. Of course not. They didn't before, so why would they now? Did the little pig run all the way to the gate to try and get through, and then the little gate guardians wouldn't let the little pig through? That is so cute. That is so cute. That's it. I'm going to go and see the secret crystal right this second. Don't do it. Genbo's gonna put a curse on you. Ha! You can't scare me. Little Piggy is Okoto. Wait, isn't that from Princess Mononoke? Or am I confusing names? Yes. Oh, God, I love that movie. I want to see what the gate guard tells him. Go, little piggy, go! They'll let you through this time, I'm sure. Go on, little guy. Go on. You can do it. None shall pass. Just this once, please. Set one hoof inside and Genbo will curse you for 10,000 years. Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this. This poor little piggy NPC, stuck eternally in a loop of working his little ass off to go talk to his monkey friend, and then working his little ass off to come back only to get denied. Eternally. Eternally. Truly. A curse worse than death. Storm of blood, born from blood of our fallen brothers. Aw, Blur. Kitty. Dog. Guys, stop. I'm getting bullied. We are here. My earliest memories are not pleasant. From birth, I was shunned by man and beast alike, for my snow-white fur marked me a harbinger of doom. Cast out and hunted, I struggled to survive, but I endured. I grew older and wiser, and one day, I resolved to protect this place, and those that call it home, for in spite of everything, it was mine as well. In time, they came to see me as guardian instead of a demon, and yet, for all I have done to rise above the beast within, I may fall to madness and become the sum of their fears. I've bested Kami, you know. You're in good hands. I like that one. Such confidence from one so young. But as age, in and of itself, does not confer wisdom, nor does youth go hand in hand with hubris. I warn you, for centuries has my Aramitama grown and festered. Hold nothing back, for I will not. Warrior, the time has come for you and yours to make ready. May the Kami grant you strength to save my soul. Dog. Guys, I hate you. Why you like this? Why you like this? I misspoke one time. The Jade Stoa. I don't usually give cheeky answers during serious moments, but Elise was like, God, I hate politics. And I looked at Lise like, yeah, me too. And Lise was like, yeah, okay. My recommendation, Vel, take the cheeky answers. Take the cheeky answers, dude. The reactions are hilarious. The reactions are honestly fire. This is a trial, right? Or is this a dungeon? Trial. All right, who's in? Who's in? I'm kind of too lazy to put a party finder up. Just whisper me. Just whisper me and I'll invite you. I don't want to make a party finder. We need 4 slots. Whisper me in game. I'll send you an invite. I'm lazy. I also don't know how to make a private party finder. I'll figure that out for next time. Come here, you. Get in. Get your little bum in here. I'll go. I just need to log on. Okay. Hello, I'm late. How are you doing? We're just doing our second trial, or our first trial of the 4 Lords. Welcome in, Dion. We have 2 spots. First come, first serve. I'm too lazy to make a party finder. I love the warrior light as a cheeky bastard. Me too, Demi. The dialogue options are so good. I'm on Crystal. By the time it will take me to travel, it will fill. But what if everyone assumes that, Nibble? What if everyone assumes? I'm still waiting on 2 tells. You could make it. It only takes like 40 seconds to transfer. You could do it. Also, new rare fish. Oh, true. Wishing I was fishing. Vella's BRB cat. Not on today. Playing the game that's making me cry over cardboard cutout cats. Cardboard cutout cats? Is this the... Wait, didn't you mention a game earlier, Izagi? Like an indie game? The cat mobile game? Yes, you did mention it earlier. Wildermyth, I couldn't remember the name. All the tokens look like cardboard cutouts. Aww. But jolly, Nibble has to go be disappointed by rare fish. Neither of them got their Cinder surprise, Golsif nor Nibble. It's the darkest timeline, truly. Post a quick Discord pic, I would love to see. See if I can pop over. Head your bum over here, Demi. I can also fill tank or heal if we desperately need, if no one else can fill it. I just don't trust myself with my 3 Volden stacks in the dungeon. At the heart of every auspice is a duality. The Aramitama, the primal rage, and the Nigimitama, the boundless calm. Byakko of the 4 lords is on the verge of being consumed by his Aramitama, and should this come to pass, he will forever be no more than a feral beast. So it falls to you and yours to face the legendary auspice in battle, to quell the madness within and save his soul. Hurrah! Coco made it! Boop! And then we have Demi making their way over. Hell yeah. If only I could come over for EU. Time to roll a Nene alt. Dude. No, I'm kidding. The ping would probably be horrible, depending on where you're located. What is this? What is this? Party bonus? Strength, Dex, Vit, Int, Mind, plus 2%? The ping! Think of the ping! Located in Israel, literally outside the world. Yeah, you would die. Posted. Bonus pic of guy who adopted the cat. Let me see. I want to see cardboard cutout cats. Probably in stream discussion you posted? Nope. I don't know where you posted. General chat? Nope. Gaming Central. That's the one. Oh, that's such a cute, like, that's such a cute style. Give me 1 second. I keep forgetting to switch my default browser. I need to do that soon. When? I don't know. Eventually. So we get rid of this. We go like this, and then we press this button. Boop. I see what you mean by cardboard cutouts. Honestly, so cute. Very, very, very cute art style. Warbear Bray. I want cat. All I care about is cat. Very cute though. Wildermyth is a great game. It looks very cute. The art style is adorable. Ping isn't actually that bad. Are you sure? You get a minor buff for having a spread of job types. Doesn't matter outside Savage. Huh. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. Got home just in time to watch the travel. I eat my cupcake. Let's go. Are our jobs good? We got Red Mage, 1 tank. That's a healer, that's a healer. Dancer, Reaper. We need one more tank, eh? I can do it if someone else wants to heal, question mark. I'm more comfy healing. Looks like they're figuring it out. People keep swapping. We'll get it figured out. I trust you guys. 1, 2, 3, welcome back. I didn't even know we had a server command. One of my mods might have done that for me, Joctal. It's tragic as fuck. The cat is functionally immortal because it was sick. The previous owner developed a spell. Oh god. Just pure trauma. Just pure trauma. You're playing right now and the ping is surprisingly good. That's shocking. I made the Kukuro command goal, so that one was me. How we looking now? I think I have to refresh the party list. Tank. Tank. Healer. Healer. Deeps. Okay, cool. Everyone ready? We're gonna do one of these. We're gonna ignore the jobs that are presented because it's usually broken. Wait, it's working? Usually it's broken. What's a Kukuro? It's a stream game. It's like a stream engagement game that we used to play. You'll see it a lot in my BRB clips because there was a lot of funny moments from it, but we haven't played it in forever. Because there was one time where it made me fucking mad. We were doing a dungeon and we got dicked so hard by bad luck. And I was like, fuck this game. I was so furious. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Hiya. The Jade Stoa. Never done this, but why not? We'll be fine. We'll be golden. We'll be fine, I'm sure. How bad could it be? Bamboo!
It begins. Receive of me my fury, children of man, and quell it!
Okay, we shouting, sir? I get you're succumbing to rage, but can you not shout? I'm sensitive, okay. This design's gonna be sick as hell. Here it comes. Oh no! I'm not gonna say the line. You guys know. You guys know by the oh no. Oh boy. Aside from this like gross tiger arm, cut that off, rest him, hot as fuck. Wait. There, hot as fuck. What the fuck, dude? No, it's not okay, Final Fantasy. It's not okay. Stupid sexy tiger, man. Final Fantasy, knock it off. Knock it off. It's Final Fantasy. Every enemy is hot. I don't like it. It's weird and deeply confusing me.
Still yourself.
Ooh! Ouch. Sweep the leg. Why he's so leggy though? Oh, he gives steppies? I'm feeling some kind of way right now. Feeling some kind of way? We won't get into detail. We won't discuss it. Not really. Shiva was very cool. God, nipple, get out. I love you. That's horrible. Oh god. Oh, it's over. Okay. I'm in my melee combo, sir. This is disrespectful. This is homophobic, I think. I was in the middle of my melee.
Twofold is my wrath. Twice cast my vow.
Ew! Oh. Oh, is now he full hot? He got rid of the tiger? Storm of blood, born from blood of our fallen. Ow! brothers. Hup. The Roar of Thunder. This seems like a DPS race. It is. Easy. Wait, you're not dead? Hello? How are you not dead?
All creation trembles before my might.
You asked him to lose the tiger arm. Oh!
Fury given forth.
It was gross the way it snaked off, though.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
What? What? The hell? What the fuck, dude? Oh, I get it. Shit. Oh, goodbye. A friend is dead. I didn't understand what was being told to me at first, but now I get it. This is so fucking cool. Yeah, you gotta be close to him. I love how their body is just fucking doing, like, spins. They just spinning while dead. So cool, dude. No more games. Hi, E.T. Not me mashing Swiftcast. I got you, bestie.
To ashes with you.
Oh no, my soft, shitty body. Ooh. I got you, bestie. I got you.
Very well, I shall bring all to
Where
bear.
are the eels? Squish, yeah. It was really exciting. I was really excited. You're doing 4 lords, if only for this cool mechanic. Toon, that was sick. Woo!
Tempest surge.
Oh god.
Lightning seal.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Nikam. Welcome officially.
Steel yourself.
Nice. That stack marker is very unfortunate for me.
You're mine. Tempest surge.
This is definitely a BGM 100 moment. Are you kidding? During live performances of the song Amatsukaze, the vocals you hear performed by Yoshi P! Yo, that's sick! Lahi! All I can think of is Soken's Lahi. Does Yoshi actually have like a sick singing voice? Oh no, Vel! Vel got orbed! Someone got Vel. Nice. Good shit. Yoshi P wearing a tiger kimono. That's so cool. Dude, that flying mechanic, never expected that from a game like this. Tiger Dad needs a nap. Ooh, he's tired out. We'll get him round 2. There's EXs of these, right? I'm assuming. Gather round for photo. It's picture time. Oh, my body aches. Fuck your ads, Terra! Aquabellum would never play ads for us. Hi. Star, I love you. Wait, someone's out of the picture. Come in a little closer. Oh no, that's fine. That works. My angle just needs to be more generous. Hi! Very cute. Very cute. Very cute. The Dragoon Glam, I love it. I love it. It's 10 out of 10. In my opinion, the theme of Suzaku, the Second Lord, is contender for best song in Stormblood. Don't get me hyped, Nibble. Don't get me hyped here. I'm the lovely Star, I love you. I hope your day's been awesome.
You're my
It's Lua. With the primer. Lua, thank you. Thank you for the primer in 7 whole months. I cannot believe. I cannot believe, dude. Ah, Coco's and G-Foes, giving us a proper photo. Whew, that was really fun. That was really fun. Okay, Tiger Dad, we fixed you. I no longer fear for my soul. My thanks to you. Tiger Dad's all better. We save him. I love when I get paired with a good shield healer. I get to throw rocks 99% of the time. What does that mean? Oh, Dahlia's the white mage. Hang on, I have one of those. Somebody gave me that. Ha! Do you know what one of the best things about being Lala is? Once the champagne's done, I'll show you guys. It's the fact that we fucking fall over like that when we have the confetti. It's so good. Suzaku's theme slaps hard. We're getting there. That's our next one. Need to level up? Yes, you do. 1, 2, 3. There are amazing fights waiting for you in this game. I will caution you about spoilers if you're concerned about story spoilers. Although we're not doing like much like story right now. But damn, there's there's so much exciting shit in this game. So I can ride him now. Also, can we use him as a mount too? Toot! Horny jail. Straight to horny jail. But yes, you may. What? You are indeed the warrior, they say. Not unlike him in many respects. Mind if I heal for the next one so I can save it? Who asked that? Who asked that? Who asked? Somebody's gonna rescue me to death. There's a 50% rate eventually. That is in Eureka? 'Twas in another era that we first met, him and I. Long, long before the kingdom of Doma. Who? 56% raid, to be precise. I told you before of my past, of how I was shunned by man and beast alike for the snow-white fur that marked me as harbinger of doom. Bereft of family and friendship, of home, I wandered the mountains in search of a place to call my own. There, I would accept my fate and await the inevitable. Wait, this border is cute as hell. Grandpa Tiger story time! So cute. Bozia and Eureka both have armies on PvE content. I didn't know that Bozia had one as well. I haven't even stepped foot in Bozia yet. I did what was required to unlock it, right? Or do I have to finish Eden? Maybe I have to finish Eden. But death did not come, for I was unlike my brothers in more respects than my fur. With every century I grew stronger and stranger, monstrous. In turn, what few creatures dared traverse my domain withdrew further and further. Bozia's from Doma, I think, from the Enclave? Are you sure? I thought Eureka was in Kugane. Oh, it was the Evil East raids to get Bozia. Thank you, Izagi. My brain full of holes. Midway through the raid, an 8-man team outside has to contribute. Got you. Cool, cool, cool. Never had I been so alone. And then one day, I awoke to find a man standing before me. Bewildered, I rose and bared my fangs as I roared in rage. Begone, or I shall rend you asunder and feast on your flesh. What fool has the temerity to approach me thus? But the man did not flee. Rather, he stood his ground and said, This fool is named Tenzin. Ever since he was a child, he spoke the language of beasts. Then you know full well what you stand to lose. Return to your people or die. But Tenzin threw back his head and laughed. They would kill me if I dared, but for fear of my talents I was banished. A harbinger of doom, they called me. You get on the boat for Bozia at Enclave. That's what you're thinking. Oh, I see. The airship to Gongos Bozia goes from the Doman Enclave. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, Nibble. Gotcha. In that instant, all my anger drained away. Tenzin's words had struck at the heart of me. He was a fellow outcast, cursed by his kin for his very nature. Wait, is Tenzin Dr. Doolittle? Is that what I just understood? Like a very not good summary? This man Dr. Doolittle? That night, as I listened to his snoring, I realized I had found this man a kindred spirit. That's the power of the echo. Oh my god! I like my Dr. Doolittle idea. Soon after we embarked on a journey together, in the days that followed, we met other solitary souls and aided them as we had aided each other. He's Dr. Dua a lot. Ray, when did you sneak in here? Just now? Hi, Ray. But those are tales for another time. I doubt very much you are willing to stand here in silence while I recount my every adventure with Tenzin. Come, let us return to the temple. Genbu is doubtless eager to learn the outcome of our battle. I had genuinely hoped when we fixed Byaku's issue that they would become tiny little cat. So I'm kind of sad. I'm a little upset. I wanted tiny kitty. But alas. Doctor, do me a little Craigasm. Hi. Which way's out? Let me out! Release me! Oh, here. Release me now or you will face the dire consequences. Maybe Doolittle has the echo too. I love it. I love it. Dr. Doolittle couldn't understand animals. He just had the echo. It's my new headcanon. Like Lord Wiz said, counter argument, Dr. Doolittle is a warrior of light with the echo. Let you speak with sentient creatures within their hearts. Yep, warrior light confirmed. Dr. Doolittle's canon in 14 confirmed. Yep. You got a Genbu card? Get the fuck out. Vela, I'm kicking you from the party. You got a Genbu card and I didn't? You don't even like Triple Triad! I'm banning Vel. Actually, do you like Triple Triad now? I don't remember. She said in party chat, knew that'd bug him. Triple Triad's so fucking good. Hiya! No need to explain. Genbu's told me all about you and the thrashing you gave him and the others. Need me to escort you back to the temple. It. Boom, 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 boom. Tataru, what are you getting up to over here? Also, I'm playing Summoner because a friend said it was good. Summoner is good. Summoner is good. And a very good, like, early class, I would say. Like, for learning. Sorban, what are you rocking back and forth? Is it just your hands? Oh, I thought he had a baby. I thought he had a baby. He's just like this with his arms clasped. Or hands clasped. Here, feel, think, Lord Wiz. Oh no. Terra, not long ago, Summoner was boring to me. Boring because it's a simple class, Jolly. That's why I say it's a good class to start with, because then you can focus on learning the mechanics of the game, and there's a lot to learn. Please do not disturb us, sir. We're in the middle of a very important training session. Never meet your heroes, my friend. Poor Soroban. Dolly, thank you for hydrate. You get that emote from the Kojin tribal quests. It's /ritual prayer. Cute. Very not thrilled about starting it because you went from the you're going from the hardest caster to the easiest caster in that sense, Vel. Good evening. How goes? We just did Vyako. We just did Vyako tutor. It was so much fun, especially the falling down part. Well done, sir. Well done. You have done my friend a great kindness, one we shall not soon forget. Become small. I want Byako become small. How is Tiger Dad? Very hot. Problematically hot and very fun. I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm afraid to ask. Oh, you needn't be so concerned. You know well the power of the Kojin's incantations, yes? I have but asked Soroban to undergo a little training that he might assist us with the maintenance of the wards. He's demonstrated remarkable aptitude thus far, in fact. How much longer must I continue? Concentrate! Less chatting, more chanting! Not Tataru fucking cracking the whip, dude. What youthful energy. It has been far too long since we had the pleasure of such company. Not since Tenzen, I imagine. I've been meaning to ask, what sort of man was Tenzen? We only just learned the stories, and you've already said they were half wrong. Curious, are you? Very good, very good. Far too many people have no interest in the past. What to say, what to say? Well, for one, Tenzen was blessed with the self-same power Sir possesses, the Echo. I believe it is sometimes called. Alas, as you probably know from personal experience, such individuals are often regarded with suspicion, if not outright fear. Nevertheless, Tenzen was a generous soul who was ever eager to aid his fellow man. Indeed, he died as he lived, fighting for the sake of those he loved. You see, when he faced Koryu, we four lords were still quite young and weak, not even auspices in truth, and we could but look on helplessly as the two dragged one another to the brink of death. With the last of his strength, Tenzen imprisoned the mortally wounded Koryu. He then bequeathed to us a sacred treasure, a crystal which shone with an otherworldly light. Oft have I wondered if this crystal was the source of the powers we would grow to possess. Would we have become the four lords without it? In my heart, I think not. We built this temple to strengthen the wards and safeguard the Ruby Sea in Tenzen's stead. His legacy would be ours, and so it has been to this day. And so we will continue to be, but only if we can rely upon you to quell the Aramitama of our comrades. That can wait, though. Byako needs his rest, and so do you, sir. In that case, it would probably be the best if we went back to Kugane. There's no telling what mischief that man will get up to in my absence. Explain your not smallness. I genuinely thought they would shrink and become like little auspices. I too should take my leave. Doubtless I am needed in Tamamizu. Oh, you're not going anywhere. Your training is far from finished, my friend. But I can't possibly refuse the request of the four lords, can I? I hate to impose upon you, sir, but perhaps you can go to Tamamizu in my stead. It may be some time before I'm permitted to return home. Tamamizu. Poor Soroban. He's been kidnapped to worship, I think? To pray? I don't quite know. So Soroban will be staying with the Genbu for a time. How wonderful to hear. I have no doubt he will make the most of his most blessed opportunity. Oh, I have another missive for you. 'Twas delivered personally by an unusual cat. An auspice, I presume. Mine and Vel's cats are staring at each other. They're mad. They gonna fight. You are welcome to come and go from the temple as you like. Foodie will remain at his post above ground. You need only seek him out. I should be glad if you take him up on his invitation and look in on Soraban every now and then. After all, he is in essence our representative there. Iroha Orchestra. They're gonna do a roll-off. Tortoise in time. Bunshin has not heard from Soraban in quite some time. A pleasure as ever to see you, my friend. Because, right, these are supposed to be coming out as the patches were releasing, right? Would that I could say the same for Soraban. He is yet to return to Tamamizu, so I can only assume he is still busy undergoing Genbu's rigorous training. Hello? Hello, sir? Is my link pearl working? So unreliable, these little things. I'm gonna pay a visit to Reisen Temple to see Soraban. Give him a treat to keep his spirits up. If you're available, you should come too. I hope you haven't forgotten how to get there, but in case you have, look for the cute animal trying not to look like a guard on duty in the middle of the volcanic island. I was, of course, not privy to your conversation just now, but on the off chance you are bound for Reisen Temple, give Soraban and Genbu my regards. Were you fucking eavesdropping my link pearl, sir? Rude. Rude. Hang on, Vel, come here. Come here, come here. I will ferry you. I will ferry you across. Tortoise in Time, my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game. Mine too. The red chocobos, to me, as a Lalafell player, feel like they're moving so slow because they're so big compared to most of my mounts. Your cheer is sketchy. It's very sus. Do it one more time. It's very suspect. It's just a little breathy. It's just a little bit breathy for me. Oh, can I not cheer while I'm moving? That's a damn shame. Red chocobos are going slow because they're constantly concentrating on summoning meteors. I love that I got the feathers for free just for coming to Dynamis. I think I have 5 more for some reason. I forget if Vel used my recruit a friend code. That might be why. But I have nothing to spend them on. Everything's like 8 feathers. You used yours, but you haven't bought anything yet? You should buy Red Chocobo. Easy 2-person mount. Oh, you fucking show-offs.
Hey!
Oh, this purple one. With the black and gold. With the blue and gold. Oh, wait, they're all so nice. With the gray and gold. I also really fucking love green. Green is not a creative color. If I had to pick favorites, it would probably be the purple one first, blue one second, green one third, red one fourth, this one fifth. If I had to pick favorites. And then that's the super doggo, right? Oh my god, you fucking show-offs. Get out of here with your fucking... Oh my god, fucking everyone, get me out. Everyone has it. Where's the NPC? There it is. You dinguses. You dinguses and your super dogs. Meta was the Byakko one. Oh, that makes sense. Kind of look like Byakko a bit. That's always been interesting and weird. Every race has the same movement speed, so Lalafell look like they're going Sonic speed, while Rose look like they're pretending to jog. Exactly, Tutor. Exactly. Being small has a speed advantage, aesthetically anyways. The purple one was Tsukuyomi. Oh, I want to do Tsukuyomi. I would also like to fight Tsukuyomi. Oh, hello there. I pray you excuse my panting. Genbu is a rather demanding teacher, but I will not rest until granted leave to do so. The green was Shinryu? Oh, hell yeah. She's fun. She's very fun. Hey, yo. Oh, well met, brave adventurer. You are come alone this day. What of the urchin girl I recall nipping at your heels? That's Tataru. Tataru. Ta-ta-ru. And I'll thank you to not forget it, or else you'll get no takoyaki from me. Oh my, that would be most unfortunate. My sincerest apologies. I shall endeavor to remember, little urchin Tataru. Dude, this is like the first person. This is like the first person to put Tataru in her place. Final boss Genbu? Of course. Your name I will not soon forget, for you saved my dear friend Byakko from descending into madness. It is good that you are here, sir. Soraban has made great strides in his training. It is true, but I believe we need to consider more drastic methods. Though he is not without potential, Soraban, as he is, simply lacks divinity. Should we carry on as we are, he may not be ready when we have need of his strength. As with Byakko before, there will come a time when we must confront Seiryu and Suzaku and quell the raging Aramitama within them. Accordingly, we must use every means at our disposal, no matter how dangerous, to ensure we are prepared. No matter how dangerous? What exactly did you have in mind? I sleep now, Toon. Have a good sleep. Hi, Darby! Darby, how you doing? Oh, there is no need for fearful trembling or withdrawing into one's shell. All I would have you do is open a box. Oh, is that all? Well, I've opened my fair share of boxes. But know that this is no ordinary box you must open. It is a Tamate Bako of Geomancy. Geomancer confirmed. Geomancer confirmed for 7.0. A sacred vessel which harbors the very power of time itself. Time Mage confirmed. Time Mage confirmed for 7.0. And yet you say there's no need for fearful trembling. This box sounds terribly dangerous. To what end would you have me open it? That you may bathe in its temporal magics, Time Age confirmed, and 1,000 years in an instant. That you may undergo the change and become an auspice, albeit until the magics dissipate. A fellow Geomancer conspiracy theorist. Listen, Terra is in my name, okay? It's full hopium. It's full hopium, but I want Geomancer. Doing amazing. How are you? How are the motions? It's been good today. It's been good. We did part of the ninja quest line, met Karasu, and I love them. I love them so much. I'm gonna be leveling ninja off stream. Maybe I'll get it to 50 before Thursday. In between my editing, I'll save some time to level it to 50, which will be easy with Road to 80. And we'll do more ninja quests at the start of Thursday stream, because that was really fun. Time Mage Copium. If you do astrologer quests, the Stormblood series takes you to Kugane, where you meet a bunch of people calling themselves Geomancers, but they're actually conjurers. No, they are Geomancers. Screw Geomancer, become Box Mage, aka Magic Monk. You would have me become an auspice like the Four Lords? Oh! Oh my god, Tutor! Holy shit! That's exciting! Love you, enjoy your lurk. Hold on, sir. Didn't you come across one of these Tamate Bako in Shisui of the Violet Tides? You did, didn't you? I am aware of similar relics in the possession of the Ryan. However, their magics alter only the appearance of those exposed. A mummer's trick, a glamour, altogether unlike the phenomenal power of the Tamate Bako we seek. Know that this is no legend, but incontrovertible truth. For the one who created the Tamate Bako of Geomancy was a fellow auspice. Like many of us, he had lived long enough to see comrades become consumed by the Aramitama, see them descend into madness and lay waste to the lands they had sworn to protect. And, like many of us, he had no choice but to put an end to their rampages. This auspice knew full well that he was destined to share their fate, and so, before he too fell from grace, he resolved to craft the Tamate Bako of Geomancy, and when his work was complete, he bathed in its magics until he was no more. Want to become a Gunbreaker? Gunbreaker is so fun and so cool. 1, 2, 3. Gunbreaker, highly recommend. Fun class. I think you need to get to level 60, 70, 70 for Gunbreaker. 50? 50. I don't remember what the requirement is for Gunbreaker. It was 60? Okay. Right, 70 is Sage and Reaper. That's what it is. Where you learn to play Yu-Gi-Oh! From Princess Peach. If you know, you know. I don't know. Eventually I'll level all the classes again, because I want tomorrow. I've been taking a good deal lately. I'll heal when Terra takes on a new tank, I guess. Yes, and then you can finally get over your heal anxiety, Val. I feel like you're largely over your tank anxiety, aside from raids, which is understandable, because raids are a whole other ballgame. 60 for Gunbreaker. Hella. By the Kami, he chose to die while his mind was still his own. I don't know what to say. Once the true potential of the box was understood, that it could bring death to an auspice, it was decided that it should be placed under lock and key in the Swallow's compass until we had need of it. However, the Grand Mausoleum of King Ganen has been abandoned to the Shikigami, forever bound to its halls as a guardians, and only a warrior surpassing strength can hope to overcome their trials. Oh shit, do we have a dungeon next? Steel yourself, Soroban. Until the moment Sir returns with the Tamate Bako of Geomancy, you must train like you've never trained before. Yes, of course. Do 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 do. I'm waiting for my taxi. Okay. Do do do. All aboard for Panama City. Tank anxiety is a super real thing. Yes, it is. I'm mostly over mine with my Gunbreaker. Only time I struggle with it is Trials, actually. Trials, I'm always scared that there's going to be like shared tank busters that I don't know, and then I become die. Knowing where to go is a real struggle. Fucking Hawk Manor, I'm looking at you. Yeah, if the remaining party members want to roll out for the last slots, by all means, roll your 2s out of 999. And heal is just like, please no. You don't want people's lives in your hands. Dude, how did I never see this before? Did quests never take me here? Ew. Cool though. Most of us dropping out since Ascension. Look at you guys. Organizing the party already. Proud of y'all. Proud of y'all. Good news. You can one-man invul all shared busters. Oh. That's good to know. Although bull lighting is not great. Not great. Tara, choose a number. A crisp 4. A crisp 4, I will choose. But hey, you made it. Finally, I've only been waiting here forever and a day. But hey, it's not like we've got a potential calamity to worry about or anything. Anyway, I've already taken care of the wards sealing the tomb's entrance, so you're free to go and get the box. But whatever you do, don't open it. Oh, and one more thing. I'll wager they told you about the Shikigami, but I forgot to mention that the box itself is guarded by one of us, a tough bugger and a half. But you're a pretty tough bugger yourself, eh? You gave Byako what for after all? Just don't say I didn't warn ya. Boing. Terra, this dungeon has awesome glams. Be still my heart. Be still my heart. I feel like I was letting people down because I never really healed in this game. Thankfully, in this game in particular, at least in my healing experience, early on especially, there's not a lot that's heal intensive. So for the most part, you're DPSing and then just throwing the occasional party heal or like the occasional tank heal. And it's not that bad. I'd say dive into it on a low level in like a leveling roulette and just like work out that anxiety because healing's really fun. You play whack-a-mole with health bars and you DPS. Love this dungeon a lot. It had some real good glams. Also really like the final boss. Not that I'll say who or what it is. Okay, okay. I heard that they're one tough bugger. Did we roll out? Because we need one person to go. We need one down. Let my DPS die because I was monka focused on the tank. Just the one though. Happened the one time. It's okay. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Bear, don't tell me you lost the roll again. I see a damn it in party chat. How unlucky. Oh no, Bear. Oh, wait. Coco left. I think they sacrificed themselves for you, Bear. I think they sacrificed themselves. Coco claps. Well done. Solo's compass. Ooh. Let's go. I hope we have a proper team for it. I didn't even look at our rolls. We don't. We no tank. Worst case, I could tank it. If you guys don't have tank roll, we have a healer. Dan, do you have a tank roll? Because I can do it. If not, you can tank, and then maybe Dan can heal. You can tank? Okay, sick. You bought the ease emote? Let me see it. Which one's ease? From Grand Company? Oh, bleh. Wait, do I have that one? /ease? /@ease? No, I don't have it. Or should I troll blue heal? No, you should not. No, you should not. It will go horribly. There will be a time for blue content, don't you worry. You're super good. And pro heals, I don't trust. I have no faith. You're trapped in Fun Scathe at the moment. I love Fun Scathe, dude. Hello, music. I hear you. Ding dong. I heard that as Fun Scathe and winced. I said it as Fun Scathe. That's a Geomancer Terror with the bell? Geomancer confirmed. Geomancer confirmed. They've slowly gotten rid of Earth spells from White Mage. Geomancer confirmed. Hopium. I am full of hopium. Oh! I don't know what that was, but it is scary. Oh, why is my camera angle like this? There we go. That's better. Now I can actually see things. This whole dungeon is Geomancer lore, and I love it. I want it. Make it be a spell speed caster with a focus on like defensive support for the party. Give me it. Give me it. I want it. I love playing supportive classes, which is why I like Dancer, which is why I like Red Mage. So if it's another support-focused class, I'm gonna be living my best life. This music's really great. Lala team, Than is taking us to soccer practice. Field trip party. Yeah. Oh, I should get away.
You're my superstar.
Ike! Ike, you sweet soul. Hello? With the primer? Ike, love you. Hope you've been good. Ooh. Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna use Moulinet, but they keep dying before I can cast. I was gonna use Moulinet, but then there was only 2 targets, and I feel like a boss is right around the corner. Yep. I'm gonna save my mana. Oh, Tengu. Yo. Let's go, dude. Ouch. I'm assuming these are gonna... Oh, they're moving? I thought they were gonna explode. They move around. Okay. That's fine. Avoid the fires. Oh god, Wild of the Tengu. I want to get back in melee. Ouch. Oh god. Ah, they do end up exploding. Okay. Vel got mad in party chat because they said they looked away from the mechanic, but still got hit by it. Game disagrees, clearly. Oh no. Oh, I thought I backflipped into a flame. What a cool design, dude. Bone Wicca. Bone Wicca. Oh, look at the little claw heels. What the hell is this? Claws? Also heels? Sure. It's a weird ass design. Bone Wicca. Oh. Cool ass design. Oh. Oh, there's walls! There's walls to hide behind this attack. It's dieable. Wait, is it dieable? Oh, they're gone already. Never mind. Hang on, the fact that it's dieable already puts it above some other dungeon gear. I wanted this set, it's very unique. I'll probably know it when I see it. When I see like more pieces other than the boots, I mean. Bone Wicca Skinner's Sabatons. Okay, pretty generic. Pretty generic armor there. But yeah, dieable. Dieable, yeah. Cool. Oops. The chest piece along with the Ravel Keeper's arms is your favorite glam combo. For which class? Oh god, Than has so many debuffs on them. I am helping. I threw out a Vercure. I did my job. Oh, for Red Mage, Black Mage, and White Mage healers? I hope it drops. I hope it drops. For casters, basically. Right, because they usually share a very similar design amongst the casters. Sorry, I missed the vomit. You're okay. You did great. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. I'd take a quick picture. He you from this sacred place. What in the goopy? Oh! What in the big goopy? Very cool boss. Is this even a boss or maybe a mini boss? The land take you, claim you. Oh shit, it keeps going. Oh, it keep going. It keep going. It keep going. It hurts. It hurts. I didn't think it was gonna keep going. Oh. I think I started sinking into the ground. Oh boy. Ouch. Oh dear. I think we should split 2 and 2 across that, shouldn't we? Whew, okay. Red Mage looks fun. Res Mage is so much fun, 1, 2, 3. And that wasn't the last boss. It's basically a hybrid of melee and magic. It's much more magic than it is melee, but you go flying in for melee combos. You build up these bars, you balance your white magic and your black magic, and then you fly in and you smack with sword. It's very fun. Chest piece is pretty unique that it has a cape, which interacts with certain arm pieces and gets removed. Oh, that's cool. Treasure coffers in here. Little Nimbus clouds, what the hell? Ooh. I think that Red Mage Glam of mine is the one you liked, Terra, is Bone Wicca. Ah! I pray it drops. I really do. I want it. But it'll be up to the fates. Red Mage and Reaper are very fun, yeah. What have I played that I really liked? I like Monk, I like Dancer, I like Red Mage. Reaper was fun, but I don't know why I didn't like fully love it. Gunbreaker, super fucking fun. And now Rogue, like Ninja, has been really fun as well. Because of bong bong bong. You make bing bong noises and you shoot magic. It's great. Your friend's level 88? Which kind of mage? White mage, black mage, red mage? Oh, summoner, summoner. Oh, I don't want to use any of my, I don't want to use any of my gauge here. Is it wasteful to save it? I'll use it. Okay. Oh, I'm hard casting impact. I hate it here. You have a 70 Blue Mage? I cannot echo this enough. I want to do Blue Mage content. I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm still surprised. Of course, this shows up in like every fucking game. Yo, dude. Goku said Flora. Monkey with extendo stick. I can't remember the usual name for them right now. I drew such a blank. Wukong? Question mark? Wukong, thank you. Yep. In like every like Asian like folklore game, they have a variation of monkey with extendo stick. Monkey with extended stick. I was totally blanking on the name. Sun Wukong, Kiten Dasheng, yeah. That's probably like Shi Tang. The pronunciations are so hard. I don't know what this is gonna do. Oh, of course it's gonna do that. Ah! Of course it's gonna push me. Both ends. Bye, Val! Comply, O golden hooped rod. Oh, Jesus. The Spanish in me would butcher those pronunciations even more. Well, it's like, best thing I can think of is, any of the Genshin Impact names, you basically need to look up a guide on how to pronounce them. Like, there's that one really early legendary, the purple lightning sword girl, and her name looks like Keqing because it's Keqing, but it's Keqing. It's Keqing instead. Oh, Jesus. Thank you for heal. Oh God. Oh God. It means great sage, equal of heaven. Cool. Sun Wukong picked up that name to rub the gods of heaven noses in their refusal to recognize him. Then he stole one of the pillars of heaven. Get they ass, dude. Darby, thanks for hydrate, by the way. from blood of our fallen brothers. Hey, let's go. And we hydrate. I look after your kidneys and eating. Thank you. This dungeon is so cool with somehow always get it in your roulettes. Even though there's dozens of others. That's weird. And it's optional content too. Well, sort of optional. I don't think any content in this game is optional. I think it's all mandatory. But like, yeah, it's the Four Lords trials that you have to go out of your way to do. Bone Wicca's Wildling. Oh! This could be on my Monka. Well, now I have to come back here for the caster version. Well, now I have to come back for the caster version. Oh. If it's anything like this, does anyone have it that they can whisper me? Somebody whisper me the chess piece. I gotta know. I gotta know. Bone Wick is super sick. That's so nice. Oh shit! There it is. I see it. Somebody's fucking. Oh yes, 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 yes. I remember this now. Oh shit! Do I remember this now? Oh, it's so good. Fuck. How does it take dies? What if we ruby read it? Oh, god damn it. I can't believe I have another dungeon to farm. Look at that shit. Look at that shit right there. Look. It would be so cool for a red mage glam. Fuck. God damn it. I have so many dungeons I have to farm. I have so many dungeons I have to. Hi, Darby. I have so many dungeons I have to farm. Hello. It's good to see you. How can I farm all these dungeons? I want the Warg Jacket of Aiming. I want the Pagelthan chess piece. I want everything. I want it all. I want it all. Back to Genbu. If you like purple, there's a recolor that comes later. Well, that chess piece is dyeable for you, so I could make it purple. Or are you talking about the Warg armor? Is there a dyeable version of the Warg armor? Terra would like all of your finest coats. Truly, I would. Truly, truly. One, your finest coats, please. Oh, the cape part. Oh, the cape part is red regardless of how you dye it. So there's a purple variant of that cape part. Hey, yo. Sadly, the red part of the Bone Wicca piece doesn't dye, but as a red main, that's not a problem for me. That's not a problem at all for me. I just have to get ruby red, which is a bit more expensive. I have to get ruby red to match the red. And then fucking ain't no problems here. The super friends are waiting. Will come later. Heard. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Super Best Friends. Do I have Ravel Keeper arms? What does it drop from? Ravel Keeper. I search it, I guess. Ravel. These ones? These ones? There's apparently one in my armory chest. So cape or no cape? But hang on. Oh, I closed the window. Whoopsies. Y'all, what are the PvP ones called with the claws? They look like that, but they have claws. I want to try it on with the jacket. Those gloves are sick. Are they dyeable as well, those ones? Oh, they're dyeable. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ah, I don't like it with the red, actually. I would keep these black. For a little red mage glam? Are you kidding me? Even that's cute, but I would do much better with that. Oh. Actually like the cape for red mage because it's red, yes. But this is just showing that you could use this chest piece with anyone. Like, what's a good purple? Trick question, there are no good purple dyes. Why do they hate purple? Literally 0 usable purple dyes. You have grape. You have grape, take it or leave it. Boom, 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 boom. It's true and you should say it. Purple enjoyers getting done so dirty in this game. What's this one? No, no, not these ones. The shit, I can't remember the names of them. Did anyone type it in chat? No, I don't think they did. They're like that. They have tattoos up the arms. They're for casters, and they have claws on the hands, and they're just like fingerless gloves, basically. Thank you. I search Republican. Pub? How do you spell pub? Republican. There they are. Actually, I think I like them with the other ones, the Ravel ones. Let's hide the rest of the outfit. I like the Ravel ones more. Where are they? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, they're less loud. They're far less loud than the Republican ones. Yeah. The PvP ones look better when the Bone Wicca is black, in my opinion. That I could see. Ah, there you are. I love it. I love it. And I can have cape or no cape, depending on what gloves I wear. That's so cool, dude. Not even in Endwalker, but already in Endgame. Dude, I was in Endgame by like mid Heavensward. I already made glamour plates by that point. Kuiper doesn't like purple, so I think they took her advice. Kuiper ruined it for everybody. Kuiper, start liking purple so the rest of us can have good purples, okay? By the way, as Red Mage, the cape has a bonus feature, Terra. If you go B stance, you spread the cape. Go B stance. Go B stance. I want to see the cape spread. Dude. Hang on, even just drawn, it looks so cool. Yo, okay. Okay, listen. That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Wait, why am I here? Furry. There you are. Feeding the vampire glam ideas? 100%. 100% feeding the vampire glam ideas. You have returned, and with the Tamate Bako of Geomancy, I gather. Here you go. Very good, very good. Of course, there was no need to fear for the well-being of the warrior who faced my brother Byakko and lived. Let us brook no further delay and make ready for this next stage of Soroban's training. Listen well, everyone, for the magics we are about to unleash are ancient and terrifying. It is exceedingly dangerous, especially for Soroban. Finally, a fellow red mage who gets it with the cape. That cape is powerful. I wish you would stop saying that. Be at ease, Soroban. Byakko will devote his energies to maintaining the wards on Koryu's prison while we are occupied. Should you be indisposed for a time, we will manage. I also just noticed the gold in the turtle's shell. It's cute. Wait, Tataru got dressed up? What the fuck? And I've been secretly practicing my Arcanima in preparation for a time like this. So don't worry, no matter what happens, we'll be ready. Jolly, thank you for hydrate. Terra just likes being extra. I will not apologize for that either. After all, we've got to do our part if we're to claim the fabulous riches. I mean, if we're to save the Ruby Sea from certain doom. Her enthusiasm notwithstanding, I expect we will need to turn to you should this training go awry. Take a moment to see to your equipment. Let me know when you're ready to begin. Oh, single player duty? Okay, I have to pee really bad. I'm gonna go pee. Tataru going back to Arcanist practice, literally like level 5. I know what you're thinking. Didn't she give Arcanist a go before and get betrayed by her carbuncle? Yes and yes. But that was then and this is now. It's not gonna go well, bestie. It's not gonna go well. Okay, pee break. Everybody get up. Go get some water. Go pee. See you in a minute. Boop.
How bad's hitting me?
Oh no, I got greedy. It was so close. It was so close.
Where's my fucking memes at? That's not the meme I wanted. There it is.
I love Sean, dude. Wait, he just left you? Can I sell both of you? Hi, horse. Wah! My head. Hey.
A friend of hers.
Get out of here, buddy. I paid.
They paid a
Ooh, $7?
Goddamn animal. Come here.
How do I punch? I don't remember how to punch. That's a gun. That's a gun.
I paid for nothing.
What the hell are you doing here?
That's not what I meant to do.
Trying to play him. Not very well.
You okay?
Fine.
You sure?
Yeah. Nothing.
Feet. Up, up, up. Guys, you can't see this. Don't look.
Hey.
Hey yourself.
Oh shit, they're moving. Ah! Don't look. Don't look at this. Then people can get out their frustration. Oh no. All right. Perfect squat music.
I heard there was a secret way that David went and it pleased the way, but you don't really care for music, do I? It goes like this: the minor Y, the major Y, the Pepper King composing Waluigi, 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 Waluigi. Yeah.
Puts claws back on for school. I'm looking for some head fixing. Fucking. The damage was amazing, and now I'm just gonna one-shot it though. Boom. I'm so scared.
Don't be scared.
I am scared though. Now key is win. Yes. No. Yes. No? Yes. Sorry, I'm having a struggle. Yeah, key is win. Oh, why? Mac, your timing was great. What the fuck? Swish. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Hello. This is the best BRB thing I've ever seen. Hey, thank you. It's just clips of my insanity throughout the years. There's a lot of old Terra clips in there from like 2 years ago. But it hurts my heart to think of leaving them. Majestic. You screwed up your duty. What? What did you do? Everything is in order. Then let us begin. Where'd my water go? Shit, not everything is in order. What's that? Wait, my water. Where did I leave it? Hello? Water cup? Oh. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. Okay. It's all out of context clips, and they're all unhinged. They're all unhinged. Okay. How did he react to the music? The Byakko music? It was great. It was great. I love it. Bambok was so cute, dude. Now remember, Soroban, once opened, the box will spew forth smoke. Remain still, let it wash over you. Surrender to the magic and let it transform you into an auspice. And you are certain this will be temporary? As honored as I would be to join your ranks, I fear I am too young to be so old. It's a trap! Maybe. Come, you lot, let us retreat to a safer distance. So if Vel goofed a mechanic, then I will be extra careful not to be bad at video game. I will learn from Vel's mistake. Him die. Goodbye, Soroban. It was nice. It was nice. It was so nice knowing you, friend. Huh. It's a fake. I knew it. Gosh, what a waste of time. There'd better be some treasure or something interesting inside. Foolish urchin! Wah! Ugh, was that really necessary? You couldn't just ask me to move nicely? What? What's that look for? Is there something on my face? my face! My beautiful face! It feels like an old goat leather left in the sun. Old. Get a hold of yourself, child. You've been aged, nothing more. Be grateful you were not exposed longer, or you would have surely died. I may as well be dead already. I can't bear to go on like this. Did I not tell you before the magic is fleeting? You need only endure it for a moment, as all will be as it was. Old Tataru isn't real. She can't hurt you. Oh, man. Bah, so preoccupied with the urchin, I have been that I completely forgot about Soroban. I hope he's not been overexposed to the magic. If he has been aged to excess, his Aramitama may already be... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Well, that answers that. On your guard. I'm afraid he means to kill us all. He bathed in the Tamate Bako's magic for far longer than the urchin, and so I expect he will not return to normal so quickly. In fact, I dare say he will retain this form long enough to destroy the temple if we do not subdue him. Mad because old. I really wish we could have old face options. Me too, Demi. I want body diversity and age diversity in 7.0. We're not going to get it, but God, that would be so cool. The models exist. We've seen old characters. They just don't want to give them to us. I also want height comparisons in character creator. Me too. Whoops. My fingers were on the wrong keys. I'm still not used to the layout of this keyboard. It's gonna be a struggle bus for a little while. Go, Carbuncle, go! Is it just running around in circles outside the arena? This Carby, dude. This Carby? Desertion is punishable by death! My death! I'm taking a lot of damage. Tataru's just running around like a fucking madman, dude.
Hi, Day.
Hi, Darby. I don't like the sound of that. Great Flood. He marshals his strength for a mighty blow. Get behind me. Wait, behind? Am I behind? I think I'm behind. Oh dear, that was a bit more than I could handle. Forgive me, but the rest is up to you two. Ugh. Turtle friend! Tataru, pick him up! Tataru, pick him up! Tataru, please! What are these bubble things? A little help, sir? Blood, born from blood. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you. I tried to eat them. What? Congrats, you are me. Did you also try and pop the bubbles and then get hit by AoEs? I got... Nah, we're doing it on normal. Trying to out-tank the tank. SMH, my head. I don't get what I did wrong. You lived by fearing Tataru. He did not learn from Valora's mistake. It's okay. It just means I get to watch the Carby run wild again. Go, little Carby. No, come back. Little Carby friend. Little Carby friend. You were supposed to help us. Same, I ran from Tataru at every chance. Tataru! Getting me in trouble. Tataru just went into a hyperbolic time chamber. She can take a few hits, right? Storm of blood, born from blood of our fallen brothers. Could you fucking heal me? I can heal myself, but like, come on. There she goes with her physic. So you're not actually supposed to eat her God damn it, dude. God damn it, Tataru. Never again am I allowing you on the combat field. Jesus Christ. Boom, 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 boom. She's a mini boss in and of herself. Because they kind of look like tethers that maybe you were supposed to eat, but no. Tataru's a hazard. Get the fuck away from me, Tataru. I learned my lesson. You eat those yourself. You eat those yourself, little missy. Get the fuck away from me. Bro. Get away. She's still coming for me. Tataru. You son of a bitch. She almost fucking killed me. Get the fuck. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. I have to burst him down before Tataru gets back up. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. 0.1% come the fuck on. There we go. Fuck. But yo, she could tank. Should have gone Dark Knight instead of Summoner. Agree. She will either kill you with 4 bubble or buy your rights. Oh man, Four Lords is a great palate cleanser. Aiki, truly, this was a good fucking quest. Nibble, she's there to show people how sprouts play in Mentor Roulette. What happened? Why do you all look so exhausted? Tataru mad as fuck. Oh, my dear Soroban. I knew you had potential, but would seem I grossly underestimated your capacity for chaos. In any case, despite this unexpected turn of events, I should like to declare this training session a success. Let us take a moment to collect ourselves. Fuck. Tataru. Never again, Tataru. Never again may you take the fields of battle. Confound it. Betrayed by my own carbuncle yet again. And then you tried to kill me! In fact, you did kill me! One time. Psychopath. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I feel so very, very tired. Or in most cases, how mentors play in Mentor Roulette. I've heard that a lot. This is a clear representation of a player who boosted their way to endgame, not knowing any of the mechanics. So true. She bought, oh my god, she bought a class boost. Oh my god, she bought a hero's journey. Shame. Shame on you, Tataru. Shame. Go learn the mechanics like the rest of us. I mean, as we all know, Tataru is the true antagonist of Final Fantasy XIV. I love the memes where it's like Final Fantasy lore, this big, right? Final Fantasy lore if Tataru had a gun. And it's like this big. She thinks every AoE is a stack marker. Horrible. Horrible. Imagine if she slapped you right back there. Dude, if the devs like built that into the character, that would have been fire. Fire, fire, fire. Oh. Truth be told, this comes as a relief. Though Soroban's present strength pales in comparison to that of Byakko and myself, we now know for certain that his potential is extraordinary. I struggled to believe I could ever wield such power. All who are strong were once weak, Soroban. I am no exception. Until I met Tenzen, I was no more than a floundering turtle you see before you. You never did tell us how you fell it. I thought she said fell in love with him. Fell in with him. 14 is only popular because of Tataru confirmed. Tataru is unhinged and I love her. I used to believe that until I became a mentor. There are some people who simply do not want to listen to advice. Oh, pain, Nibble. Oh, pain. Ah, well, if you wish to know the details. Another story time. Long, long ago, when I had lived 100 or so years and had only just begun to become something more, I received my first vision. A terrible calamity, one that would claim the lives of countless innocents, was imminent. But what was a little turtle to do? For while I had seen the future with crystal clarity, I was powerless to stop it. I could but look on, helpless, as cities burned and men died. So it was for centuries, until one day, after 500 years, I had grown stronger, more reckless. I believed I could make a difference. So when I foresaw a landslide that would bury a nearby village, I ventured forth to warn the people. Alas, while they were quick to discern I was no common animal, they could make no sense of my panicked flailings. To them I was a queer dancing turtle, a source of considerable amusement, for I knew not the words of men, and so my warnings fell on deaf ears. From the start of the staff. It would be no different. Yet again they would die. The people turned and walked away, bored with the fleeting amusement. With a heart fit to burst with sorrow and despair, I made to quit the village. Just then, I heard a voice kind and gentle. "Little one, you look troubled. Tell me, what burdens you so?" Though I knew he was addressing me, I doubted he would understand. Still, I told him of my vision, of the landslide I knew would bury the village and everyone in it, and in my vain attempts to warn them. "Your kindness is only surpassed by your bravery, little one. Fear not, I, Tenzin, and my comrade Byakko shall act in your stead." And he fought the landslide with his sword. I am also a queer dancing turtle. Relatable. Very relatable characters in this game. As Tenzin drew his sword, a great white tiger emerged from the wilds. "Shall we give them a show?" he whispered to the beast, which inclined its massive head ever so slightly in response. Hey? They then ran into the center of the village and began to fight, as if they were bitter enemies intent on killing one. Tenzin speaks the tongue of man. Why would Tenzin not just tell the people that a landslide is coming? Tenzin! Fight as if they were bitter enemies intent on killing one another. Blade and fang flashing. Too fast for the eye to follow. The two broke apart for an instant, and Tenzin bellowed, "Hearken to me! This white demon thirsts for the blood of man! If you value your lives, flee this place! Seek shelter in the next month," because he's dramatic as fuck. Okay, fair. Needless to say, the bewildered villagers gathered up whatever was at hand and ran screaming, too terrified to even look back. As the three of us watched them go, I heard the white demon mutter, "You know full well I have not once tasted man flesh." The village was later destroyed in a landslide, as I had foreseen, but for the first time, I managed to make a difference. Little turtle! Raphael is a queer dancing turtle. Hey, are any of them canonically queer? I don't remember my TMNT lore. Thereafter, we became traveling companions and close friends. I shared with them my visions, and together we labored to save those that we could. On the eve of what may perhaps be the greatest calamity I have ever foreseen, I feel Tenzin's absence keenly. Nevertheless, we must carry on. They all seemed pretty into Yellow Jumpsuit Reporter. That's what I was thinking. "You may not have him yet, but you've got Sir, and you know he's no slouch." "Oh, indeed I do, and for this blessing we are grateful beyond measure." "Right then, Soroban, we must resume your training at once, ere we forget the lessons of your time as an auspice." I don't think any of them were canonically queer, but I vaguely remember one of them had a few asexual vibes. Admittedly, TMNT is not my strong suit, same. Getting back to it, in that case, I should return to the mountain of paperwork in Kugane. I've been doing my best to ignore. Oh, and Soroban, I left the takoyaki with Kamaitachi for safekeeping. You're not to get any of it until you've earned it. Yeah, Donatello. I couldn't remember the name, but yes, definitely uninterested. "When next we call upon you, sir, I expect it will be to deal with one of my comrades. Shirk not your own training, for it will not be easy." Bum, 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 bum. Under these circumstances, I do not think I will have time to return to Tamamizu even for a short spell. If you be so kind as to inform the elder. Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Aye, aye, Captain. Oh. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? DMCA strike. Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Actually, I don't think the SpongeBob theme would get you a DMCA strike. I don't think you would even get the mod muted. The mod muted. Oh my god, my tongue. The VOD muted. I can't talk. A pleasure, sir. Did you have the chance to visit with Soroban? How fares he with his training? He fares. Yeah, he fares. Extraordinary. He has always been diligent and hardworking, but even so, to think he is blessed with such incredible potential, I cannot help but wonder who else among us might be possessed of similar abilities. Yet I understand his trepidation. With great power comes great responsibility. Haha, Spider-Man, as is often said. We may need to keep a closer eye on him to ensure he does not succumb to fear and attempt to flee his training. My brain is rotting, dude. Every single time I see the words Among Us. Do I have super ethers on my bar? I think I do. Oh, I have high quality super ethers on my bar. Shit. I always assume every fictional character is Ace Arrow until they express feelings for someone else in universe. Let's go, Nibble. What time is it? It is, oh my god, it's exactly 8. Fuck, this is a perfect ending time. I wanted to do one more. Lord. Fuck. No, I'm gonna end. We can do them on Thursday. We can finish them on Thursday. There's 2 more. Do one more? We could do one more. Next is last trial. You fuckers. Don't enable me. All right, one more. All right. I'm easy. What can I say? Ooh. I skipped all the cutscenes for you. Okay, fine. How kind of you to pay us a visit, sir. Now I need not summon you. Next isn't last, but it is a good one. There's 2 more, so we'll do one today and we'll finish it tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Fuck, we don't stream tomorrow. Thursday. We'll finish it Thursday. We'll get the party together. Thank you. But a moment ago, a certain surly cat returned with another missive addressed to you. See for yourself. Brave adventurer who stood fast and quelled the raging Aramitama of my comrade Byako, the time has come for you to return to race and temple. I presume the auspices of Hell's Lid have need of you once more. If so, give my regards to dear old Sorrowbane. Yeah, third. Oh fuck, it's 2 a.m. Rest in peace, your sleep. Darby, no! Go to sleep. Go to sleep, you little bean. We have 1 slot for party. Wait, what about my slot, Jolly? Do I get to come? Can I come too? Oh, I should have been flying along the water. Laughs in 3 a.m. Kyo, no. Your sleep is fucked because you went to bed to get up for work at 3 a.m. today. To find you weren't in work? And they booked you for no reason. So, wait. Did you get any compensation for that, Darby? That's a scam. They booked you in, but you had no work. For 3 a.m. I'm mad. It's not even me and I'm mad. Yeah, 1 party slot left, yeah. Send the tell to Ketsu Arcadia. Or just fly your way over here. I pet you. I pet the little Valora. The little Valora bean. And then I go in. Y'all, I'm hungry. I'm a little hungry too. Hey, Spaz! Spaz, if you can hear my voice, Be prepared to start supper. Not yet. God, I love that, man. I'm so blessed. Grab me, I'll fly over. Okay, Lynn. Let's go! I'd come and want to because I want to rescue Terra. I mean, help Terra with fun with Suzaku, but alas, going through Heavensward MSQ. I can't wait to do New Game Plus. I'll probably just be crying the full way through. Well met, sir, well met. But wait, where's the little urchin girl of whom I have grown so fond? She's dead. No, she's buried in paperwork. It would be remiss of us to proceed without her, would it not? Why not summon her with that trinket of yours? Your link pearl. I don't want her to come, dude. She almost killed me. Hello? Sir, is that you? Huh? Right now? Very well, if you insist. What wondrous things these link pearls. Now then, let us wait until your friend arrives. Leveling and alts. What's your main and what's your alt blur? Because your main is the beautiful Catboy, right? The beautiful golden Catboy. And what is like your main on there? Or do you have every job? Like, are you crazy and have every job at 90? Sir Genbu. Ah, good of you to join us, little urchin girl. She's so fucking bad. You know, there is such a thing as a running a joke into the ground. The rule of threes is as it were. Stomach's making lots of noise. Have a snack, Jolly, while I'm in the cutscene. It pleases me to inform you that thanks to your assistance with his training, Soraban's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Ere long, we may count him among our most formidable warriors. Out of curiosity, where is Soraban anyway? Engrossed in a very special exercise, I'm afraid. Trust me when I say he would not want you to see him in his current state. Working up a sweat, no doubt. Glad to hear it. But I called you here not to discuss our Kojin friend. The wards have grown weaker, presaging Koryu's inevitable escape. Before he breaks free, the four lords must marshal their strength. And so, sir, I must entreat you to quell the raging Aramitama of a dear comrade once more. A fight, is it? That's where our warrior of light shines. Who's his opponent this time? See for yourself. She should be joining us shortly. You have everything at 90 on your main. In fact, you've done everything but Savage's Ultimates Extremes, but many. Damn. Phoenix friend! It's been too long, elder brother. Several hundred years by my reckoning. Am I to assume you have kept your silent vigil all this time, Suzaku? Let us not speak of such things. You bade me come hither for another purpose. That I did. Koryu's ward grows weaker by the day, and the calamity he would visit upon us draws nigh. The four lords must join their strength together once more. And to that end, this warrior would unburden my tortured soul. Just so. His is a power far surpassing that of mortal men. He is heir to the legacy of Tenzen. Brother, how dare you compare this creature to that shining paragon of virtue, of kindness? You sully his memory. And you dare think yourself his equal, his better? Then I will put you to the proof, and when you fall, it will be a fate most deserved. Turn back if you would not have it be so, or join me in misery. They're a little match. Compared to Byako, she seems much more angry. The Aramitama feeds upon her grief and fuels her rage. She yet mourns a love lost, but it is not my place to speak. Go to her, brave warrior, and learn the truth of her heart. It's like my specialty and junk. Learning the truth of hearts. Hello? You crave battle then, even if it brings you your death. Out of duty, You pit yourself against enemies ever stronger. Without hesitation, without fear, you muster your courage and... No, you were not even a pale shadow of his glory. There was but one man fit to wear the mantle of hero. He has long since passed from this world. If so, then the Ruby Sea will be consumed by Koryu's fiery judgment, and we, her sworn protectors, will have failed in our duty. Is Tenzen's memory so sacred that you would doom this land out of spite? Oh, Byakko, do you not see? Before I called you brother, I was a bird who loved a man. Perhaps that was all I was ever meant to be, for I can brook no replacement at my side or in my heart, not so easily as you. Did Tenzen and a bird have relations? Was Tenzen a bird sexual? Have you forgotten his final moments? How he fought and died to defeat Koryu? How he sacrificed himself before our very eyes? Lil sus, ayo, lil sus. How dare you ask me that? Every detail is forever seared in my mind's eye, a blackened scar upon my soul. How could I possibly forget? Nor should you, nor will I forget every day we spent together on the road. But to exalt the past is over the present. To live life in mourning and never move on is to dishonor his memory. How dare you speak to me of dishonor? You who have opened our home to this pretender. I see him plainly, how he has wormed his way into your hearts, mimicking Tenzen's manner, cloaking himself in his scent, seeking to supplant Tenzen in our minds. It's a lot less to question, okay? Listen to yourself, my sister. The Aramitama has driven you to see Oni in shadows. Let it be quelled before your soul is forever lost. Only to Tenzen will I entrust my soul. Only his love will I accept. Let me help you. Just don't worry about it. Okay. He said, oh, Tenzen. Very well, but I will brook no delay. I will await you in the depths, in my place of mourning, and when it is ended, I shall mourn you too. She pretty, at least. Forgive her, sir. She is yet consumed by her failure to save Tenzen all those years ago. Her regret is as a festering wound. The love she bore him gave her strength once. Alas, though through it, the Aramitama has found a purchase in her soul. It feeds on her grief and despair. 'Tis plain that your presence troubles her as well. She senses your blessing, and it reminds her of him. There were moments when she looked on you with a fire in her eyes. When she gives herself to the Aramitama, she may surrender to her delusions as well. If so, do not be alarmed by what she says. Stand fast and free her from her torment. You can count on me. The tiger arm... Bell! The tiger arm stays off during. I wish I hadn't said anything. Oh man, that's fire. Be warned, she commands many powers, including the ability to manipulate geomancer confirm, currents. Only by remaining observant will you survive. No, Val. The tiger arm stays on. Oh boy. Bum, 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 bum. Have we figured out our roles? Is everything right and proper? Tank. Are we trusting Bear to Blue Mage heal? We're trusting Bear. We're bringing a Blue Mage. I'm scared. Blue Mage healer. It'll be fine. We have 2 tanks, 2 healers too. Do we actually? This is gonna be unhinged. Blue healer is really strong. Is it actually? Is this gonna be like a blessing more than a curse? It is. Okay, okay, I can get behind it. I like this arena. She fucking screamed. The scream she just screamed was something otherworldly. Now she is bird, but also armor and tits. The fuck? Okay. In Tenzin's defense, I was gonna say maybe she's really hot in her like unleashed form, but it's just the same bird with titties and armor. So Tenzin, no. Tenzin, buddy, you got some splaining to do, my man.
Tenzin? Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you!
Oh boy. Are we unsynced?
Gave me the strength to rise from the
Oh
ashes.
shit. We're unsynced! We're unsynced! Jolly! You unsynced us! Jolly! What do we do? What do we do? You fucked up. Yeah, you did. Vote abandoned, yes. Jolly! You had one job. I was like, taking a lot of damage really fast. Interesting, interesting. Blue in general is OP. That's why it's a limited job and currently locked to 70. Tisk tisk, Jolly. Tisk tisk. There we go. I mean, literally any of us could have noticed that it said unsynced, but we didn't. No, you're okay, Jolly. Don't worry. She's hot because fire. Okay, here we go. Right and proper. Level 70 as we should be.
Tenzin? Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you!
There we go. That's much better. The amount of health they've taken now.
Strength to rise from the ashes.
I'm gonna assume they're gonna shoot cones. I think that's usually the deal with these kinds of. Oh wait, it's killable? Oh, it's killable. Oh, it's killable. Interesting. Oh no, she's hot. Temperature-wise, yes. Sexuality-wise, it's not for me. I mean, I'm not gonna yuck on Tenzin's yum, but it's not for me personally. Oh dear God, are we killing the middle one? We're killing the middle one. Why am I alive? Why am I alive?
I could not bear to lose you again.
We can save this. We can save this. We can save this. We can save this. It's savable. It's savable. Res Mage activate. Uh-oh. I'm out of mana. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Oh, you need to face the, oh, it's DDR. We're playing DDR. Oh, Uh-oh. I never showed you.
Me, my love. I will protect you. I promise.
Wait, she's really fucking hot in her true form. Wait, she's really fucking hot.
If only you would listen.
So we do DDR. We do DDR there. Face the directions of the arrows, yeah. If this is recovered, I will find a hat to eat because wow. The strength of Res Mage. If I had known it was DDR, we might have survived. Which is incredible. Res Mages!
You gave me the strength.
Stack on birds? Okay, we'll stack our birds this time. Tab targeting doing me dirty. I hate it. So I ended up clicking and it was way worse. Whew. So what actually wiped us there? Out of curiosity, because it killed everyone but me, and I don't know how I lived. And I'm confusion, and we almost saved it. It was the power gauge? But then why didn't I die? The birds exploded. The birds exploded. I must have been far enough away. Oh, you covered me, Ike! That's so funny! Streamer privilege is how I lived. I got covered. To be fair, we almost actually recovered. Because Res Mage. If I didn't stand there picking my nose for like 30 seconds in awe, it would have been recovered. Ike with the god tier cover actually made you live through the impossible damage. That is insane. I want this spot. I want this spot right here. All right, so face the arrows.
I could not bear to lose you again.
This is called Sunrise. There's no orchestrant for it yet. What a damn shame. What is that angle? I should probably like top down this view. Sunrise will start after DDR. Okay. Use a controller for this. Turns out just changing my orientation made it easier for me. They're no longer on diagonals.
Trust in me, my love. I will protect you, I promise!
Dude, she's so hot. I get it. Tenzin, buddy, I get it. Oh, holy fuck. I get it.
Please, my love. If only you would listen.
There's a hole in the middle! Thank you! There's a hole in the fucking middle. By the way, you guys, I just wanted to show everyone that there's a hole. I hate it here. Well, he found the hole. Oh! Bye, Thenaria! I got a res for you whenever you're up.
Why do you do this?
There you go. Boy, oh boy. Oh shit, we lost Jolly. I think they fell somewhere.
All I ever wanted was for you and I to...
I got them. Okay, we cooking.
Hearken to my melody.
Hearken to these nuts, Suzaku. This arena's incredible. What? Help? Is it gonna be Simon Says? There's no orchestron for this? That's a scam, is what it is.
All I ever wanted is for you and I
To fuck? To bang? Spit it out, Suzaku. What'd you want? Oh, there is for this. Her extreme drops the mats. Oh, you know we out here living. I just dual casted Jolt twice. I hate it here. I'm Terra doesn't know what lucid dreaming is. It's fine.
Make it easy, did you? We will wake you from this madness.
I'm sure this is fine.
Hearken to my melody.
Hope you guys didn't want to see. Ver flashbang brings me much joy, dude. So the purple one's gonna explode first. It's gonna go purple, yellow, black, and then teal. I get it now. Oh, he was getting yeeted in the sky. I didn't get it the first time when it was going around slowly, but now I get it.
It must be thus. And I'm glad.
That hurt, Terra. Now you must pay. You missed! You missed with your rescue! You fool! I am unkillable! You cannot kill me! I am a god! Who cannot be rescued? Get absolutely frigged.
You and I too.
Heaven's Legend, by the way. Wait, they're coming at me with AoEs. Aw, shucks. Oh, shucks, they said. Oh, crap, we're about to explode. It's gonna go brown, yellow, teal, purple. So I'm gonna go on the purple. Oh, Jesus, I'm dead. Did we? Oh. I thought we wiped. I thought we wiped because it showed me phase 1. Oh, that was scary. Oh my god, dude. Oh. Oh. Since no one else has taken this, the female singer is Totaro's Japanese VA? Yo, dude. I know it's gonna be a while till they add Blue Mage content, but they 100% should add Blue Rescue, where you learn it by getting pulled to death by another healer. That would be sick. Line up! All aboard the photo train! All aboard! That would be fucking sick. Lord Wiz, that'd be so sick. I love how a lot of times lately they leave the bosses in the room so you can take pictures. Or maybe that's not why, but that's why that's why I like it. We can get I don't want to clip the boss out too much. Hey! Yeah. Barry, you're moving so... You restless little bean over there. You're moving so much. There we go. Hang on. Legs in the air. I have failed everyone. I am so sorry. You did your best. You did your best, but you didn't angle it correctly. Next time. Next time. That was a really fun fight. The DDR, and then even the, not quite Simon Says, but kind of Simon Says at the end. Really fun mechanics. Oh. I like to think one of like the developers was watching their kid play with like one of those Simon Says like circles and was like, what if boss fight, but that. That's my headcanon. We should run an EX. I want to run all these on EX sometime, 100%. How long have I been blinded by this dream, this never-ending nightmare, unable to escape my memory of my beloved. This theme song is Sunrise, is available in-game as an orchestra as usual. There's a Pulse remix that's sold in the online shop that rocks a bit harder. That's how they get you. That's how they get you, dude. Trial series has some really cool fight mechanics like DRR, the dodge circle, and Byakko. They're so impressive. They really are. I owe you an apology, brave warrior. As well as my life, in spite of the crude and disrespectful way I treated you, you nevertheless risked your life to free my heart and the terrible delusion which threatened to consume my soul. For the first time in centuries, I can reflect on my time with the man I so deeply loved without being driven to tears. Wonder what that's like. Looking at you, 5.3. I was born into this world long, long ago, blessed with crimson plumage that shone like blazing fire in the sun. My form was likened to that of the firebird of legend, a being said to have the power to confer immortality upon mortal men. Thus was I pursued endlessly by those who yearned to conquer death. To them, to all mankind, I was no more than a means to an end. But Tenzin did not look upon me so. To him, I was so much more, and he would become everything to me. Together we traveled, we four lords and the samurai. As comrades in arms, we journeyed the realm, feared at first by many for our nature. Oh, wow, this is a cute picture.
I love those fights, ha ha ha. Super glad I was able to come along to Rab 16 Hypers.
The ha 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 sounded ironic, like you didn't make it into the party. But then I realized, no wait, you were in the party. I'm glad you're able to come too. Thank you for the biddies. But Tenzin, dear Tenzin, would not close his heart to the people's plight. Not once did he hesitate to proffer a helping hand. And one by one, he won over. I wonder, can you do this in... Sorry. You can hide dialogue boxes, and I just now am learning this, inside cutscenes. Very important. Not once did he hesitate to proffer a helping hand, and one by one, he won over those who cursed and condemned us. How to? Scroll log. Be there Oni in the east to slay, or revenants in the west to exercise. Without hesitation would he bid us rise to the challenge, and leave grateful men and women to spread word of our deeds. Word which, one day, reached the ears of a king. That was jarring as fuck during the start. You're good, Debbie, don't you worry. It was just the ha ha ha. Oh, Kieran! 'Twas by the king's order that we battled the mad auspice Koryu. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Koryu is Kieran? Hello? Despite the many deeds to our credit, we four had only lived some few centuries and were no match for our foe. How do we not have Peepo notes? We have Peepo G. You can add Peepo notes, Vel, by all means. Against the might of Koryu's raging Aramitama, my brothers and I were powerless, but Tenzin, brave Tenzin, he would not be denied. At the last, he unleashed a powerful technique, knowing full well that it would leave him exposed. I watched as the light left his eyes forever. Had I been the firebird of legend, had I possessed the power of immortality, had I been able to rescue him from death's obsidian abyss. And then, the cruelest irony of all, centuries later, when I finally went through the change, immortality became mine to command. I can but wonder if my bottomless grief for my beloved made it so. That's why they blame themselves. Oh, it's so sad. The power for which I yearned so desperately that day is now mine. If not to save him, then perhaps to save those for whom Tenzin died. From the memory of my beloved, for his legacy, I shall fight. Let us go and tell Genbu together. And sir, thank you. The Lala Strut. Lala Strut in cutscenes, the most powerful. Oh ho! I see you are still in one piece. I gather all went well. Rest assured, elder brother, that I am myself once more. You certainly seem different from before, as if a great weight has been lifted from your shoulders. Your face is the very picture of serenity, I'd say. How do you like the Four Lords so far? They've been incredible, Panda. Oh, they've been incredible. I'm sad that we have to save the next one for Thursday. How very perceptive of you, little one. Indeed, I have at long last come to accept the passing of my beloved Tenzin. At long last indeed, but perhaps such prolonged periods of distress are unavoidable when one lives for more than 1,000 years. I myself am no stranger to melancholy. No, my brother, that you most certainly are not. Bah, 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 bah. Oh, how forgetful of me. I have yet to see how Soroban's training is coming along. Soroban! Soroban! Dinner's ready! Soroban! Come get your dinner! The fuck? The Adamantoise shell spin? Is this his ability? Wait, I know this joke. It's a firebird. No, it's an airship. Oh, no genre-savvy urchin, for it is, in fact, a turtle. Soroban! What the fuck is this? I mean, I expected him in some capacity, but not like this. Sorovan toys. Sodoroman toys. No one told me that this training would lead to such a radical transformation. Look at me. I'm a giant tortoise. A tortoise. The MGP mount. I was wrong. This is the very definition of a running a joke into the ground. There's no need for panic, Soroban. You probably just recited the words improperly and offered your body as a vessel for a great tortoise kami. That seems to me a very, very good reason for panic, unless I will return to normal after a while, like with the Tomate Bako of geomancy? Well, I cannot say with any significant degree of certainty, but you might regain your original form by the time Sir quells Seryu's I can't. Might? Might? What is this might? Might is not an acceptable answer. You must be exhausted from your battle with Suzaku, my friend. Perhaps it would be best if you returned to the land above and took a rest? He's right. I dealt what we needed here for some time. Soroban seems to be in no mood for company. Be sure to contact me if anything else comes up. Bye, Tataru. I'd been meaning to return home, even if only briefly, but given my current state, that seems unlikely. If you could go in my stead and tell the elder I am hale and healthy, I would be most grateful. Okay. Is he turtley enough for the turtle club? Turtle. Have I truly become host to a great kami? What if it does not wish to leave? Rest in peace, my mans. To Tamamizu. We'll just omit that part of the goings on. Oh. Do. Ah, sir, all is well with our friends beneath Hell's Lid. What of Soraban? How goes his training? We told them. He failed to perform a ritual correctly and was transformed into a tortoise, you say? But you are aware that... Oh, I see. This must be some manner of Eorzean joke. How very amusing. A pity we will not see him again for the foreseeable future, but I will trust it is for the best. As before. He should take as much time as required. He is a tortoise, after all. No, it still makes sense to me. It still does not make sense to me. What is this emote? Wait, what was that emote? Shit. Hum? Bro, this is that cutesy emote I see Lalas and players using all the time. Let's see if I can synchronize it. Ha! Oh, fuck. Wait, it starts on the right side. It starts on the left side? What does it do? Fuck. I don't know how to synchronize it. I give up. The cutest emote. This is precious. I can't sync it. Should have stayed for the hum line. You fucked up. How many cries so far? 0, Sweetling. 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. It's been a good day. It's been a good day of lighthearted adventures and very fun trials. And now we raid. No cry. No cry. Isn't that shocking? Terra was playing Final Fantasy XIV and did not cry. Shooketh. Let's see who's on. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look. I want to have a look. I did get killed though. It's synced on your screen. That's all that matters. Truly. Where shall we go today? Are you joining the hum line? Wait, I need to zoom out more if you're joining the hum line. Hum! Thank you. I appreciate you. 4 Lords is for laughs, not crying. Variety is good. And this game does all of it very well. We'll be doing Hildy a bit probably tomorrow after Ninja Quests and 4 Lord. Shit, there's a lot of people on. Oh my god, where do I go? Oh no. Lately there's been like nobody on because everyone's been gone for holidays. Oh no, there's too many people. No, there's too many people, you guys. Currently a scholar while grinding dungeons. Leveling a healer is very, very wise. Leveling a healer, very, 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 very wise, sir. Tomorrow or Thursday? Do I keep saying tomorrow? I mean Thursday. I mean Thursday, okay? Trust. Good stream, Tara. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. Everyone's humming synced on your screen. I'm jealous. Do you guys want to go to... Wait, what is Pyro doing? Last time I wanted to raid Pyro, they were doing something really scary. And I almost saw something I shouldn't have. Scholar is a bit of a risk for your main healer. It's kind of a pain in dungeons with certain tanks. However, leveling Scholar also gives you Summoner. Like, it's double dipping. It's not a bad idea. It'll be a challenge, but if you're up to the challenge, then yeah. Thanks for an amazingly fun night. I'm so glad you guys had fun. God, I love you guys. This has been so cool. I don't want to get sappy or I'll make myself cry by accident. But you guys are awesome. Streaming is awesome. Life is good. Where the fuck do you guys want to go, though? No Pyro doing Endwalker. Fuck. Pyro! Stop doing stuff. I like his vibes. Let's keep going down the list. God, I have so many fucking people live right now. There's too many people! Bum, 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 bum. How about we go Sean? Sean playing Hades. And I love Sean. I love Sean, dude. You're gonna love Sean. I promise you. I love listening to Sean talk. Sean's so intelligent. They're, I believe, a professor, if I'm not mistaken. and they're very good at video game, and they're very like analytical about video games, and just awesome in general. There's our raid messages. I love you guys so much. I hope you have an awesome day. Please drink water and eat food. No, eat water, drink food. Take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do, and I'll see you guys on Thursday, okay? No stream tomorrow. And yeah, I just love you guys so much. I love this game so much, and I hope you guys have an awesome fucking night, okay? Love you. Bye. Mwah. Please take care of yourself. Mwah, 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 mwah.